Void. Void.
Race fans, and welcome to Thunder Valley. My name is Ola Ramble alongside Austin Edstrom, and welcome once again to the VSCA Sports Car Championship, where we get set to kick off the second half of the season with the 6 hours of the Glen. Austin, you and I both love this facility. This track is by far, at least for both of us, well up into our top 10 racetracks around the world. It is so hard to put on a bad show here. I can't help but expect big things from this series tonight.
Yeah, this racetrack is, there's just something special about it, man. I don't know what it is. I just absolutely love this place. It's a free-flowing racetrack. You're pushing on 10 the entire time. There's not really a lot of saving. You're just hitting your marks, and high speed racetrack. The bus stop is absolutely fantastic. You're going to see people cutting it close with that inside guardrail right there over and over and over again tonight. You'll probably see somebody hit it by the end of the night.
We take a look at the championship standings, entering race in action here this afternoon, and it is big championship shakeups in GTP. Composite Performance down to 8th place in the points, and Austin, this comes after they hit that newly implemented instant limit at the Circuit of the Americas about a month ago. They were disqualified from that race, so for a team that was finding itself way up at the front, they're now 400 points out with a huge mountain to climb.
Holy cow, I must have missed the memo on that one. That's a huge blow to Composite Performance. overall year. I mean, holy cow, being over 400 points off the race lead, and we're, what, halfway through the season? I mean, that's going to be just about an insurmountable gap.
And then, of course, we roll back to the LMP2 standings where Glen Racing continues to find themselves up and ahead. Rising Panda Racing were able to take home victory for one of the first times all season long in that COTA race at the Lone Star Grand Prix. They find themselves less than 100 points out. Just over 100 points out. So the battle for the LMP2 league is closing, but the big question for this field, is it closing fast enough?
I'm not really too surprised to see the heavy hitters at the front being relatively close. You know, Glen Racing has obviously been a step ahead of everybody else, but Rising Panda and VRG have been right there. And I really do believe that Rising Panda has a decent shot at catching up to go in by the end of the season, but you know, there's still a lot of racing left to go, so we'll just have to wait and see.
As always, the GT Pro battle is one of the tightest ones in the field. The two Fisher Motorsports sister cars sit 50 points separated for the lead. With 100 points on offer for a win, that means it could be a difference between first and fifth for these two drivers to see a points, for these two cars to see a points swap around for the lead. They don't discount Kinetic Racing. They still stand just under 100 points out from that lead as well. So still have a 3-horse race for the lead in GT Pro. GTM as well. There's been some championship swings. Screeching Motorsports, of course, stays at the top. But Digital Chicane's number 93 entry is really starting to put on the pressure as that 93 car finally saw a Digital Chicane car into victory lane. Ending Screeching Moose Motorsports' absolutely commanding drive. Right now, S&M have won 4 out of the 5 completed races thus far.
Yeah, and I think that the points here in the GTM really goes to show Digital Chicane's consistency, because Screeching Moose Motorsports, like you mentioned, they've won 4 out of 5 and then finished on the podium over at COTA. Digital Chicane only 300 points back, at least keeping themselves within fighting distance in case Screeching Moose Motorsports has an off night or two.
So with that all said and done, the championship standings are locked on up. There are still a few cars that are getting out there for qualifying. Among those is primarily in your GTM categories. You do have Vice Motorsports' Anthony Dring trying to qualify that number 91 machine up at the head of the field. So we could be very well seeing a good number of drivers getting into some good action here this afternoon, along with, of course, drivers like the DS Racing Esports team and the Fisher Motorsports cars still yet to put down some times as well. Firestone Motorsports should be one of the last cars across the line with only 10 seconds on the clock.
Let's see, where does he go on the boards? A 145.268 from Roy Vermeer. Looking to put him, well, a little bit further down, I do believe. Only fifth in the GTM, so not too bad.
And all of that is going to take us around to the starting grid for the 6 hours of the Glen here this afternoon. Let's take a rundown of what your starting grid is going to look like for all 4 classes on this Saturday afternoon. Selena Ward for Trading Paints Racing starts on the pole in GTP. You've got Nicholas Pedersen up on the race lead as well for that second position on the front row. Nelson Clemente for NGC Esports is in third, with DS Racing Esports team in fourth. World of Sim Racing starts fifth, with Grizzly Motorsports in sixth. Fisher Motorsports seventh. Composite Performance is eighth. The other DS Racing Esports team, GTP, is in ninth, with Team Hardcore in 10th. Bravo Snow Shatten brings home in 11th, with HAC Racing down in that number 12 spot. That is going to do it for your GTP field.
Looking at the LMP2s, we've got Christian Kimpriger in the Rising Panda Racing machine, 131.824. Jack Hedgecock starting in second. Luca Harmonig in third. Bart Matja in fourth. Rain DeBoer starts in the 5th place spot for Scours S's Racing. Kyle Harkema in 6th for FRS Simsport. Anthony Dring starts in 7th, with Christian Sherrard on his outside in 8th. Damian Binky for Vision 1 Motorsports in 9th. And Travis Linscomb Hatfield rounds out the top 10, with Stefan Selby for the Tri-State Racing Group starting in the 11th place spot.
GT Pro headed up by DS Racing Esports team again. Bruno Carrero will be starting the 992. Fisher Motorsports and the points leader driver of Florian Eigner will be down in the number 2 spot. Jeff Corallo from Ultra Motorsports is in third, with GC Racing Esports' Kevin Mueller in fourth. Stephen Knowles from Fisher Motorsports and the sister cars in fifth, with Brack Crouch starting for RPM Racing in sixth. Ada Campbell for Kinetic is 7th. Neil Middleton for Torque Creek Racing is in 8th. Victor Iruela is the World of Sim Racing number 151, with Thomas D'Ambrosio, the Italian, down in the North Sim Racing GT Pro. that, I believe, is going to do it for your GT Pro category. Oh, sorry, no, there's one more. Delta Racing making their first start at GT Pro this season with Delgado down in the number 11 spot.
Ryan Kaprowski is going to lead off the GTM category with the digital chicane number 93. An absolute hell of a lap there from Ryan. Paulo Calvo in the digital chicane number 80. His teammate right to his outside, but 0.6 of a second back. Sean Hatfield for Screeching Moose Motorsports, starting in the third place spot with Tiago Pontes for the DS Racing Esports team, starting on his outside in fourth. Reyes Venkataraju starting in fifth for Vulture Motorsports. Roy Vermeer in sixth. Errol Vercier starting in seventh. Aaron Beaver in eighth. Wolfgang Wildenauer in ninth place. And Koi Hasselu starts in 10th in the GTM. In 11th place, we've got Paul Romaninski. 12th, Ryan Steinhoff. 13th, Julius Cervoni. And 14th is going to be Stuart Leslie. That's going to round out your entire 48 car field here tonight.
Now, worth noting, there are a few drivers that are not going to be starting this race up on the pole. Among those is the Delta Racing Machine. The Brazilian driver in the BMW is going to be down and starting this race from pit road, along with Thomas D'Ambrosio for North Sim Racing. So those are two drivers that are going to be down in the GT Pro category, making this now just a 9-car GT Pro field to actually take the full green flag. And critically, one of those GT Pros is trapped in the middle of the pack. Not an ideal start then for World of Sim Racing, as he is surrounded by GTMs.
Yeah, not typically where you want to be starting. That is absolutely for sure. You don't want to be inside of the slower class cars. It definitely hurts your progress a little bit later in the race. So we'll have to wait and see what he does. But I don't know. It's gonna be tough starting in the middle of all of those GT Pros. Especially going down to the bus stop, you got to slow down a little bit more. It's not like the speed difference is too big between those two classes, but that makes it even harder for him to get through the front runners of the GTM class to be able to challenge his GT Pro counterparts.
And of course, Rising Panda Racing, after taking their first win of the season down at the Lone Star Grand Prix, they are looking for big things as well. However, they've got a big heavy hitter, Jack Hedgecox, in the Go-Win Race Machine starting to the outside. It's not necessarily an ideal factor for that number 18 machine, so we'll have to see how everything's going to pan on out. I got a feeling this is one of those races that could prove to be a struggle for a few of these drivers. Watkins Glen, it looks so simple from the outside. It is anything but.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a pretty, like you mentioned, it looks simple. It's got a very simple layout. It's nothing too crazy, but what's crazy about it is the high speed. Right, this is one of the higher speed road courses that we go to. I mean, you're full throttle for a good portion of this lap, coming out of turn number 1 all the way down into the bus stop. You are not letting off that thing. Brings a ton of speed coming down into that corner, and then it's one of the trickiest corners on here. You can blitz it, and you kind of have to make time, but the problem is if you blitz it just a little bit too hard, you will go off and you will hit a tire barrier.
So with all that said and done, we are ready to go racing. The field working its way through the final couple of corners. And as always, we're happy that you are joining us here on this Saturday morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may happen to be watching along from. The pace car going to make that duck to the right, down and into pit road. It is now in the hands of Selena Ward. She'll take us down and across the start-finish line. It's go for the 6 hours of the Glen. Already fanning down to the prototype field all the way down in that mad scramble to turn number 1. And the LMP2 field 3 wide, 2 rows deep. They make it through turn 1 clean. The field now bombing it up through the S's and looking like we're clean and green through turn number 1.
Pretty big draft going on right now at the top of the field. Selena Ward had a good start, but the MSP number 3 has a huge draft as the GT Pro and GTMs are getting going as well. The green flag's flying for these guys as they fly down to turn number 1. Looking at the front of the field, the 992 looking to set the pace at the very front. The Digital Spirit DS Racing Machine. He's got some green on that thing, but he's in the GT Pro as they file through. Still no accidents through turn 1. Maybe the cleanest turn 1 we've seen all season.
Absolutely peak driving from the field here as they make their way up through the first couple of corners, and looking like it could be a pretty tight battle for these GT runners as they work their way down and towards that bus stop chicane. So far, still clean. No struggles yet, and it looks like they're going to keep it clean all the way through that bus stop chicane. We jump back to the prototype field into the GTPs. Right now, the front runners started the single file out, but there's still a heap of double file action the further down you get in this field.
Yeah, these guys are all fighting for position early on. You got this this initial start where everybody's bunched up. You got to make up all of the positions you can get. It means just so much just to being a little bit cleaner air. Find a nice clean pocket, pick up a couple positions, just set yourself on the front foot forward, or front foot going forward, I should say, for the beginning portion of this race. And you really want to find a pocket of space, because you're going to catch those GT Pros and GTAMs pretty dang quick around this place. So you've got to make sure that you've got a little bit of room so that you can pick apart those guys whenever you get to them. And you better hope that you don't run into them in the braking zone going into the bus stop, because they are going to be so slow as we have an accident coming out of the boot.
And that's Paulo Calvo, one of the digital chicane cars that has had a bit of a spin at the back end of the field. So we'll see what happened to him as Calvo going around. Not an ideal start, but the good news, there's not a lot of damage on that Ferrari, so should be able to get itself back up and into fine contention. Got some help from one of the GT Pro Porsche.
Oh, that's tough. That is the second place qualifier for the GTM. Getting taken out by the slowest qualifying GT Pro. I mean, that's a little frustrating if you're in the digital chicane camp. You know, I imagine that will be a protest.
Well, I'll have to see how all of that is going to pan on out as we continue to rocket away throughout the course of the series here this afternoon. Right now, a lot of this field is still in fine contention. They are running away with it. They are having themselves with a pretty solid night, all things considered. So we're going to take a look and see how everything here is going to pan on out as this race in action continues to kick off this afternoon. We got a couple of more cars, it looks like, going around at the very tail end here of this pack. Most notably, I think Taraji for the Vulture Motorsports machine has gone around, and this is what happened to the 016.
Coming down to the bus stop, side by side. Oh, it doesn't really work too often. Getting caught on the inside, making a little bit of door contact. Honestly, that's as good as that could have gone. Spinning through the bus stop is a death sentence, and well, he survived. So congratulations. His race should have been absolutely over, making contact like that in the middle of the bus stop, but he did a great job ripping that thing back around and not really letting it slide all the way out to that guardrail on the outside of the bus stop. So a little bit of race preservation there coming in handy. Maybe he wishes he would have done it a little bit earlier before the contact, but hey, you live and you learn.
Jacob Lehman, one of the Team Hardcore machines, dropped back pretty early on in the GTP field and now is trying to battle his way back up through the LMP2s to fight his way to the front. But checking in on some of these GT Pro runners right now, Bruno Carrera heads the way. Ryan Kaprowski in the digital chicane number 93 brings it up. He is running 26th overall and is currently running faster than third place in GT Pro. Now, I want to emphasize here, right now, Kaprowski and this digital chicane 93, they are 100% the drivers to beat this afternoon. Coming around through practice one, these digital chicane guys were absolutely blitzing this field. And we're talking about they topped the practice charts for P1 and GTM on both free practice sessions. And in free practice one, he even bested every single car in the GT Pro field of free practice one. I cannot understand how impressive that is from a GTM runner.
He qualified third in the GT Pro field. I mean, what in the world? That is an absolutely unreal pace. I mean, we mentioned he qualified 0.6 of a second faster than the second place in his own category, but to qualify third in the class above yours, that's showing some ridiculous speed. The obvious favorites here at the Glen for the GTM category is that digital chicane number 93. But like we've mentioned, the problem at this racetrack.
Oh, look out! Big trouble! Oh. Nelson Clemente hard into the wall. He goes into the war. We got one up and over. Bravo Snow Shatton goes into it hard. And the DS Racing Esports team car went skyward.
I was just about to say the bus stop is mayhem, and you got to be careful for it. And coming out of the bus stop there, the entire back half of the GTP field just got obliterated.
Bravo Snow Shatton destroyed again. Their horrendous season continues.
Oh, my word.
That actor
he can barely even drive that thing.
They've come back from worse. Remember, Daytona came back from being, 10 laps down? Only finished 1 or 2 laps down? These guys are not drivers that are eager to quit.
Oh, yeah, but he can't turn right. Well, he has just towed at least. So he's bringing it back to the pit road. I think that's probably a smarter call. He could not get that thing turned to the left. The right front tire absolutely destroyed. I mean, 4 or 5 GTPs involved in that one. That is almost half the GTP field. Absolutely massive coming out of the bus stop. And it all started with the number 5 right here, just skipping on that the left-hander. I ran the 6 hour of the Glen yesterday, and in my practice, that second left-hand bus stop curb is the problem spot. If you cut it just a little bit too hard, bounces your car up off the racetrack, and well, with these flat underbodies, you want to keep it, even with the bottom side of the racetrack, and well, hitting that curb really, really hurts. And I said number 5. He was running 5th place. That's the number 10 that made the mistake, the NGC Esports team. That's a huge accident there.
The DS Race guys nearly cleared the fence. They were riding on top of the guardrail there as they came down and through here. That was Francisco Santos Pereira that absolutely clocked Nelson Clemente as he spun it around.
Grizzly Motorsport was involved in that one too. I mean, that's a good chunk of the team getting taken out. And we're starting to catch. The GTPs have caught the back end of the GTAM field, so it might get a little bit hairier going forward.
Some board of the HAC Racing driver.
Oh my.
What a sight. Making up a lot of free spots there, and it's just a shame that so many other drivers got collected in that. What a huge, huge accident. And that is, that's got to be one of the most violent hits I think we have seen all year.
I think that's a safe bet. And it was like 5 or 6 of them all bouncing off of each other.
So a huge crash in your prototype field, and we're going to go 3 wide with one of the, I think that was one of the NGC cars that just went down the inside. World of Sim Racing trying to battle through as well. On screen, you're watching the battle for 7th right now in GTM, but they are side by side deeper in the field. HAC Racing goes up the middle, off the SS Racing and Real Pixel Motorsports side by side in the mad scramble through turn 1. And behind, Vulture Motorsports and Training Paints Racing also exchanging blows.
This is where we start to get hairy. The 2 GTP leaders are racing each other, and they're catching the back of 3 GT Pros going down into the bus stop just about side by side. They're able to cycle it out single file. The GTPs running way slower than they possibly could through the bus stop behind those GT Pros. And look at them fly around the outside of the carousel. As soon as they get a little bit of clean air, it just makes it a little bit nervy through the bus stop, though. Getting behind those guys, entering the bus stop, having to slow down so much. Sometimes you can find yourself wrecking at the slow speeds because you're just not used to going that slow through the bus stop. That time, both the leading GTPs A-okay, but I'd be worried about the bus stop going forward for the rest of the night.
We've also got the battle on for 4th here in LMP2. Tri-State Racing and Bar Matija currently trying to go around the outside of Anthony Dring for Vice Motorsports. And Tri-State Racing fends off the move. Vice couldn't do anything with it, but they are just like their GTP counterparts, working their way through a ton of lap traffic. You see Tri-State Racing flash those headlights furiously, trying to get through as quick as possible. Hard on the brakes for the heel before that little exchange road gets it back out and onto the main layout.
This is a very tough corner coming out of the boot. You've just got to wait on the throttle. If you get on it a little bit too early, the banking falls away from you through the center part of the corner. Car gets very, very light, and that back end can step around on you, even though you've got that massive wing on the back end of it, giving you that rear downforce. For some reason, coming over that banking change in the middle of that corner a little bit too high. We'll just rip that back in around. Something you got to watch out for these guys coming out of the boot all night. You just don't want to push it too hard, as we see both of these LMP2s fighting hard for that 4th place position. Coming through the field, through the S's, they've got a lot of lap traffic to deal with now as they head down to the bus stop.
This battle for 5th still hanging on. 0.2 of a second separating them. So 4th and 5th up for grabs in LMP2. Now, will Vice go for the move down into the bus stop chicane? No, they will not. That is a wise move. Going side by side through the bus stop chicane is usually considered it's a move of a time, but it is even less advised when you're in prototypes lapping a bunch of GT traffic.
Yeah, it's something I learned yesterday running the 6 hour of the Glen is a lot of these cars are pretty daggone fragile. We already knew that they were fragile, but my word, it was insane the amount of very, very light contact that was taking people out of the race. So you've got to be just on your P's and Q's all night long. You cannot make any contact. Any little bit of damage could just absolutely derail your race. Even if it's just a couple seconds of damage, it can cause a lot of time loss a little bit later in this event. So you just got to be so careful through the beginning part of this race, but you also don't want to lose too much time to the leaders, put yourself at a huge disadvantage. So obviously you still got to push your race, and you got to be up towards the front, just like Rising Panda Racing and Go Win Racing are, just like they are in the point standings. 1-2 on the racetrack, just the other way around.
And you've also got GC Racing Esports that is tagging on to the rear of this battle here as well, while everything here is kicking off. And let's take one more look at that absolutely monstrous impact that sees Clemente, Pelkey, Pereira, and more out of the race. And you're going to watch here, Nelson Clemente just lost it hard into the wall, and that collects a huge group of cars. And it was one of those cases, right? I mean, he took too much curb. That's all it was, just too much curb. Around he went for Clemente. It was an absolutely just poor circumstance. You saw right there, right? The car hopped the curb. But with cars like these that rely on being so heavy on downforce, that's all it takes.
Well, it's a strange one because you'll take it with that much curb, I don't know, a handful of times through the race. And you'll be fine for most of them. It won't hurt you too bad. But for some reason, if you hit it at just a bad angle, taking that much curb, or there's some other circumstance in there, some other variable in there that is creating these incidents, because I've seen people take the curb a lot. I've taken the curb a lot. I've seen them in this race here today taking that second left-hand apex curb quite a bit in the bus stop, and it not rip them around. But there's just one line or something that you can't take through it, some entry angle that you cannot take into that bus stop curb, or else it'll rip you around, just like we saw a couple laps ago. But you kind of got to use the curb. That's how you make the speed, so you're flirting with disaster every time you go through there. Talking about flirting with disaster, Rising Panda Racing, that's a good pop to the left rear into the wall on the last straightaway. That's one of the spots I was talking about with the damage being a little bit over the top. I had a buddy in practice hit that wall about the same amount of impact, I would say, maybe just a tiny bit harder, and it completely gave him a meatball. So I would be a little bit worried if I was Rising Panda popping the left rear into the fence this early in the race.
Got some other battles in GTP that are still looking to kick off. Mayer's Performance and Composite Performance are two of the drivers among those that are trying to get a little bit closer and battle together. But we haven't checked in on the GTs in a few minutes. Right now, the battle for fifth is on. Errol Vercier for Vulture Motorsports trying to keep it in front of Aaron Beaver for Mayor Simsby Performance. Right now, though, struggling to maintain that gap. This is the battle for fifth place.
Yeah, battling for fifth in the GT Pros, or sorry, GT Ams, I should say. Vulture Motorsports going through that bus stop, getting through there relatively cleanly, not hitting that second curb too hard like we've seen already tonight. A little bit higher through the carousel, though, maybe given an opportunity. As we see the 321 off the racetrack, that's Sherrard falling back to the last place position in the LMP2 class.
They were side by side in the battle for seventh here. They're approaching some lap traffic as well. That's the 992. That is the GT Pro leader in front. And just went out wide, got a little bit unsettled, and around to win. But that's a very harmless spin. No harm, no foul. You lost a few seconds, but you saved the car from damage. That is very easy to recover from in a race that's 6 hours long.
And we do have cautions in this one, right? It's not like you're in the actual 6 hour of the Glen, the iRacing 6 hour of the Glen, I should say, where you've got absolutely no yellows, which is very frustrating, I can tell you. Here you got an opportunity with those yellow flags flying, and well, it can bring you right back into this thing. So like you mentioned, as long as you keep the car clean, you got to expect you're going to get at least one caution over the 6 hours, and you're going to be able to get your track position back to at least put up a fight once again.
Battle for second right now in your GT Pro field is separated by about a second, but they've got the GTM race leader that's running in between them. And Ryan Kaprowski, I don't think he's going to be so keen on giving up that track position, right? Because right now he is in a very good spot. He is running, we're talking here like 7 seconds over Sean Hatfield for Screeching Moose Motorsports. So right now, Kaprowski is on a tear. And if he lets that Audi through behind and they start battling, that starts slowing him down. So I don't see any reason why he would let them through.
Well, I think the only reason he would let
them...
Oh, no. Save it. Oh, he might have... Oh, that might have been a sacrificial hit there from the 34. The MSB 34 looked like he almost tried to straighten out Vulture Motorsports there. As they were coming through, it looked like that second hit was to straighten him out. Unfortunately, it kind of bounced him back into the fence. Just tiny damage to the front. I believe he actually was catching it through the second bus stop here. You'll see him twitch once again. That helps the Vulture Motorsport machine. That second hit, it hurt the MSP number 34, but that's a pretty minor bit of contact to the outside wall, but I do see some splitter damage to the MSP number 34.
Take a look. I mean, the Ferrari took too much curb, straight lined that part of the chicane, and assumed it would be clear. And that right there is why it is not an ideal move to go side by side into the chicane like that, because that Ferrari lost just a small bit. You saw right there, right? Jumped over and just couldn't get it turned out to avoid that collision.
Yeah, the entry angle just wasn't good enough from Vulture Motorsports to make that corner side by side. The 34 had every right to be there, but like you mentioned, it's a tough ask to go side by side. Typically, if you're on the outside going into the bus stop, you just let the throttle breathe. You let the guy on the inside go. But you know what? He's trying to make the move there, trying to make the pass, so I don't necessarily blame him for going for it. It's just unfortunate that the Vulture Motorsports Ferrari, like I said, just straight lined the entry a little bit too much. That MSP number 34 was all over that curb, and he still got his nose chopped off, and that damage ensued. So a little bit of a frustrating moment there for the 34, but still 5 hours, 42 minutes left in this one. Plenty of time for those guys to right the wrongs.
And look where Beaver came out, right in front of the other Vulture Motorsports car. So you know he's feeling a little bit nervous now with this car directly behind him. But yeah, I mean, for all things considered, that could have been a lot worse for Beaver. I mean, you and I both saw the angle that car was turned towards the inside or the outside wall at. The fact that he was able to lock that thing down and only get a glancing blow at a graze is a miracle. So that car, even though he did hit the wall, I'm still content with calling that a nice save. Battle for B2 is on. Patrick Fogel is up second in GTP.
Yeah, Fogel making the spot, but I kind of want to go back, or making up the spot, but I kind of want to go back to what you were talking about with the GTs, with the saves. I finally gotten some experience in the GT class last night, and I can tell you right now, these cars are not easy to save whatsoever. Once you've broken traction, you're lucky to not hit the fence. So for the MSP 34 to just graze the fence after all of that while being sideways, it's pretty impressive, to your point, because there is just no saving it. There is nothing you can really do to hang on to these race cars once you lost them.
You see that move from Fogel? He went around the outside, 3 wide, splitting a GT Pro car to make that move for second. That was unbelievable, and that puts
I love this racetrack.
It puts him right to the tail end of Selena Ward. You know what? Let's go with that. Oh no, there he goes. Well, it goes the wrong way. Side slaps it, and I think he tagged the wall there.
Oh, he did.
Close eye on that car.
I'm going to try to get a little bit of a damage report to you, because he did hit that pretty flush with the left side, and it looked relatively big. I'm a little worried here for the composite performance machine. That was a pretty hefty impact into the wall. Looking at the left front, or the left side, I'm not seeing anything too crazy. It is definitely bent in a little bit, but it's not the worst I've ever seen. But like I said, these things are pretty fragile. Every little bit of damage can derail. Oh, you talked about the left rear. I didn't even see
that left rear.
Yeah.
That tire is poking out. That's gonna be hurting the aero.
Oh boy.
That's at least pretty hefty aero damage. Let's see on everything else.
Well, and I don't know exactly how accurate the modeling is for iRacing damage here to know if it's perfect. If you damage the left rear, you're really gonna be hurting through those right-handers like you should be. I feel like that's where we need to watch the composite performance number 15 through the right-handers while you've got the load of the racetrack or of the race car on that left rear going through those right-hand corners. He might find it harder to lean on that left rear tire, and you could see it start skating out from under him in those corners. So I'm a little bit worried mostly for the right-handers. The problem for the 15, this is a right-hand turn racetrack.
For the most part, it looks like he's doing all right, so we'll keep a close eye on that and get back to if there are any developments. Kevin Mueller did make the pass on Ryan Kaprowski for that, for 22nd overall, and now he has closed right to the back end of the Fisher Motorsports number 84, so we're about to get a battle for second place in the GT Pro category with that 84 Porsche leading the way.
Yeah, Inger trying to hold on pretty tight between them coming through the carousel, chopping off the nose there, keeping the position over GSE Racing Merlin. A couple faster cars coming through. The Porsche just getting down to the bottom side of the racetrack, allowing the 51 to flow through on the outside. Still yet another GTP coming through, trying to pick up any little bit of track position here, just to put himself ahead of these GT Pros before we get to a more tough section of the racetrack to actually make those passes. The boot is probably one of the best places you can catch somebody. I feel like this long straightaway here is a decent opportunity. That last corner, that 180-degree uphill to the right corner, those guys just went by. I feel like it's a pretty decent spot. Here, not so much. I don't really want to catch somebody around this slow left-hander coming out of the boot, and I really don't want, if I'm a GT3 or a GT Pro or a GTM, I really do not want one of the faster class cars just catching me on that penultimate corner right there. The fast left-hander, the other cars are way quicker through there, but if you're just ahead, you have to take that racing line. You really, really want to maximize your time gain. And well, if you've got an impatient GTP or LMP2 coming up behind you trying to dive into the inside, it can create a ton of problems.
So this GT Pro battle continuing on. You got a pretty big string as well of GTM runners that's healthily close together right now. This is a battle for really 7th place on back right now. There's a good number of drivers here that are kind of collected up in this. Loosely a battle for 6th as well, but 6th place about a second up the road from everybody else. And right now, Vulture Motorsports heads up the way in this field, and in fact, we just saw passes. Aaron Beaver went down the inside of Vulture Motorsports, took Victor Taraju, making up another spot. But there's a lot of LMP2 traffic trying to dice its way through this battle as well, and that's not making this any easier.
And this is a racetrack you really can't get away from the traffic. I mean, you might have a lap and a half at some time where you don't have to go through anybody or nobody's going through you. But it's very rare. We saw it already once, side by side through the S's. Doesn't work out normally. This time, the 34 making it work a little bit better, but not good enough. Still losing out on the position, but he kept the race car clean that time. But it allows the Vulture Motorsports teammate to get to his outside. We were 3 wide for a moment with the faster class car coming through. Not meant to be for the Vulture Motorsports number 016. And, well, he'll just have to regroup and try again, just the same as the Marriage Sim Speed Performance number 34 will. Decent move through the bus stop, though, just could not make it stick through the center. On
board with Aaron Beaver here. Just went for it. It didn't quite work out, and then immediately got re-overtaken. This will be on board here with Stuart Leslie, the driver for Off the S's race, the one that was under fire, was really looking to squeeze Beaver out, was trying to say, hey, that ain't gonna work for you, and sure enough it did it. That is a beautiful textbook crossover. Talk about baiting your opponent in.
Well, how often do you see a crossover through the bus stop? I don't know if I've ever seen a crossover in the bus stop. I mean, that was a hell of a move to hang on to that position. It's looking like the MSP number 34 is a little bit quicker than him, but I gotta say, oh no! Crash. The 2nd place runner in the LMP2s. That's Hitchcock's in the 18 going off into the outside wall coming out of the last corner.
And he had, I think, a collision with Jacob Pontes, who was also in the pits with major damage, and they both went off at the same time. I'm willing to bet we have just seen a monster of a crash coming down into the final corner on the racetrack. Take a look. There's the DS Racing Sports machine, and just got hit. That is a huge crash for Going Racing.
We're gonna have to watch that back one more time. The GTM looks like he's fading to the outside, gonna take a normal entry into the corner. So the LMP2 flicks to the inside, but the Ferrari reacted to his mirror, seeing the faster car come into his left instead of just holding his normal line, flicked it to the right at the same time. The LMP2 flicked it to the right to make the pass, and honestly, I gotta put that a little bit more on the car in front because it's unpredictable. You can't turn back to the right.
It's that miscommunication, right? And that is why so many drivers will always tell the GT cars, don't do stuff like that. Hold your line, run your racing line. They will find a way around you. If you're
little flick right there to the right.
Yeah, there, because he thought Hedgecock was going to cut around and go around the outside, and it just didn't turn out that way. And that sends both cars. And this is a hard hit for 2 drivers. This could see both of them out of the race entirely. We'll have to see if they're going to get their way back out onto the racetrack. But, again, that's why they say hold your line. They will find a way around you. The more you weave around like that, the more dangerous it is, because like you said, it's unpredictable. If you're going to do something like that, you need to do it really early on. Telegraph that is what you were doing. You're going to pull the inside and brake early. Otherwise, we see what just happened.
Yeah, and I don't blame them for, the caution flag is flying. So our first caution period comes 26 minutes into the race. Gives us a little bit of a moment to talk about this incident, I suppose. I don't blame, the dogs on DS Dogs on Web DS Racing driver there, for the thought, right? If he had noticed it a little bit quicker and committed to the inside line, let the LMP2 go around the outside, it would have been A-okay. I like the thought. He was trying to be nice, just give him that outside groove, let him flow around the outside of the corner. But it was just too late to make the decision. You got to be really, really quick on your toes, and I just think that he got a little spooked by his mirror.
Well, watch the rear view mirror there. You can see it on the right of the, right there. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let me, because I've been in this position before as a driver that usually runs in GT cars in this situation. Let me kind of walk through. We're going to slow this down, all right? So we're going to slow this down here. At this point, you can just barely see that element 2, but you're not focusing on it. All of a sudden, right here, he comes back onto the racetrack. That's a rapidly close to element 2. And you can see right there, back that up again, right about here, you can see why he would assume that element 2 would go and race it is going to go to his left. And that's when he decided to cut to the right, not realizing the element 2 had already accounted for that. And that's what causes this incident.
Yeah, it's all about being predictable if you're the car in front, and unfortunately, that was just a little unpredictable. Now, I'll tell you, like I said, from experience, I ran one of these last night. Those last 2 corners, they get hairy every time a faster class car catches up to one of the GTs. I'm telling you, it is a tough section of corners to get correct whenever you're racing those slower cars, or whether you're one of those slower cars racing the fast ones. So it just all happens so fast whenever the closing rate is as quick as it is. And it didn't help that the 555 kind of missed the penultimate corner a little bit, ran a little bit wide, put them offline. If they would have looked in their mirror immediately and saw him coming, they probably would have committed to the inside line as soon as they realized they botched the second to last corner. But I think that they just noticed that LMP2 coming a little bit too late.
With all of that said and done, I think right now what we could go out and do is give a quick shout out to the folks that helped keep the lights on here for the 2024 VSCA Sports Car Championship campaign. This broadcast tonight brought to you by Twin Bush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment, located in north of Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twin Bush, quality that convinces. First safety car of the afternoon here this afternoon with the 6 hours of the Glen. Just half an hour in, Selena Ward leads the way for Trade Paints Racing in GTP. Rise Panel Racing hangs on for the lead in LMP2 with the DS Racing Esports team leading the way in GT Pro. And Digital Chicane on an absolute tear looking to dominate the Glen in GTM. We'll be back in a moment on Green Flag TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to the VSCA Sports Car Championship on Green Flag TV. We are currently working our way through the incident, and we've had a crash under the safety car. These are live pictures, and one of the Tri-State Racing LMP2s is off and in the grass. That is Bart Machisha, looking like potentially Anthony Drang, Crouch, Gabriel Peckley could have gotten involved. So it looks like there's been some kind of incident, some description of the yellow flag. That is, believe it or not, the second incident that we've now had behind the safety car. The first one is a puzzling one. We believe a possible screen freeze for Shreyas Venkataraju here, as the Vulture Motorsports Ferrari just pulls a hard left into the wall. We believe that that screen went blank, which is why that happened.
That's a safe bet on him. That's a hardware failure of some sort, for sure. There's no other excuse for that. This one we haven't seen yet, so...
This just happened as we were coming back. Oh, check
Oh, stack up in front. Oh, that's massive.
Involved.
That's massive. Is that...
They're still
Oh, no, that was the 44. Holy cow. The huge stack up coming into the boot.
Where did this happen at? This happened way up the road. Did somebody, like, stop suddenly? Oh, right there. It's just a concertina coming up to the, that boot section into the chute, and it just...
A long line of cars all getting through there single file, and I mean, just like on the highway, man, it just takes one little stack up where the front guys slow down about 5-10 miles an hour, and then all of a sudden the Constantina effect happens behind you, and everybody else slows down, hits the brakes, and eventually somebody comes to a stop and catches somebody out.
Oh, you can see right now a good chunk of drivers coming on down and into the pits for their first run of pit stops of the afternoon, and pretty much everybody is into the pits here. There's not a lot of people that are not. And a few driver changes going on as well. There's been a driver change. Remy Loesch is into the Rising Panda Racing Machine. Lucas Harmony gets in for GSC Racing Esports. So quite a few drivers going for some driver swaps here.
Man, a lot of contenders getting taken out in that caution crash. The third and fourth LMP2s both suffering some pretty heavy damage. I believe it was the third and fourth place in GT Pro. Fourth and fifth in GT Pro that took some damage in that one too. So a little bit of tough moments of getting damaged. Luckily for these guys, they hadn't opened the pits yet, so they get to come down and fix the damage under the caution flag still. But goodness gracious, you gotta if you're stuck in that, you gotta be super frustrated with whoever started that Constantina effect up towards the front, and then whoever stopped first, I guess. I'd rather pull out a line and have iRacing tell me you got to let 2 or 3 guys by than knocking my front nose off.
Well, I think you can't really even blame anybody. It's exactly.
I know, it's weird.
Well, it's exactly like what you see on the highway, on the interstate, right? You get one person that slows up by just a few miles an hour. And that's all it takes. The leaders could probably have been going perfectly fine. Second place slows up by like 2 miles an hour. That's all it takes. Because that starts a chain reaction. The second guy slows up by 3. The next guy by 4. The next guy panics, brakes a little bit harder than he has to. And then you start to see that back up all the way through the field. And sooner or later, the odds just say, sooner or later, someone is going to get rear-ended. That's how most fender benders happen on the freeway.
Yeah, the only difference is whenever you're on the freeway, you come to expect it a little bit, right? It's so common. It happens every single day, just about every time you're out driving, especially if you're in like rush hour traffic or something like that. You're absolutely going to hit at least one moment of that. On the racetrack, well, you don't really expect it. I can tell you that for sure. And to be fair, I wouldn't really expect it through that corner. I would have thought that it would have been one of the slower section corners. I could definitely see it coming up to the one that we're in or coming up to right now. Somebody check it up coming over this hill. But it was just a weird spot. Caught a lot of people out. And I'll be the first to tell you, under caution in the NASCAR races I run, I get on my phone. Okay, I'm definitely a texter and driver on the iRacing service under Yella, so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe somebody else was doing something similar.
We're gonna have to find you now.
Hey man, we broadcast the beer league on Wednesday nights. If they can drink and drive on iRacing, I can text and drive.
We don't text and drive, Phil. We have a few people that do that under caution in the Speed Tires Plus Cup Series on Thursday nights. I'll often see some drivers, they'll be like texting around under caution, like updating people on like what their damage is on their car and everything.
I mean, well, I don't know if I go quite towards that. I just get Twitter fingers. You know, I just start scrolling mindlessly on Twitter because the caution periods can be so slow and boring, man. Especially a couple weeks ago at Charlotte, I feel like they had 2 extra caution laps than you really needed. So, you know, you get moments like that, and you think, oh, well, let me just pull out my phone real quick, and then all of a sudden, you have a little stack up in front of you, and well, now you don't have a nose.
A bunch of cars getting the wave arounds here. You can see a good chunk of the drivers currently with their positions in their class, and you can see them catch up to the tail end of the pacing line. Once they're a little bit closer, we'll extinguish the lights and go lights out. But of course, we still have to get to a point where we're going to be able to find ourselves in a good standing as well. Right now, the 992 looking like will be the first driver to lead the pacing line. It will be the first driver to take us to the green. Because remember, the way that these caution periods work, it is not the overall race leader. It is the first class leader. And they do that to expedite the process a little bit. The second place, is that the second place, or is that is the GTM leader? Okay, so Soy right now leads the way in GTM for Vulture Motorsports. Now, critically, these 2 cars here, they have not pitted yet on this stint with everybody else. They are now off cycle by about 40 minutes.
Ooh, that's an interesting call. I'm kind of surprised. Now, the deal is, it's not like this takes a pit stop out of your equation if you pit right here. If you're in one of the GTs, the GT Pros or the GTMs, you know, you make it about an hour on gas. So you expect, especially with this caution, you're going to get past that hour mark, and you're going to be able to pit after the hour mark. And well, that doesn't cut out a pit stop whatsoever. Now, these guys that did come down, if they get another yellow flag at a certain point, then that would cut out the pit stop. So maybe if you're one of the guys that stayed out, you're worried that another one could come out to hurt your strategy. But overall, coming down right now, not necessarily the most beneficial. If you're a GTP or GTM, it does put you off strategy, put you in a weird situation. But like I said, I don't think it actually cuts out a green flag pit stop out of your cycle. You have to take a little bit less gas on one of them. But I don't know. I'm not seeing any rain on the radar, so I don't think we're going to see any crazy strategy calls being played because of the possibility of weather. But I mean, I don't know. Just about any time a caution flag comes out in these things, I kind of like the idea of coming down pit road, giving yourself some fresh rubber and filling up that tank of gas, because you never know whenever that full tank of gas could come into play.
Right now, the drivers in pit road for GTP, you have got Francisco Santos Pereira for DS Racing Esports Team and Gabriel Peckley for Bravo Snow Shatton, along with Nelson Clemente, the driver that caused that monster crash for the NGC Esports team. Right now, Clemente's been in the pits for about 37 minutes and counting, so safe to assume they are done for the day. Sam Vaughn and Jack Hedgecox, the lone LMP2 runners that are right now in the pits for damage repairs as well. GT Pro has taken a beating this race. Kevin Mueller for GSC Racing Esports has been in the pits for 6.5 minutes. Fisher Motorsports in the pits for 6.5 minutes. Kinetic Racing in the pits for 6.5 minutes. And I'm willing to bet all of that is from the stack-up that we just saw under caution there, along with other incidents, of course. And then Tiago Pontes is the lone runner that is in the pits for GTM.
And a lot of, I don't know, the last wreck before the caution has thrown a big loop, or a big, loop is definitely not the right word. It's too early in the morning for me. I don't know what I'm saying, but it threw a wrench in the plans of Going Racing. That's kind of what I was looking for. Going Racing, obviously leading the points in LMP2. Well, that accident right before the yellow flag has put them 6 laps down to the rest of the field. They're back out on the racetrack, but there's not really anybody for miles that they can pass in the LMP2 class. So this could be a huge opportunity for Rising Panda Racing to make up some points here. And looking back at that stack up, I mean, there's just it sucks because it's something that happened probably 10, 15 rows forward that started that entire thing, but it's the guys a little bit further back that actually catch the worst end of it.
See that GSC Audi is still in pit road, and I mean, you might look at that incident as like, well, I mean, the rear wing kind of fell off for a second. That doesn't look like a bad hit. You have to remember, though, the Audi is a rear engine vehicle. So that was a hit directly to the engine of that car, which is part of why it is in pit road for so long. He is getting back onto the racetrack now, so they are not out of this race. They get that Audi back on track, but you can still see that lasting damage on the tail end. That's not going to be a car that's going to be in good standing for the rest of this race.
No, it's going to be hurting for sure. Just got to hope that he's not down on engine power, like you said. The engine being in the back end of that thing, you get rear-ended like that, you could find yourself with some problems. But hopefully they'll get the ship righted and be able to at least get a decent point stay out of this. Luckily for them, the incident does happen a little bit earlier, so they can get it all fixed up. Hope for another caution to maybe get a lap back. But we are about to get ready to go green flag racing. We've changed it to 1 lap to green, and the pace car is in the middle of the boot.
You see Jack Hedgecock for Going Racing. You mentioned him being 6 laps down, but still out on the racetrack. So this race not yet over for Going. Still the chance to get some good points and be able to recover up. So we'll see how that one's going to pan out throughout the course of this race. Right now, Bruno Carrera leads the way, and he'll be the one to lead us to the green for this restart.
Yeah, and he'll keep the lead, or he'll keep what looks like the lead for all of 5 seconds. That third place car, yeah, I mean that third place car this restart, that is just gonna stop on the gas and absolutely blow by him. Christian Sherrard in the Tri-State Racing number 321. And there's a couple other faster cars that are going to be coming through. So if you're one of the guys that stayed out in these GTAMs, GT Pros, you got to be a little bit worried heading down to the bus stop. Hope and pray that one of the faster class cars do not throw it down to your inside very, very last minute as we were getting ready to go back racing.
Eddie Campbell for Kinetic Racing right at the buzzer will put his car back out onto the racetrack. Here comes Bruno Carrera. Green flag is back in the air, and we are underway once again. The 6 hours of the Glen. Hopping away early on as he takes off down towards turn number 1, and already there you see your LMP2 leader making that look. Right now, Christian Sherrard, the overall race leader because of when that caution came out.
Oh, Selena.
Oh, look out! Oh, no!
The LMP2 hard into the wall. Go! Oh, I can't quite tell who that is. It's a huge accident. He's sliding up on top of the guardrail, hitting the. Oh, the caution flag is blown.
Caution! Roadblock! That is a caution. Holy cow!
Oh,
one of the GTMs flies over the top. What in the world was that? Still tumbling for Dangler Performance.
Oh my word, absolutely huge accident going up through the S's. Thomas Martin got sent from behind after the accident a little bit further up. Let's see, it all started. I'm trying to get to exactly what car. It all started with Selena Ward.
LMP2 is what started that.
Well, Selena Ward got into the back of him and sent him into the outside guardrail, and then a little bit further back, I don't know if it was people reacting to him getting sent to the guardrail, but more people just started making mistakes. Daniel Keene and the Hack Racing 111 got into the back of another LMP2 who was slowing down for the accident. Sorry, not an LMP2. Got into another GTP that was slowing down for the accident. And there you go.
That car is demolished. That has got to be one of the biggest prototype / GT crashes I've seen in my entire life. And this is included from even before I was an announcer. That is unbelievable.
Cow. That's the Estes at Watkins Glen for you.
And this is why sometimes, while there are cautions mostly randomized, they do reserve the right to throw some yellows for an incident. That is one where you had no choice.
And that's going to change so much in this race. The digital chicane number 80 that has been dominating the GTAM class has gotten their rear end completely destroyed. They were 0.6 of a second faster in qualifying than everybody else. They qualified in the middle of the GT Pros. Their rear end's destroyed.
The HAC racing car nearly cleared the wall. And then all of a sudden, golly.
Holy cow, man.
If this was the real world, there would have been a red flag before these cars even came to a full stop. That is how big that was.
I've never seen that big of a wreck in multi-class racing, and it's little minor bits of contact. I mean, that was the smallest bit of contact from Selena Ward to the LMP2, the Fisher Motorsport machine, and then a little bit further back, somebody hit the brakes as somebody was on their back bumper because of the accident, and it caused all this.
I mean, look at that. Wait, there's literally nowhere you can go in any of this. This is from the air. This will be a good idea. This will be a good indicator of just how huge this wreck was. I know you can't see much, but you'll be able to really see where a lot of the slowdown comes from, right in the middle of the field. I mean, golly, that is, oh boy. Look, that's half the field collected. That's more than half the field collected.
My word. I just don't know if I've ever seen anything quite like that. I mean, what in the world have we just seen going up through the S's?
You and me both. That is a terrifying wreck, to be completely frank.
I'd like to get a view from the cockpit of Daniel Keene, Hack Racing. I feel like that's where the actual major incident kicked off, and it was in reaction to the Fisher Motorsport LMP2.
We focused a lot on Daniel, but look at all the cars that got damaged outside of that.
Yeah.
So you said it was HAC Racing?
Yeah, for the GTP 111 coming up the S's. I mean, he's doing everything right, but the Fisher Motorsport machine in front of him reacts to the accident, and Daniel did not see the accident being tucked up behind his bumper. I mean, you're going to see it. You can see the guy in the guardrail for a split second under the wing at one point, but there's just no reaction to somebody slamming on their brakes like that. I don't blame him for slamming on his brakes. There's a guy going head on into the guardrail on the outside. You never know if they're going to cut it back. Unfortunately, that's kind of where the huge stack up really started. But I mean, to be fair, it all really started with the leading GTP getting into the back of an LMP2 going through the first bit of the S's.
Saw Bravo So Shadow go around the world of sim racing. BMW went around. This is on board with Dangler Performance, and that is a ride. Tumbling end over end.
Oh boy.
Never in my life have I ever seen something quite like that.
Just the sight seeing this right here. I mean, holy cow.
That. How do you even react to that?
You don't. I mean, you get on the brakes and hope and pray that you got on them early enough and that everybody behind you gets on theirs early enough.
It's a hard hit.
And there's just absolutely nothing you can do.
And then behind, this is where it all starts to go wrong. The HAC racing car goes around. Fisher Motorsport slams into their sister LMP2. And that...
Hey, he hit a pretty sick grind right there.
He did. He, again, kind of like what we saw earlier on. Very lucky that he did not clear the ballpark. And then Composite Performance is out. This is Thomas Martin. And then watch everybody go slide. I'm trying to see if anybody missed this. There's Composite Performance right there. Dead stop. He missed this initially. Just gets avoided there. Did Composite... He definitely didn't avoid all the damage. There you see Screeching Moose Motorsports, bottom right. Or bottom
Did they completely get through? Okay, Screeching Moose?
No, they didn't. Well, maybe. They're still on the racetrack. I think they did. Holy cow, did they really get out of that unscathed? There's no way. I'm gonna...
He made the slightest bit of contact with another car coming up the S's, but I don't think it's going to be any damage.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to quit.
Holy cow. I mean, he's gotten out of it unscathed. I'm telling you, just this little bit of contact right here. This is it.
Oh,
that's not heavy.
Even hit
that's
him?
not.
Well, yeah, maybe.
I think he did, but it was the tiniest of touches to where there's no damage on the Screeching Moose Motorsports number. But someone that's not as lucky, I said it a little bit earlier, is that Digital Chicane number 80. They were the guy. Wait, was it no? It was the 93 that has been stupid quick the entire time, right? Not the 80. But the 80 has been taken out. And the 80 was top 3 pace, I'd say.
Try to get one more look. This is with the back of Screeching Moose Motorsports. Is McKenna Dean. Take a look from the rear and just how wild this is. Look at everything that stacks up behind it. Look at how lucky they are that they didn't get run over from behind. I mean, you have cars flying in left and right.
Well, what about the MSP car right behind them? They almost got their rear end taken off, but the faster class car decided to destroy somebody in the lane next to them. So they got very lucky in themselves too. A couple of guys just, I don't know, the luck of the draw just favored them there. coming through that incident, but it obviously didn't favor a good chunk of the field here. I mean, my word.
Talk about a red flag. I mean, that's...
Oh, we're back racing. Where the green flag is flown, we're getting ready to go once again.
Yeah, all
Selena
of that,
Ward is...
the green flag flies,
yeah.
and we take off again.
Holy cow, a little bit quicker of a caution since we just gotten out of one, but we're flowing down to the S's this time, hopefully a little bit better. But that's what happens whenever you get the slower class cars near the faster ones.
We've only got half the field left. We've only got about, we got less than 30 cars on the racetrack, I think, right now. Right now, you saw there was a change for position on the GGM race leaders right as he took to the green flag. Everybody's scrambling right now to try to make it whatever spots they can get. The entire GTP field has been decimated from that wreck. And we'll get a look at kind of how everything is shaken up throughout the standings here. But first, this is Ryan Kaprowski making the move around Uriksoy for the lead of GTM. Just took it into the S's. Never looked back.
Didn't really fight them too hard on that one either. Maybe just being a little bit smart because they last time they came through the S's under green, it didn't go so well. So maybe just being a little bit more intelligent there, not pushing the issue. Now, if you're one of the GTPs, not including Selena Ward, are you really just battling for second and being okay with it? Because I gotta be honest, I think the Trading Paints Racing Black Machine is gonna be getting a pretty hefty penalty from that incident on the restart.
We'll have to see. I mean, it's going to be wild. Right now, out of the 12 GTP runners, 5 of them are down and in the pits. In LMP2, there were 11 drivers that started, and there's only right now 7 of them on the racetrack. GT Pro only has 1 car in the pits. All of their guys otherwise still out on the racetrack. And the GT cars really did kind of get really lucky with that wreck. A lot of the cars that are currently sitting in pit road are a bunch of the prototype runners.
Well, and you say they got lucky just because they missed the wreck. I'm gonna kind of double down on that and say they got lucky because now the faster class car herd has been thinned dramatically. So you're slowing down to let these guys by or getting caught out by these guys lapping you at a whole hell of a lot less frequent of a pace than what we've been seeing at the beginning. Looking at a hard battle here. Steinhoff trying to get around the outside, going down into the bus stop. Not going to happen. Vermeer's going to hang on to the position. Oh, a little wide through the bus stop for Vermeer. Might give that MSP another opportunity through the carousel.
Oh, no!
He sends him around. They both go spinning.
Oh, boy. Hang on. Steinhoff going to correct and get himself rolling. That was a nervy moment, and Firestorm Motorsport nearly faced the wrong way. Remember, Roy Vermeer was taken out in that big wreck by another prototype runner.
What a save from Vermeer. He should have been in the same boat as that MSP number 33, flipping that thing around, getting some damage somewhere. But he goes sliding through the dirt right here, gets it corrected, just keeps the momentum up coming out of the corner. He's A-okay. The MSP number 33, the one that got him in the back, he's the one that gets sent to the back.
And right now, that Firestone Motorsport car is down on power a good bit here because of all that damage on the front. And remember, missing that front clip, but yeah, take a ride on board with Vermeer.
Oh, yeah, he just got ran over.
Tip from behind, that is a fantastic bit of driving there to keep that Mercedes out of the wall. And we got a pass for the lead in LP2 in the Ensis.
Holy cow, Harmoning able to take the position. Uh-oh.
What's up? Well, Austin apparently sees something, but right now Luca Harmony getting around Christian Sherrard. That was for the lead in your LMP2 field. Take another look back at this monster of a move. Slammed that one down the inside of the inner loop and took that lead with force. Tri-State Racing back to second. Jason Racing Esports is up and in to the LMP2 class lead. Great move for him. There's another big battle for fourth on down.
Nolan?
What's up?
That ain't good.
What's up? So possibly some technical issues for Austin Edstrom here. But right now we're going to keep on with these battles. Roy Vermeer, Julia Cervone, Aaron Beaver all going at it. There is a lot of cars that are going on an absolute tear right about now as everything is trying to get itself sorted. With the chaos of that restart, we are now officially 1 hour deep into the 6 hours of the Glen, and this could very well be a strong battle.
Yeah, there's strong battles all around the racetrack. I feel like Vermeer's really just trying to hang on at this point. He had that little bit of a moment just a couple laps ago, obviously, just trying to hang on to that 6th place position, a little bit ahead of Cervone here, who is hanging on from Beaver. So maybe that's going to give Vermeer that 29 opportunity to pull out just a little bit of a gap over his competitors there in the GTM category. Oh, side by side, almost door contact coming out of turn number 1. Got to maximize every little bit that you can through there, but that was a little tight between 2 cars that are not fighting each other for position.
Yeah, no kidding. A bit of a close shave there. Right now, Beaver trying to catch up to Cervone in the big battle for 7th place in GTM. And will we see a move into the bus stop chicane? We will not, but Trade Paints Racing's Ferrari put off live by the GT Pro Audi. And I think Beaver can smell some blood in the water. He wants to go.
Oh, he absolutely does. He's trying to get up there, trying to get up to the back bumper of the Trading Paints Racing red machine of Julia Cervone. But he's under fire a little bit further back behind him. 34 under fire from a quicker Porsche here in the 116. That's actually a GT Pro car. He's just got green on there, so that's throwing me off a little bit. Oh, a little bit of contact. LMP2 around the outside, trying to pick off a couple of these slower cars. That's the 6-lap down machine of Going Racing, just trying to get some spots back, trying to get back up towards the front of the field, just, you know, damage mitigation at this point, trying to get everything they can out of the day.
It's also a battle for 2nd place right now in GT Pro. Brack Crouch and Florian Eigner currently making some moves in the 2nd and 3rd place run here for that GT Pro field. Right now, could be seen to pass here for that 2nd place. Fisher Motorsports closing on RPM. Only a 10.5. Could we see that look down into turn number 1? Yes, we will. Fisher Motorsports sees the opportunity, sends it down the inside for 2nd, and Eigner is through to the number 2 spot of GT Pro.
Still side by side though, coming into the S's. What can the 911 do? Can he hang around the outside of the first right-hander to keep it for the 2nd? Still side by side, dead heat coming through the S's between these 2. Now the 84's got the inside for the bus stop. He's got a little bit of a nose in front, and it looks like he's going to clear the 911 before they get down to there. Does he pull back out? No, he doesn't. Smart decision there, just falling in line, letting him go. But Nolan, we do have a driver, I believe, from the digital chicane number 80 waiting in the broadcast weight room. Should we pull him in and give him a little bit of an interview and see exactly what happened on that big stack up after the caution?
You know what? Everything is starting to settle down here on the racetrack, so why not? Let's bring Matthew Oravec up here and into the broadcast booth. He's going to step back and give us a little bit of a chat. Matthew, I know it is not at all what that team was hoping for. A monster of a crash takes you and a good chunk of the field out. Walk us through what that number 80 car saw.
Yeah, so it's just deeply disappointing that we got into that incident. We knew coming in that, you know, the S's would be a problematic place on restarts. Even in the drivers' meeting, the race directors talked about, you know, if they see something in the S's, they'll throw out a yellow flag. Everybody just slow down, get to a safe speed. You're not going to make any positions in there. And, I mean, we saw the incident starting before we even went through turn 1. We were hitting the brakes before the S's, and just it's disappointing to see that some cars didn't recognize that as we recognized that, and just got barreled into, and we ended up with 16 or 17 minutes of repairs, which takes us about 9 or 10 laps down in the race. You know, we're 2nd place in the championship right now behind Screeching Moose. We're only about 200 points out, and we were hoping today we'd be able to make up, you know, a good amount of those, but we're going to be 9 laps down. We're going to be towards the back of the AM field, and it's just very disappointing. We put in so much work throughout the week. I know the 93 car is still up there, but I know they had a rough no point scoring Laguna Seca, so, you know, maybe they'll be able to claw their self back into the championship. I really hope so, but it's just deeply disappointing for us and the whole team.
overall, you mentioned the car having about 17 minutes of repairs, and I mean, that machine, it's been the pits for a good while as it is. Are we going to be seeing you guys trying to get that thing back out on the racetrack to pick up whatever points are up for grabs?
Yeah, I'll be back out in the track in about 4 or 5 minutes or so. So yeah, I'll have to get going real soon. But yeah, I don't know how much positions we'll be able to make up. I guess we're just gonna have to see what other teams have issues and try to capitalize there. Because there's no way we're getting 9 yellow flags to get wave buys back around. So it's just damage mitigation if we can.
And kind of looking up towards the sister car, obviously headed by Ryan Kaprowski for the moment. It's been a strong drive for Digital Chicane in the pre-practice runs. FP1 knocking out not only all of the GTM field, but all of the GT Pro field as well. And so far, Kaprowski has been establishing dominance early on, has led pretty much every lap so far for GTM. Is the hope that they could then go and pick up a win today?
Yeah, absolutely. That car's really quick. All 3 drivers in there, Ryan, Kyle, and Ethan. So I think they really have a good chance at winning. I mean, we saw what they could do at Coda. They just absolutely dominated and, went on to win there. So I think we could see that again.
Well, thank you for taking the time to join us, Matthew. A tough break early on, but this race still isn't over. A lot of time left to go and a lot of things that could still change. I wish you the best of luck as we wait for you to get back out on the racetrack.
Thank you very much.
Matthew Orvat for the Digital Chicane number 80, currently sitting in pit road, but they should be out within about 5 minutes or so, or even less. And I think that's right now the sentiment that a lot of drivers are feeling right now, all across the paddock, Austin.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more angst through the paddock here today. We're only an hour into this race, and a good chunk of the field has found damage, and it's not like it's been bad racecraft or bad etiquette really through the field. It's just tiny little mistakes on a tight racetrack, right? On both sides of this thing, around most of these corners, you got grass. Don't get me wrong, on the end of the carousel, you got a good bit of run out. Obviously, turn number 1, you got a good chunk of runoff. But you go through the bus stop, you go through the S's, you go through the boot, and it's either grass or barrier on both sides. So any little bit of contact in these cars that are so difficult to save, you're almost guaranteed damage. And a lot of these guys, unfortunately, have picked up some in the early going of this thing, only an hour in. The good thing of that, it is only an hour in. They got plenty of time to fix their damage and hope and pray for a little bit more carnage to pick their way through the running order.
3-way battle currently underway for the second position in your GTP field, and we're going to go 3 wide with an LMV2 machine. That's the Rising Panda Racing Machine headed up by Luca Harmony, and then the 992 DS Racing Machine is in there as well. Right now, MSP hangs on for second, World of Sim Racing third, and DS Racing is down in fourth. They were closing in on Trading Paints Racing's Selena Ward. They closed into about 0.6 of a second. Then they caught lap traffic. Ward was able to build that gap out. But we got a battle brewing here for the lead in GTP.
Yeah, it's pretty close between the top 4. The 19, the 3, the 51, and the 88, all within 2.5 seconds of each other. Not letting each other, build out a gap. It's pretty close between the top guys in the GTP field, just like it's close between these guys for 5th place in GTAM. Not much between Firestorm Motorsport, Real Pixel Motorsport, and the Mayor Sim Speed Performance number 34. Coming out of the S's, all these guys under a blanket, coming down into the bus stop. The 34 looking to the inside for the 6th place spot, and he's going to take it down into the bus stop. Very smart move there from the Real Pixel Motorsport number 312, just to back out of it. Smoke ahead on the carousel. Oh, no. Typically not a good sign. Oh, and that's not a good sign.
That's, can't tell what LMV2 that was, but that is Stuart Leslie as well. That was FRS Sim Sports, the 4th place runner in the LMP2 category. We'll look at that in a moment. We got a battle on still for that 4th place, and they're about to go side by side again, it looks like. Well, as I say, another car gets between them.
Both of those cars were innocent bystanders. It was the yes, it was the 6th place LMP2 that's 3 laps off the race lead that just drove through the back of the number 83.
This is at speed, and oh my gosh, no kidding! Oh boy!
Yeah, that's a race ender for 2 cars. I mean, they're done.
What was that all about? That was Tri-State Racing that just ran over the cars in front. There's room on the outside. I don't know why they didn't go for it. And that
That's
rebounded that Ferrari all the way across the race. That is a dangerous place to be stopped. Firestone can thank the lucky stars that Ferrari lifted off the brakes to get all the way across the racetrack. And oh my gosh, I mean, that car almost got turned itself by turning across the nose of FRS Sim Sports there too.
I've been very lenient about a lot of the accidents today because I really don't feel like they've been, super egregious. It's just been tiny little bits of contact. But I got to be honest, there's really no reason for that one. Coming through the carousel in a faster car, you can go all the way out to the paint on the outside, and you're going to rip around that GT car on the inside. There's not really a reason to hold him narrow. I don't know why in the world he would pull down and even try to pinch him off the exit of that corner. You just take a wide berth and race preservation, But that was that's not a good move.
On board with Errol Vercier. Oh boy, you saw him lift off the brakes, make that slight correction, so he saw that coming. That was some good driving from Vercier and good conservative driving in order to get himself around that incident without damaging that car any more than it already is.
Man, we sure are thinning the herd through the first hour and 15 minutes, I can tell you that. We're
no kidding.
We're doing that, but I'm looking at my track map, and it's still absolutely jam-packed with cars. I mean, there's not a lot of areas on the racetrack that doesn't have anybody running on it. Even whenever you look at a big group like this that's all stuck together, you'd expect, well, if they're all stuck together in this one spot, maybe there's some openings around the rest of the racetrack. There's really not. I mean, you've got maybe seven seconds between certain groups of cars, but that might be the max all the way around here. It is jam-packed around this relatively short road course, one of the shorter ones I believe we go to on the season.
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, the Watkins Glen boot layout, it's not exactly a short road course. I mean, kind of pulling up the track map here, courtesy of racingcircuits.info here. The track's 3.5 miles long. That's not a short racetrack.
I agree, but the lap time, I'm looking more at lap time. Obviously you're really quick at Watkins Glen because a lot of the track is full speed or full throttle, right? You're coming out of turn one, you're full throttle all the way until you come to the bus stop.
Okay.
So I feel like the lap time is, okay, fair enough. A minute and a half for the GTPs, that's pretty quick around a road course.
Got a battle on still for 7th place, and Vulture thought about going around the outside of Real Pixel Motorsports Lamborghini down into the inner loop. Bit of game of a chicken there, and Wolfgang Wildenauer won that one out. As Taraju hanging on for that 8th place spot, and Real Pixel drifting out to the right-hand side. Got a bit tight, now under fire again for 7th.
Tight battle for the 7th place spot. The GTAMs, Real Pixel Motorsport, hanging on. At this point, coming through the long right-hander, a little bit of an uphill section, coming up up the straightaway, and then down the straightaway once you hit the crest, down into the braking zone, downhill, braking into a very, very slow right-hander, getting all the way down to 2nd gear for these GTs, coming through there, and then back to another slow corner. You really got to get it woed up, get down to the bottom side of the racetrack, get a straight exit off, try to get all the speed you can, coming down to this fast left-hander where if you're in a GT car, you might just tap the brakes to set the front end, or you might just go in there with absolutely no throttle input at some point in the corner. A couple different ways that you can drive it, and then coming back out onto the front straightaway after the final corner, maybe one downshift in there for the GTs, and then back up the main straight once again. A lot of good racing throughout the field so far, I gotta say. I know we've had some incidents, but I've been pretty enthralled with the action that we've seen on track.
Composite Performance cutting their way through the field. They were one of the drivers that initially slowed down in time to avoid the big mess of that 15, 20-plus car pileup that we saw in the S's earlier on. Unfortunately, immediately after that, they found themselves in a bit of trouble as they find themselves down and they got hit up the rear end. Let's say that much. So that's why they find themselves down in 7th place now, several laps down, cutting their way right now through a good chunk of the GTAM field. Still that 2nd place battle as well that's kicking off in GTB. Other than that, a lot of the battles in this field really are breaking apart quite quickly as lap traffic tries to work their way through to get back to get one of their laps back for a caution.
Yeah, with the faster traffic coming through, it's really hard for honestly any of the guys, whether you're in a faster car or one of the slower cars, to get into a rhythm. It feels like every time you start getting into it, well, you're catching somebody, or one of the faster cars are catching you if you're in the GTP. So, or sorry, the GTEs. So it's just very difficult here for all these guys to get around here and find a rhythm. I feel like if it was a racetrack with a little bit more lap time in it, like obviously if we're going to Le Mans, then, well, you don't really have to worry about the traffic too much. That track is just so daggum big. But here at Watkins Glen, I mean, you're getting passed multiple times a lap, just about every lap, even though we've seen the herd get thinned a little bit. We've got a couple race cars still off in pit road. Actually, I say that, and it looks like all the GTPs are back out on the racetrack. The NGC esports team, they're 34 laps down, but they have just come back out on the racetrack. We've got every GTP back out on the field making laps. It looks like we got the same with the LMP2s. I'm shocked because a lot of these guys have had a ton of damage, but everybody seems to be out on the racetrack right now, at least trying to make up some spots.
Selena Ward losing a lot of time behind a pair of GT Pro runners, and that cost her a big bit of time. Now to the gap, down to 0.6 of a second, but here's the look for second place in GTP. Danny Fonte down the inside, and Nicholas Pedersen gonna back out for the inner loop, but now only half a second, and now we've got the top three separated by 0.6 as they work their way around the racetrack, the top four by 1 second total.
Oh boy, it's shaping up to be a good fight in the GTPs. The only thing that Selena Ward is happy about right now, with, you know, even though they're catching her, is the fact that they're kind of battling back there, so it gives her just a little bit more time. If that MSP number 3 was not under fire, then we might see Peterson be able to drive up to the back bumper of Selena Ward and take the fight to her. But because of the of Danny Fonte right behind him in that number 51, it's made it a little bit more difficult because he's got to go a little bit defensive, make sure that he hangs on to the second place spot while also trying to pick up positions on Selena, or pick up time on Selena Ward, who's picking her way through lap traffic right now.
Bruno Carrera, the GT Pro leader, after not pitting under that under those 2 yellow flags, is now going to be into pit road. He and Errol Vercier are the only 2 drivers that are waiting on to come down to pit road. They were able to stretch the field a good bit longer because of those cautions. They got about 15 extra minutes of fuel running there just for putting the collection under the yellow flags.
Man, Selena Ward just got a little twitchy coming out of turn number 1. Most important corner on the racetrack. We've mentioned it. You're full speed for a long time after that, so you've got to make sure that you prioritize that exit out of turn number 1 so you get a heck of a run down towards the bus stop, as we see Selena Ward do right there. A couple, or the MSP number 3 is trying to get through also in second. He's got a couple slower cars in front of him getting stuck behind a GTE coming through the bus stop, now floating it around his outside as Selena Ward has overtaken the Go-In Racing number 18 of Jack Hedgecox, who has fallen another lap behind the GTP leaders.
I was really worried for a moment that Hedgecox was going to run Selena Ward over again. He got awful close in the inner loop, and I was thinking, oh, please don't. We don't need another incident like that this early in the race, but he did a good job. He kept it out. He was skating the line of keeping that speed up, but he's able to get it back out on the racetrack. Of course, Go-In Racing way down in 9th place, several laps down in their own class, almost 10 laps down, in fact. They are running right now 38th overall on the racetrack out of a current 46 that have been scored in this race. Again, Selena Ward started to build that gap up, but this battle for second is just not going away.
Yeah, she's able to build it up because Nicholas Pedersen caught Hedgecox at the absolute worst part that a GTP could catch an LMP2 through that last sector. I mean, the LMP2 is just fast enough to stay in front of the GTP through there, and he's able to do it, but it cost Pedersen a ton of time to the 19, now 1.8 seconds back.
Eric Soy is into pit road for GTM. He was the last car we were waiting on a pit. Now everybody has made at least one pit stop this afternoon. And now Selena Ward starting to pull that gap out, and I think she has broken clear by a second and a half. Leaving this now just a 3-way fight for the number 2 spot as Ward starts to drift away. These guys really have got to be patient and try and wait for a chance when Ward is in a bunch of lap traffic to really make that move. Otherwise, I don't think they're going to get there on raw pace alone.
It's definitely going to be tough to get their own raw pace, but like you said, the traffic is going to be the point of contention here tonight, and it's going to be like that all night. I've mentioned it, relatively short racetrack. you're catching the guys, the slower guys, very, very frequently if you're in one of these GTPs. So there's a ton of time gain and loss in there from getting around the lap cars. This time, it worked out in the MSP number 3's favor. Selena Ward getting held up a little bit there, given that number 3 an opportunity. Pedersen gaining, what, 7/8 of a second this lap? Almost a whole second on Selena Ward coming back to the line.
Second to help, though, Fonte decides to go for the spot on Pedersen himself, and that's something that Fonte's got to really keep in the back of his mind now. Does he go after Selena Ward and try to overtake Pedersen for second, or does he let Pedersen pull him up towards Selena Ward? Right now they have the draft, but that only helps you down this really long straightaway. A lot of the straights, otherwise, they're not long enough to have too much of an impact this far back.
And it's tough because that long straightaway where you could use the draft to make a move is right before the bus stop. So you really want to get clear before you get down into there. But, you know, you just take the longest straightaway on the racetrack, and then you go down into the most difficult corner to go side by side in. It doesn't necessarily work out too well, but dang, it makes for some great racing and some nervy moments coming down into the bus stop where you just never know who's going to be the one to give and who's going to be the one to take. This time, oh no! That's the third place runner going spinning. He had to get slowed up for the slower car. We're talking about the traffic. Slowed up for the slower car and got ran over by Espadina.
Yeah, that's just miscommunication, I feel. Nothing, yeah, that's about as racing incidents get in multi-class racing. Didn't hit anything, so not a lot of damage on that car, if any, so that's no hard, no foul. That's just unfortunate. That's all that is.
Yeah, he's trying to make it 3 wide, get to the inside, maybe make 2 passes down that straightaway, 1 on the slower car and 1 for second in his class. But the GT on the inside was, committed to the inside groove, giving the outside to the faster class cars. And, well, Fonte just, I don't know, I think he just he made a mistake there in the middle of the corner. He was committed to the bottom and then kind of flicked it back out to the outside whenever he realized the speed wasn't going to be there with the GT. Really stuck on the inside groove and just flicked out to the outside a little bit too late and got his left rear kind of clipped there. I'd probably put it more on Fonte. It's not like it's anything egregious. Like you said, I think it's just a racing incident.
And Fonte, in fact, into pit road as well, so he is going to take this opportunity to get himself with some fresh tires, it looks like, get himself back on the racetrack. Three-way battle for 4th in GTM, Firestorm Motorsports, Trading Paints Racing, and Vulture Motorsports. And then you got Real Pixel Motorsports kind of loosely tagging on in the rear. There's a GT Pro car in the mix here. That's the Fisher Motorsports machine, or at least one of them. There's 44 machine. That's drifting down. It's turn 1, and then there's one other car in here. I believe that we have a lap down machine in there as well. Yeah, it's right there behind. I think that's... Is that the DS Racing GTM? Do they have a car? All of a sudden I'm forgetting which cars have cars in GTM. Shockingly. It is. It's Tiago Pontes. Rookie mistake on that one, forgetting which teams have cars in which class.
Well, that's a mistake I seem to make pretty frequently, so don't worry yourself about it too much. To be fair, I am a rookie with the multi-class stuff, so maybe you should feel a little bad.
Hey now. Ouch.
Hey, anytime I get a chance to take a shot at you, you know I like to do it.
Oh, I know. We have fun.
Exactly. Would you like to have a little fun talking to Paulo Calvo?
You know what? I feel like that is an absolutely fantastic idea. Let's bring Calvo up here to the broadcast booth, and I'll let you take this one here.
Oh boy, you're setting me up for some rookie mistakes, huh?
Oh yeah.
All right, well, we're gonna pull Paulo Calvo up into the booth. Paulo, how's it going, buddy? How y'all doing so far in the early going of this one?
I mean, it's tough to say either way. The car is so good, which is huge. Massive thanks to Ryan for making another fantastic setup. It's so heartbreaking to work so hard for 2-3 weeks up to this point, then basically since the Indy 500, then come out, put the thing in, second, which I thought I was going to be dead last, honestly. I'm our sort of third driver on the team, and so to go out and qualify up against the pros was it was an incredible feeling in that moment, and then to go out after that and get spun out on lap 1 in turn 8, it's a gut punch, but we just got our head down. I was able to drive my way back up onto the field, which was really, really confidence inspiring. And then just that incident, it's so frustrating. I don't really understand how that all happens with so many people piling in the way it did. I got the call for it from Matt, the spotter at the time, when I was exiting 1. Like, I was exiting turn 1, incident's up in turn 4, and I just don't get it. It's really frustrating, but that's how it is sometimes.
Well, I know it's frustrating to be caught up in that one. It's a weird one because it was just between two cars at the very front, and unfortunately going into the S's where you've got absolutely nowhere to go with there being barriers on both sides, and you're at the highest speed that you're at the entire on the entire racetrack. There just seems to be nowhere to go for a lot of people. Obviously, you had nowhere to go, but then you got kind of bullied into or bulldozed into towards the end of that wreck. So, I mean, is there anything that you could have done different? I know that you didn't cause the incident, you didn't run in there and just run anybody over, but in hindsight, is there something that you're kind of kicking yourself about or wishing that you would have done differently?
I mean, it's one of those hindsight is 2020. We were gonna take the we figured it would be a good opportunity to pit, and in hindsight, like, if we hadn't pit, we wouldn't have been in there, which is pretty tough to take, that we could have stayed out. But other than that, I mean, there's nothing. It's just like everybody just piled in, and it's just so frustrating. I haven't watched the replay on how the incident actually started yet. When I first got out of the car, I watched the replay on sort of who it was who piled into us, and just looking at some of the numbers on the speeds people were doing, people were going in there at 100 miles an hour. It's ridiculous. It's tough to take, and I expect that the league will most likely take some action. They're pretty good about all that stuff. It's hard to see somebody piling into a wreck at 100 miles an hour before it happens, so I don't blame the league at all. They're doing a great job all season, but man, it's a tough one to take, But yeah, other than staying out.
Sorry about that. I do believe the stewards before the race had said on the yellow flags coming on the restarts anyway, coming through the S's, if we see an incident, we're gonna throw a yellow flag. So slow down. We do not want a car park. Is that kind of where the frustration lies, because they had warned everybody about it, and yet you still kind of had people flying in there a little bit too late?
Yeah, that's sort of the frustration for me. Not with the league at all. League did a fantastic job. I mean, I was coming out of 2 when I think I saw the caution. I was already checking up at that point. I was, so like I said, I'm coming up out of 2, the first of the S's, sort of starting to go up the hill, see it all unfolding. I'm getting all the calls, check up. I'm out of the gas, starting to tap the brakes, slowing down. And, I thought I might about get away with it. And then I think I had a little bit of contact entering it. That wasn't too bad. It probably would have given us maybe 2 or 3 minutes optionals. And then first GTP came into the back of me. It didn't even seem like they hit me that hard. Maybe popped our rear end off. Nothing too crazy. Again, maybe another 2 or 3 minutes of optionals. And then there was some Porsche GTP in the back who just, it seemed like, drove in there, didn't even check up. And I think the number I saw was about 100 miles an hour, which not the league's fault at all. But I just hope that there's some sort of repercussion for that after.
Yeah, all it takes is one person not really following the agreed upon rules there, coming up to an accident like that, to cause it to explode into something even bigger, as we saw cars going flying, cars and body parts. Body parts of cars going flying, I should say. But going forward for the rest of the race, y'all are 10 laps down to the GTAM leader. If this was a 24-hour event, I would say, okay, well, maybe y'all can still pull a top 5 out of this just through attrition. with this being a 6-hour event, I'm not 100% certain that that's completely on the cards. So what are y'all thinking in the Digital Chicane number 80 camp? What is kind of the ceiling for the rest of the day? What are y'all trying to accomplish over the last 4.5 hours while y'all are unfortunately and undeservedly so far off the pace?
At this point, we know that podium win is pretty much out of the question unless there's some wild attrition. At this point, we're just gonna try and make it to about lap 130, get to the points window. Kind of all we can do at this point, which sort of sucks, but it is what it is. We'll try and pick up as many points as we can. Just get some people out if it happens, they get unlucky or whatnot. Do a little bit to prove to ourselves that we could have been there, but yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. And I know it's only June. I know we still have 4 more rounds, but man, at this point, congrats to the champs. The 5 car. I don't think we're catching them in the overall standings. Hopefully, we'll be able to give them a run in some of the other stuff with this unlucky event. But they've been having a great season. Hope to race them hard to the end. If the points were reset today. But yeah, no, it's a tough break, and we'll get our heads down. Keep it up.
Well, Paulo, I'm sorry that happened to you there on that restart. It seemed like you were going to have a good run going with a good qualifying effort, and unfortunately it just all unraveled there on that restart. We're looking forward to seeing what y'all can do the rest of the season, hoping you can, give that Screeching Moose Motorsports number 5 a championship battle, even with the couple of, negatives that have happened over the course of the season for y'all. Hopefully y'all can get it turned around, though, and like you said, you still got 4 races to make it right. Maybe you can catch a little bit of good luck going forward. Maybe that 5 car gets caught up in an incident or 2 later today as well. So might not be over completely for y'all for the championship, and we look forward to seeing what y'all can do in the rounds going forward.
Yeah, exactly. You never know if it's over until it's over, and we got a tough group of guys here, and we'll keep it going. Like I said, we're more sort of looking in at the sprint championship and the maybe the endurance cup. I know that's especially where the 93 guys are looking. Yeah, I mean, just looking to keep putting in good results, and just sort of learn. I mean, you learn something every race. This is the second time we've kind of been proven that track position's huge. We had it happen at Long Beach, not so dramatically at Long Beach, but at Long Beach we kind of made the wrong call, got ourselves behind the 8 ball, lost a couple positions from it, but here's definitely another one of, track position would have been huge, but it is what it is. Like I said, we got a tough group of guys. We'll get our heads down, pick up some points here, hopefully have a strong run at Road America VIR, and then really excited for Miami. I think Miami is going to be a good one for us. And I don't know if I'm supposed to say this. If I'm not, sorry, Ryan. We do have something a little bit special, possibly another special livery coming for Miami. So hope you all enjoy that, and hope you all enjoy the patriotic livery from this weekend. Really appreciate you guys, and yeah, have a good one.
We appreciate it, Paulo, and we're looking forward to seeing what y'all can do the rest of the season. Hopefully y'all can, still manage a decent points day out of the depressing event so far. But still a long way to go in this one, so looking forward to seeing what y'all can do and potentially pick up a couple spots over the last 4.5 hours or so.
Yeah, totally. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Have a good one.
You too, Paulo. That was Paulo Calvo, driver of the Digital Chicane number 80, who was unfortunately caught up in that incident on the restart. It's kind of ruined their day, put them way off the pace. While we were talking to him, the Porsche 911, driven by Brock Crouch, kind of got taken out by a GTP through the entrance to the bus stop. I don't know. They made weird door contact going into the apex of the corner, and that 911 sat there for what felt like an eternity. I believe he was running in the race lead beforehand, but he had to sit down there on the bottom side of the racetrack for what felt like forever.
There's also another incident that happened a little while before that. Rain DeBoer finds himself out of the race as well, as he was, well, it looks like there was a technical failure for Rain DeBoer there as he finds those down and out. But this is what happened to Brock Crouch. Composite performance just behind, and same deal, just a bit of miscommunication, then got sideswiped, spun around, and
I'm telling you, he sits here forever. And if we can go back and look at that again here in a moment,
Yeah.
I feel like the 15 just crowded him too much. The 911's not totally on the curb, but it's still right on the entry of the corner. He's a foot off of it, and I just feel like he got crowded down to the very center of the corner. It was just a little bit too aggressive from the 15, I feel like.
It's the hazards of getting around lap traffic. It's part of the game, unfortunately, as a lot of drivers here started to figure out. There was a pretty fierce battle between Ethan not Ethan Swan right now, but Wolfgang Wildenauer and Ryan Steinhoff for Mayor Season Performance. They are now way up the road, and we kind of checked in on that a little bit while we were in that interview there with Paulo Calvo. But Wildenauer slid back after a huge defense. The battle for the GTM lead is on, though. MSP catching up to Screech Boost Motorsports, but they are only up there right now because Digital came to pit road with the driver change. Kaprowski out, Swan is in.
GTPs are pitting. All the top 4 are coming down pit road all together at the same time. Selena Ward was leading this entire stint. Nicholas Peterson, though, kept her pretty honest, about 1 to 2 seconds back the entire time. So still very tight between the GTP field as they all are on pit road at the same time, all entering the pit entry within just a couple of seconds of each other. Got to think Selena Ward will still come out in first of the GTPs, but it's interesting to see that the faster class cars are starting to make their pit stops, and we're starting to see some driver changes.
Jordan Erickson, Jason Burney, João Garrido, apologies if I pronounced that first name wrong, and Steven Rossman all hopping into cars at the GTP field, so a whole new roster coming on in. You also saw Daniel Avery working his way out. Avery, of course, the new driver into the car for Firestone Motorsports, and critically, they got the front nose clip back onto the car of the Firestone Motorsports GTM. So this car looking a little bit more healthy now, and we'll see if it can hang on throughout the remainder of this race.
Looking at Avery in the 29, coming around the carousel there. Now going back to LMP2 coming out. That's Molina in the 5th place spot. Not really too many LMP2s to write home about, fighting on the lead lap as the GTP's starting to come out. Bernie just in front of Garrido. Erickson pulling out a 2-second gap coming out of pit road. That's about a second better than what they had actually come down pit road with. So interesting to see the 19 gain so much time over the other 2.
Pit stops were actually a little bit shorter for the guys up the road. Bernie was in the pits for 48.4 seconds. Erickson was only in the pits for 47.6. So about 8/10 quicker throughout the pit stops. And that translated right into pit lane time as well. So that little bit of time that they shaved off in the pits is what allows for Erickson to get way out in front like this.
And we saw the top 2, the Trading Paints Racing Black and the MSP number 3, just got to trade lap times back and forth as they were going through lap traffic. One of them be quicker one lap, the other one be quicker the next. Now that we have 2 different drivers in those cars and a 3rd different driver in the 88, we really have no idea who's got the pace here, right? We know Bernie's a quick driver. We know Erickson's quick. We know these guys are fast, but how quick are they relative to each other at Watkins Glen? That's what we're going to find out over the next couple of laps as these guys get situated to the race situation that they're kind of getting thrown into here.
So the battle for second place in your GTP field right now, the lone battle we got out there on the racetrack, and they are getting around one of the Fisher Motorsports GT Pros. And there you see your race leader, Jordan Erickson, just up the road. So MSP's lone GTP entry trying to fend off one of the DS Racing esports drivers just behind. And this could prove to start to be an interesting battle here as they work their way up the hill. Erickson with a terrible run through turn 1. He lost a second in that battle all the way up the hill.
Yeah, and that brings both these guys right up to his back bumper going into the bus stop. Just 0.4 of a second separate first to second and 0.4 to second to third as they come through the carousel this time. The 19 not really going all the way down to the bottom side of the racetrack. I think that Erickson might just be taking a little bit longer to kind of get used to the pace of the race than Jason Burney right behind him so far. You know, you get into the car after sitting and watching your teammate for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and you know, you just kind of lose your touch just a little bit. Maybe you're a little nervy going in there, knowing you've got the race lead. Your teammate's done such a good job to keep you up there. Maybe the nerves are just a little high as you jump into the car for the first time, and you just got to work the kinks out and get the bugs out of the system early.
Pair of Porsches leading the way overall, and then Garrido brings it up in the first Cadillac of this field, running in that number 3 spot. And they are now catching to some more GT Pro traffic, so not ideal for Ericsson. Bernie now breathing down his neck as they battle their way through the final couple of corners, and nowhere to go for Bernie as the GT Pro tracked out wide. And that lets Ericsson start to build a gap side by side for second, but Garrido going to back out.
Yeah, you really don't want to be side by side coming down to turn 1 because of what we talked about so many times before. You're full speed all the way out of turn 1 until you get down to the bus stop. So if you're side by side coming down into turn 1, you're probably not going to get a good run coming out. And, well, they weren't side by side, but they were giving each other a little bit of fits, and that's allowed Ericsson to bridge this gap back up to 1 second. Oh, a little bit of a nervy moment, though, that he has around the 0.17. And he ends up losing all of that back. Everything that he gained from those two behind him fighting all get lost as he goes down into the carousel.
Daniel Keene and Gabriel Peckley are both into pit road. So we could be getting some more driver swaps here for GTP runners in just a moment. You've also got McKenna Dean for Screech Boost Motorsports bailing into pit road. And sure enough, HAC Racing will put Cody Richardson into the car. So a new driver going in for HAC. Looking like Peckley going to stay. No, Peckley will be getting out of the car and put in Eduardo Tualdo from Bravo Snow Shatton in that number 50 machine, still down in pit road.
Yeah, they're down about 4 laps right now, about to go 5th down as they're sitting in pit road stationary. The 50 obviously involved in that huge incident on the restart coming up through the S's. Just trying to recover. A lot of these guys kind of just on recovery mode, right? I mean, the entire front of the GTP field, or sorry, the entire mid-pack of the GTP field kind of got caught up in all that mayhem, and, well, we've only got 4 cars on the lead lap in the GTP because of it. Then if you look down at the LMP2, we've only got 2 cars on the lead lap. Sorry, 3 cars, is one of them has just pitted the last time by to make it 3 cars on the lead lap, but there's nobody 1 lap down. So the LMP2s have really been thinned out because of a couple accidents, obviously, especially that restart accident. And then even the GT Pros, man, I mean, they're kind of shattered around as well. Not too many on the lead lap fighting for position for those guys. Only 4 of them on the lead lap. And then the GTM, well, they've got a little bit more competition. It seems like they've got about 8 or 9 cars all fighting still for that race lead on the lead lap.
And here comes Aaron Beaver, the MSP GTM. Well, one of them at least, and the race leader into pit road. Will Beaver hop out? Yes, he will. New driver going in. They're going to put in Will Robertson, an ever-reliable driver, if ever there was one. Venkataraju and Ryan Steinhoff are also both into pit road, expecting for a whole new cast of drivers to be out. It's about on par, right? We're closing under the second pit stop window, so now is as good a time as ever.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, but these are all the guys that, you know, they pit under that first caution. And, you know, you can make it about an hour on gas here. So pitting under that first caution kind of puts you in a weird scenario or in a weird position where it doesn't actually cut out a pit stop out of your race. You still got to take the same amount of pit stops as everybody else that stayed out, but you gave out or you gave up that track position from coming down under caution. So a couple of these guys having to pit just a little bit early because they've got 1 more pit stop, or they got the same amount of pit stops as everybody else, I suppose. But they're kind of cycling through, and I feel like we're going to see who is legitimately in the race lead, barring another caution, after the pit stop cycle through for the GT Pros and GT AMs over the course of the next 7 minutes, because then whoever's in the lead then won't pit for another 20. And I believe that they're on the better strategy, the guys that are not pitting right now for the GTs. Like I said, unless a caution flag flies again, then it could throw a whole nother wrench into the strategy play.
Some more drivers getting into the cars fresh. One of those is, of course, Josh Rodig for Vulture Motorsports. He is new into the car. We already talked about Will Robertson going into the car. Thomas Baker gets into the car for the other MSP machine. Ronald Grosch is in for Real Pix Motorsports and their Lamborghini entry. Florian Agner just came down to pit road in his number 84 Fisher Motorsports Porsche, looking like he is going to be staying in the car for the foreseeable future in this one. Francisco Santos Pereira is in with the DS Racing Esports GTP. We'll see if he'll be hopping out of the car. Brad Crouch is also in a pit road for RPM.
Just gotta wait to see who stays out, who had taken that or who did not take the pit stop under the caution brake, who maybe waited a little bit longer. Oh, no. Richardson in the GTP going around. Doesn't look to have suffered any damage on that thing, I don't believe.
He's coming back out into that ever-tricky turn that we've been referencing all day long. I'm surprised this is the first real incident we've actually seen at this corner. Just kicks the back end out, and that's a great job to lock that thing down. Good save, but I'm surprised we haven't seen more problems there. That was, I think, the first one we've seen all day.
Yeah, that's good reactions from the 111, because that very well could have been a destroyed race car. I mean, if he doesn't get on the brakes right whenever he does, he slides into that wall and knocks the front nose off. So good reactions, but like you said, I'm surprised we haven't seen more issues through there either. I feel like that's a very tough corner with the camber, or the banking changing in the middle of it, and you kind of go from on camber to off camber on the exit. So I'm surprised that we haven't seen more issues coming down for that corner. Oh no! That's a nose cone going flying at first. It's teleported back onto the car. That's Granger, already 23 laps down to the LMP2.
Slow shot.
I think he's trying to get out of the way, let a car go, and just got a little bit too far out of the way.
Pretty sizable hits into that wall. Take it right on board. Looking like it just kind of caught the edge. Ow, that is that's a hard lick. Oh, and he's back to the wall again. So that car's struggling with steering. Yeah, so he is going to be forced to the pit road, absolutely.
So weird, that car can look okay, right? I mean, obviously he hit it hard, the nose flew off, but it teleported back on. But the car looks fine, but you can tell he cannot drive that thing. There's no steering whatsoever. At least no consistent steering for him to be able to get around this racetrack at speed. So having to come down pit road, gonna lose another handful of laps there. But they're already down at the back of the LMP2 field, so not really too much to write home about.
Jordan Erickson losing out a good chunk of time back to Jason Burney. So we could be seeing Mayor Sue's performance trying to mount another offensive for the lead. But just as we think that, the gap starts to build up again. It really does look like the MSP car behind is more outfitted for straight line speed, because he is phenomenal in that drive up the S's and down that long straight. But in the corners and here in the boot in particular, Erickson just pulls on him. It does make you wonder if maybe Birdie and MSP are going in this race with a more top speed focused setup rather than corner.
That's an interesting observation. I don't know. It's been hard for me to tell exactly what it is with the setups, whether it's top speed for Bernie that's helping him out down the straightaway and then hurting through the S or through the boot, or whether it's just the lap traffic, right? The ebbs and flows of the slower cars. One lap you catch one and the leader is the one that gets held up, and then you get by on the straightaway, so you don't actually lose any time. Oh, they might be side by side out of turn number one. Not quite. But like I was saying just a moment ago, it could flip-flop the other way around, and that's what it's been doing so frequently. I mean, Erickson just had a 2-second lead about a lap and a half ago, but because of lap traffic, because Bernie's been putting in a couple good lap times, he's just about pulled up to the back bumper. The problem for Bernie is he's under fire from another car. As they all come down to the bus stop, they're going to get stuck behind a GT car, and that's going to slow him down big time on exit.
You heard him having to lift out pretty heavily there to avoid that incident, as time is continuing to very steadily tick away. The car right behind is Garrido, only a quarter second back in the battle for the number 2 spot in GTP. That allows Erickson to now build up a gap of 2 seconds plus over Kyle Birdie on back.
It's just crazy how much you can lose behind the slower traffic. I mean, I had just talked about Erickson had a 2-second gap a lap and a half ago. He caught a slow car at a bad portion of the racetrack, and it went down to half a second. Oh, look at Garrido looking at the inside of the number 3, not able to get it done. But then again, on this lap, it's these two guys that get stuck behind lap traffic down in a corner you really don't want to be stuck behind somebody in, and that gap stretches right back out to 2 seconds. So it's just so lap traffic dependent coming around Watkins Glen here. This time, Bernie able to get by before the fast left-hander. Garrido not able to, and that cost him a 1.5 seconds on Bernie.
The most important factors in endurance racing is traffic management. You are never, ever going to find a form of motorsports where that is more important than a multi-class racing like this. In F1 and stuff like IndyCar, right, lap traffic is an extreme annoyance. Drivers are screaming blue flags, they got to get out of the way. Here, it's a fact of life. These drivers, it's just another day at the office for them.
This time, Bernie, back-to-back laps. He's going to get stuck behind a GT through the bus stop, just having to wait, then get on the gas, fly to the outside of the carousel, losing time every time through there as he's just catching the lap traffic at terrible moments. He's going to have to catch another one here through the bus stop. Hopefully for him, he can get it on the straightaway. It's looking like it's going to be the case. All over the back bumper, coming out of that corner, and then down into the right-hand 180-degree uphill corner. Bernie able to get by that one without a problem, but that gap is stretched to over 2 seconds.
Well, it's got a battle for second place going on here in GTN. Will Robertson and McKenna Dean currently running nose to tail. Dean still hanging out in the car for Screeching Moose Motorsports, while Will Robertson trying to put that Mercedes a little bit further up the road. They're separated by only 0.3 of a second right now. And this is for that runner-up spot. Now, again, Ethan Swan further up the road is off cycle by, I want to say about 5 laps or so here.
And you just never know how the race is going to work out whenever you've got guys off cycle like that. Because of the yellow flags that they implement in the VSCA Sports Car Championship, the strategy play really becomes the focal point. And, well, with that early caution, we've talked about how some people pitted, some people did not. It just opens up the strategy bucket big time. And if the caution flag flies in the middle of one of these pit cycles, it could completely flip the strategy on its head, and a couple of these guys that hadn't come down pit road yet will be able to come down, but they'll lose all their track position due to it being under caution. So it's just you're either damned if you do, damned if you don't in certain situations on the strategy, but you don't know until later whether that caution flag is going to come out to screw you.
And, of course, you have to consider the factor as well, right, that it's not like a sports game like Formula One where if the safety car comes out, you can make a quick jump in the pit road before the field catches up. You have, once that safety car comes out, you're waiting until the whole field is bunched up where you come down to pit road, which is where the huge risk and reward factors come in for this race.
So you really just have to make every decision with a microscope, right? You've really got to just focus in on the strategy calls, really think it over, and that's the beauty of team racing. You've got probably 2 teammates sitting on standby. Maybe one's a driver along with you in a short race like this, 6 hours. Maybe you only got 2 drivers. But I imagine most of these teams, even if they only have the 2 drivers, probably have somebody else at least sitting on top of the pit box, helping them make strategy calls, helping them call, or helping calling them through the field as a spotter with these weird, kind of slow cars, having to get out of the way for the fast ones and whatnot. Just the multi-class racing aspect of it. And so I feel like you got these full teams that are out there making these strategy calls, and we've talked about it, we've harped about it, we've gone super in depth about just how important the strategy is. You've got to have a team dedicated to it, and well, I feel like most of these guys, especially the ones running up front who are on the same strategy, I feel like they've kind of hit the nail on the head so far.
Gap back down to under a second for the overall race lead. Jordan Erickson, Jason Burney, Joao Garrido all in a line. And again, it's a factor, the fact that Erickson's been catching lap traffic at the best points. Burney and Garrido catching lap traffic at some of the worst points. To try, like again, right here, getting on the power. They're going to get checked out. They're going to lose a 10th or 2 coming down the straightaway, and that's just the nature of it. But this time, Garrido wants to pounce. He is going to make that look to the inside, and he's going to take away second place.
Yeah, the number 3 got checked up heavy. He was trying to go to the outside of the GT-AM, but the GT was taking the normal racing line, as you would expect, and Bernie had to cut off his exit, check up just a little bit to get under that GT, and that cut off his momentum coming down the straightaway, and Garrido is finally able to get by into the second place spot. Whenever they're running nose to tail, it seems like Garrido's been just a little bit quicker, hasn't been able to make the move, so maybe now that he's in the clean air, we'll be able to see if he can run down a race leader.
So right now, we are still under full green flag conditions here in this race, and time is continuing to very, very steadily tick on away. So you know what? Let's take a quick rundown here of what your grid looks like so far as racing action continues on steady here in the 6 hours up the Glen. Currently leading the way, Jordan Erickson for Trader Bates Racing heads it up. in your GTP category. GS Racing Esports team is running second in the GTP category. The Vader Sims Warwick's down in third. Team Hardcore sits a distant fourth, the last car on the lead lap. Right now, Danny Fonte for World of Sim Racing runs 5th place, but he is actually behind the GSC Racing Esports LMP2, who sits 5th place overall. Cody Richardson is in HGC Racing, is 6th place for GTP, with Common Performance in 7th. Risen Motorsports is 8th. Robsto Shat, the DS Racing Esports team, 8th, 9th, and 10th, with Fisher Motorsports way down in 11th. And NGC Esports Machine, 34 laps down in 12th, but still out on the racetrack with the rest of the GTP field.
Looking through the LMP2 field, Dennis Denicio in the GSE Esports Racing LMP leading the way so far. Tri-State Racing's number 321, driven by Garrett Spence, running in the 2nd place position, with Vice Motorsports' Anthony Dring running in 3rd. That's going to be all the cars within 1 lap of the race leader, or within 2 laps, I should say. 2nd and 3rd, actually a lap off the pit. Well, on my end, they are. Sorry, looking at the time and scoring here on the main broadcast. Obviously, they're on the lead lap, but the first car laps down, I should say, is going to be Rising Panda Racing in the 4th place position. 5th is going to be Tri-State Racing's number 333, with their teammate Tri-State Racing number 123 in 13th. In 13th overall, 6th in class. 7th is going to be FRS SimSport, the number 621. 8th, Vision 1 Motorsports. 9th is Going Racing, who's 11 laps down. They're your championship leader currently, with a decent championship gap, but they got caught up in an incident earlier. Just looking to recover. They've got 2 cars within a lap of them in front of them that they could possibly pass for position later in the evening. Fisher Motorsport Delara, number 14, running right behind them in the 10th place spot, with Scours GT 048 bringing up the rear.
That ports the DS Racing Esports team's 992 into GT Pro for the race lead, but they are still running 8 seconds right now behind Ethan Swan for Digital Chicane, who leads the way to the G-Stars in total. And of course, Mission Motorsports runs 2nd place. The Vertical Sim Racing team is in 3rd. RPM Racing sits in 4th, with Kinetic Racing down in the number 5 spot. Mission Motorsports runs 6th, with Vulture Motorsports in 7th. GSC Racing Esports sits down in that 8th place spot. Neil Middleton, the last car running in GT Pro, down to 9th with North Creek Racing, with Delta and North Sim Racing both not making starts for racing action here this afternoon.
Looking down the GT-AM field, we've got the Digital Chicane at number 93. No surprises there. Ethan Swan leading the way for that 93 team, with a very, very healthy lead, 50 seconds over the MSP number 34 in 2nd. Screeching Moose Motorsports, your championship leader. They've won 4 out of the 5 points races so far this year. They're rounding out the podium spots so far. Vulture Motorsports Plus running in 4th, with Vulture Motorsports running in 5th. MSP's number 33, driven by Thomas Baker, currently is driving in the 6th place spot, with Real Pixel Motorsport in 7th. Firestorm Motorsports number 29 is running in the 8th place position, with the 94 Full Send Racing running in 9th. 10th place is going to be Dogs on Web DS Racing, with the Digital Chicane number 80 in 11th. Heartbreak for the number 80 so far. They're just hoping to pick up any points they can possibly get through the rest of the night. Trading Paints Racing Red is running in the 12th place spot. I should say, I say running. They're sitting on pit road in 12th place, Cervoni in the Trading Paints Racing Red. 13th is Off in the Essence Racing, and Dangler Performance rounds out the GT Amp field. All 3 of the last couple guys sitting in pit road, but the race for the lead in the GTPs, the overall race lead is heating up.
Yeah, action picking up over here in your GTP class lead right now, as everything is coming to a head big time for the GTP runners. Erickson, Garrido now just a 1/4 of a second separated as they look to take things up and away. Just a 1/4 of a second apart. Could we see a pass for the lead here? Garrido closing in and ready to pounce.
Tight between these two coming up through the S's. This is the moment for João Garrido. Can he use the draft? Can he get to the inside of Jordan Erickson coming down to the bus stop? Doesn't look like he's got the momentum. Actually just lifting off the gas pedal ever so slightly, a little bit early, so he can get a better run through the center of the corner and get back to the bumper of Erickson as they go through the carousel, but not really able to get any bit of meaningful momentum, and Erickson's gonna hang on to the top spot for now as that Bikes Online DS Racing number 88 is trying to find a way by.
diving down on the brakes again. Right now, they're catching a lot of GT traffic. Could this be the opportunity for Garrido as he struggles to get himself up and around? Right now, 0.2 of a second separate the pair. That was a very aggressive cut back to the left across the nose of the Lamborghini, trying to make sure his racing line wasn't compromised coming down through the heel.
Ooh, but he kind of compromised it coming out of the boot. Little bit of a slide there from the 19. The 88 not able to capitalize. Didn't get that good of a run out of the corner either, as we see the 321 around on the carousel. Had to have made a mistake coming out of the bus stop if I had to bet. Well, I would bet wrong. I just looked at the replay. I don't know what to tell you about this one. I'm confused.
Let's take a look.
I'm very confused.
Hardware failure. That's a hardware failure through and through. He blinks out at them when he comes back in. Listen, full inputs. That's a hardware failure.
Oh my goodness. What's up with the hardware failures tonight?
Yeah, that's a big one too. He is very, very lucky that he wasn't around anybody when that happened. That could have been a big accident.
But I'm so irritated for him. They're running in second, and he has a hardware failure coming through the carousel. I mean, that's just the endurance racing is ridiculous. I mean, you could just. I know that could happen in any race, obviously, but the endurance races, it happens more often because you got so much time out on the racetrack, and it kind of leads to these scenarios where you could possibly have that. It's so hard done for the 321. They're having a good day running in second, and to have your wheel cut off in the middle of your stint, I mean, heartbreaking them there for them. And we're only 2 hours in, still 4 to go, so they're not completely out of it, but I don't know if they're going to be finding themselves on the podium now as they have to take a tow and fix damage.
This battle still sits only a 1/4 of a second separated for the race lead, and they are sitting right behind Brad Crouch now in that 911 machine. So the Porsche doing a good job to hang on, going to let through the top two, and Ericsson able to build out a sizable gap once more.
Yeah, it just ebbs and flows. The race lead does anyway. The gap for the race lead, I should say. Just, the lap traffic plays such an important role. That 19 is having to come through some slower guys right now. He's got an LMP2 about 0.8 of a second up the racetrack. Doubt he's going to be able to make a move down into the bus stop, so he might just have to sit and wait and lose a little bit of time. But that's way better than losing a little bit of your front nose.
Just over 2 hours into this race, so under 4 hours to go. About a third of the way through now. Will Robertson and Errol Vercier currently making their way through as well in the battle for the number 2 spot. And they've got McKenna Dean for Screeching Boost Motorsports not too far behind as well. A pair of Fisher Motorsports drivers, though, one GT Pro and one GTP, are going to disrupt the running, it looks like, from getting SMM back into the fray. But so far, the racing has cleaned up a good bit since that restart and the ensuing messes both under and immediately following the first yellow flag. Of course, we had that second caution in very, very quick succession there. Didn't even make it a full lap. So, oh boy, that is the race leaders.
Oh, the 19 tried to get around the outside of that GTM, and it just was not on. The GT had to use every little bit of the racetrack, and now the second place runner, João Garrido, gets a little held up through the last corner, so that stretches that gap back out. You thought maybe coming down to the penultimate corner, he would have an opportunity to get down to the inside, but Ericsson covered him off, didn't allow him to take the inside, and then was able to pull away through the help of the lap traffic. The gap is stretched back out to 0.8 of a second. It was actually a little bit more coming down into turn 1, over a second, but Garrido has had a hell of a turn 1 and picked up 4 or 5 tenths down the straightaway.
And now they've caught Kinetic Racing, another driver now that's going to be upsetting Ericsson's run. Lap traffic luck started to fall the way of Garrido as these guys are able to keep them nice and close, just the way we like to see. But at this point, I'm not confident we're going to be seeing another battle for position for these guys for a good while, at least not side by side, just with how much it's ebbing and flowing. Right now, Garrido hasn't really shown a lot of conviction to try to make any kind of significant dives.
So I feel like it just takes a couple laps to get side by side in the GTPs. It's very hard to build a run, to be able to actually make a move. And, well, whenever you need a couple laps to actually be able to put yourself side by side, you really need to be able to find some clean air. And there's no clean air. There's no clean racetrack for you to be able to set up the guy. What could set you up, though, is him getting caught up behind some lap traffic. Second lap in a row, the 19's had troubles through there. But the lap traffic, as much as it's helped keep the 88, coming back to the back bumper of the 19, I think it's hurting him. And the fact that he's just not able to make a move. Every time that he's got an opportunity to get close, he's got to get by one of the GTs.
So far, everything going along quite nicely. There we see just another battle behind. That's for 8th and 9th. Scott Meredith and Eduardo Tualdo, Grizzly Motorsports and Bravo Stowe Shatton also going at it in an equally tight battle comparative to that of the race lead. But these guys fighting for spots that are 5 laps down.
Hey, every position matters. Doesn't matter whether you're 5 laps down, 100 laps down, or fighting for the lead.
Exactly.
Every little bit of points matter, especially if you're, I don't know about these guys back here. I don't really think that they're fighting for the championship or anything, but, really going back to the LMP2 category, Go-In Racing, they got caught out in something early. They're just in here trying to pick up the points. The points leader right now, they're trying to mitigate the damage, running way far back in the LMP2s. In 9th place right now, but there are 2 guys in front of them that are either on their same lap or within a lap of them, so they can pick up positions on without there being an accident. So those guys are going to be pushing for everything they got to get those 2 extra positions because, like I said, every single point matters. And going to the GT-AM, there's another one that we've talked to 2 of their drivers in the broadcast booth tonight. The Digital Chicane, number 80, taken out in that restart accident. Well, they're trying to pick up every little bit of points that they can, too. They're stuck in a championship fight. Their problem is the guys that they've been fighting for the championship have won 4 of the 5 points races so far. So a race like this for the 80 where you're scrounging and just trying to finish in the top 10 is not going to help you whatsoever whenever it comes to the points, unless that Screeching Moose Motorsports, number 5, finds a barrier as well.
The next car up the road from Matthew Oravec is that of Nuno Barbosa, the DS Racing Esports team, 555 Ferrari. So there's a good distance here that they're going to have to close in if they really want to make this happen. You do still have the battle for second as well in GTN that's kicking off as well between Errol Vercier and Will Robertson for MSP. So a lot of drivers trying to get themselves sorted. And then, of course, that battle for the lead continues to ebb and flow from 3/10 to 6/10 in about a couple seconds.
And it just does it every single lap, man. I mean, I'm surprised. It's weird that they haven't actually swapped the lead back and forth at the front, I feel like. Just whenever it was the MSP number 3 in second, it was the same story. They would go back to 2.5 seconds back and then all of a sudden be a half a second back, and then the next time you look up, it's 2.5 seconds. Really just kind of seeing the same with Garrido, except he's not falling quite as far back whenever he does fall off. He's kind of keeping that gap consistently between half a second to a second. So I think Garrido's got a little bit more pace than that number 3 did. Obviously, they've started to pull away from him. And I honestly think he's got more pace than the 19 right now. If he could just get the clean air, get the track position, I think that he would pull away from the Trading Paints Racing Black Machine.
Trouble for Barbosa. The DS Racing Esports 555 Ferrari is around at the exit of the inner loop. He's going to do a bit of a 3-point turn and get himself back rolling again right at the entrance to the outer loop, also known as the carousel, or turn 6. No problems.
Well, that's what the Digital Chicane 80 wanted. That's a free spot right there for him.
Yeah. Right behind RPM, but I think this is self-inflicted. Yes, sir. Too much curve, hard into the wall.
And it's more the angle than anything. You can take that much curve, but you've got to hit that. You've got to hit that bump with the left front tire. You can't be hitting it with your nose. If you straddle that thing, it pops your car up. The underbody doesn't like it, and well, you're just going spinning. We're gonna get an onboard here. Well, this is actually an LMP2 going through.
This is with Going.
Trying to get around the outside.
Playing with fire on that one.
Yeah, he could have slowed down and made that easier, but he made that spectacular. I like it. Arca braking, whenever it works out, looks really good.
Yeah, it's the fact that it doesn't work out all that often.
It does not.
That's why it's called that.
It typically doesn't work out, but whenever it does work, it's fantastic to watch.
Funnily enough, it doesn't,
Hey, it worked out there for him, didn't it? It gave him a 1X for going through the grass, but I don't think that's too much to write home about.
It did. You're not wrong. I'll give you that one. Well, we got this race continuing to pick up, and it's looking like there's going to be no changes for the time being. So what we are going to do, we are going to take ourselves with a quick step back. When we return, it's more for the 6 hours of Glen on Greenflight TV. We'll go side by side. You won't miss a thing. We'll be back in a moment.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to the VSCA Sports Car Championship in the 6 hours of the Glen. The battle for the lead continues on. Ericsson and Garrido still looking to be nose to tail as they work their way down the straightaway. Garrido looking like he may very well be saving fuel. If you're just joining us, my name is Ola Rempel alongside Austin Edstrom. Tonight's race is brought to you by Twin Bush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twin Bush, quality that convinces. So while we were side by side, we saw this gap continuing to ebb and flow as the race goes on. But there was also a pretty hard crash for Ronald Gross for the Real Pixel Motorsports Lamborghini. Austin, walk us through it.
Yeah, going down into the S's, he's getting caught by Edward Toldo. Here, coming through here, Toldo holds him pretty narrow. Gross comes off the curb ever so slightly, and they make door contact. Gross spins around, does a couple 360s, hard contact with the wall, tries to get it flicked back around, but there was just no room on the racetrack for him to do it. So he took the toe. That's a hard one for me to call. I feel like Toldo definitely coulda, shoulda, woulda, gave him a little bit more room, but Gross also kind of got a little twitchy off the curb and came off of it a little bit. So that's a very, very tough one to call. I feel like it kind of just goes down to a racing incident where maybe you would hope next time around Toldo gives them just a little bit more breathing space just in case something happens. But at the end of the day, it's just tough for Gross. I believe they were running 6th place in the GTM, but now that's really put a damper on their run.
Right now, the time is about, just past 1 o'clock p.m. in Sim, so it's definitely going to be a race that will finish well under the sunlight, and still no rain on the radar. There's not anticipated to be any rain throughout the course of the afternoon, so this should be a dry race through and through. 29 degrees centigrade in the air, 53 degrees down on the racetrack. And for you, Austin, that is 127 degrees Fahrenheit. It is blistering hot out there on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, I was about to say we need to, get the C's off of there. I don't know what that degree temperature is.
They use C's. I use C's.
I don't like the C's, man. Even though it's totally the better unit of measurement for temperature. I'll say that. But who would have thought?
Who would have thought that, like, the rest of the world gets it right?
Yeah, who would have thought that the rest of the world, the ones that use, hundreds and thousands and, the nice even numbers to distinguish between meters and kilometers or whatnot to where you can easily convert them, would have a good temperature measurement, and not the guys that use 5,280 feet for a mile.
How many yards are in a mile?
Well, take 5,280 and divide it by 3, and there's your answer.
Why are you guys like this?
I don't know. To be honest, if I didn't grow up on it, I wouldn't be using it. I can tell you right now.
Oh no! Huge crash! Oh no! That's the GTP and the GTM leaders! That's 2 of the class leaders that are out!
Oh my word.
Digital Chicane's Ferrari is destroyed. That kills their race altogether. A dominant performance over a minute lead. Back to the Mercedes is done for. And Trading Paints Racing's Jordan Erickson went up and over, barrel rolled through the S's, and the safety car has been deployed.
Holy cow, two
That came out of
leaders.
nowhere.
I mean, we're just talking about freaking Fahrenheit and Celsius and meters and yards, and all of a sudden the leaders get together and completely stop us in our tracks. I mean, I don't even know what to say. They're just both out of the race. There's no chance.
No. I am at a loss. What the heck happened? They're just being caught and, just again a miscommunication on who was going where.
I don't know if the 93 was aware that they were coming up so fast in his mirror. I feel like you have to be a little bit more deliberate with your movements, and it was a very lazy.
That's the racing line. That's the racing line.
I agree. It's just, I don't know, man. That's a really, really tough one to call. It just felt like it was a lazy move over to the right. Whenever you've got people coming up behind, it's hard. I don't know even who to put this on.
I think that's.
He's showing the nose to the.
I mean, he's drifted over to the right. That's the racing line. I feel like Trading Paints should have gone left. That's my opinion on that.
I think you're right.
It's tough. It's a very tough place to try to lap a car, but when you're going that fast, you don't have a choice, and you got to make that split-second decision.
Can we look in the Trading Paints cockpit through the entire S's? I really want to see what they're thinking going up through the hill. I don't know, man. I'm
curious. Let's ride on board here with Digital Chicane. I'm curious if there's any sort of hesitation there. Watch that wheel. No, there was no hesitation. I mean, he was making that very subtle drift to hit that apex, as you so often do.
Oh.
That safety car came out immediately, too. There was no hesitation. VSCA administration did not want a repeat of earlier, and I have to give the credit. That was insane how quick they got that out. And you know what? You know why they got it out so quick? Kyle Birdie's car was right behind that mess. That's how they knew it was happening right in front of them.
Yeah, and you never know how that's going to stack up with them stopped on the exit of the S's like that. And with what we saw earlier, I don't blame them one bit for throwing the yellow flag. The S is such a dangerous section.
Absolutely.
It
was a good call.
I don't know how to call complete fault on that incident. I don't have enough experience in this for sure to be able to call it. I just, I ran the GTs last night, and whenever I saw somebody coming up through the S's, I would be a little bit more deliberate, really showing my line. I don't think the 93 was deliberate showing his line, but to your point, he was running the very normal racing line. And we've preached on it and harped on it. If you're being predictable, you're running the normal racing line, that's all you can do, and they have to find a way by you after that. And I think the 19 just made the wrong choice going up to the right side. Kind of going back on what I had initially said, but it's just, it's a tough incident to call between two race leaders.
This is what Garrido saw, the new race leader. He was right behind this. I mean, that is a heart stopper right in front of you. Like, holy cow, talk about, like, a close shave. That is nuts. And then, of course, the Acura getting a bit caught up in this as well, just a little ways behind. This was Nelson Clemente, the NGC Esports driver. Oh, he was even closer.
That's one I'm definitely going to be paying attention to after the race to see how the stewards rule. I don't know if this one is like super cut and dry. I just don't know. That's such a difficult.
Close that was. Holy cow.
The closing speed is just insane, man. And it's a weird spot where you're coming from left to right. Oh, that's one that the stewards are going to have to look at time and time and time again.
Well, that puts us under the safety car for now the third time this afternoon. Really the second time, though. I feel like the second one was a bit of an extension of the first, given the monster. Oh.
What?
Okay, we just about had a huge crash under the safety car. My heart stopped for a second there. Nelson Clemente in the NGC Esports got a little bit nervy with some traffic there, and that could have been bad. That could have been really bad. That was John Goodwin, the Torque Creek Racing driver, that was trying to get around this field. And you're going to take a ride on board here. He's getting the wave around. All of a sudden, the GP goes to the left, and
he slowed down in time. He slowed
did.
down. You know,
he did. It wasn't as close as I first thought, but for the closing speed, I thought it was closer than it was. But that's why they tell you, it doesn't matter if you're being waved around or not. You keep to the right.
Are we going to take a commercial break under this? Because if not, we've got Ryan Kaprowski waiting, and I feel like that's an interview we absolutely need to.
You know what? We did just take one. So let's bring Kaprowski up here to the broadcast booth. I think he's earned it after a tough night like this. It's tough. I mean, this is no kidding. I mean, I feel for him. I really do. We'll bring Ryan Kaprowski up here into the broadcast booth, and we'll give a chit chat here to the other driver that has just seen his race go up in smoke. It's not the way you were hoping to see your race end here, Ryan. I know that for a fact. I mean, walk us through what's going on through your head right now.
Yeah, so, hey guys, how you guys doing? Good to be back in here. Slightly, little bit circumstances, but what we've got going on currently, yeah, I mean, it's really tough going up to the S's. Like, the closing rate between the two classes of cars is just absolutely mind-boggling. I personally, you know, I think if the stewards are going to end up looking at it, it'll be more likely a racing incident than anything, because both cars could have done things differently. It wasn't just purely one or the other. But luckily for us, we don't seem to be too damaged somehow. Looks like we just need a front bumper, and then that'll be pretty much it from the looks of things. So not over yet, so a long race to go.
I'm honestly amazed that you've managed to keep that car not just on the racetrack, but still hanging on to the race lead. So advantages of having a huge gap there. I mean, obviously, you'll have to assess once that car comes down to pit road, but if you do have to sit and give them some track position to fix that damage, what's going to be the game plan for the remainder of the race?
I think at this point, we'll take whatever repairs we have, and then, yeah, we got, 3 hours to go pretty much after, worst case, we'll have about 3 hours to pretty much, go all out. So it's nowhere near over yet.
Well, you got that one right. 3.5 hours just over, still on the clock. And I want to talk about the overall pace this car has had throughout the week, topping both free practice FP1 and FP2 sessions. In FP1, knocking out the entirety of the GT Pro field to boot. And now you're leading the way in all of the GT cars, GT Pro included. You were up by a minute over MSP in second place. What is it about this track that has just seen this car come to life?
We were just actually talking about that internally too. It just, spending a lot of time here. We spent quite a bit of time practicing, especially in the hotter track conditions, and then kind of tuning the setup, I guess, geared more towards the hotter track temperatures. And I think combined with, the lack of dirty air that we've relatively had compared to some of the other cars, I think that's really played into our hands quite massively.
It was, for you guys, I mean, this car has been, it's had a tumultuous run over the course of the season, but you're finally able to get some fortunes going your way. You, of course, took the first win with this car in the Lone Star Grand Prix about a month ago. Thinking big picture for the championship, where do you see this 93 machine ending up?
At this point, it's actually kind of tough to say. I mean, we are still quite a ways down in terms of overall points. I think in the neighborhood of 700 or 800. Can't remember off the top of my head. But, surely it's not impossible to try and still go for the win. But I think realistically at this point, it'll be top 3, I think.
Well, we'll see how everything's going to pan on out throughout the course of this race. Still a long way to go, and if that car's doesn't have as much damage as you say, this could prove to be a good fight. That car could still have a victory lane. We'll wish you the best of luck then here.
Yep, thanks, guys.
Ryan Kaprowski, his team currently running in the race lead in GTM still. You know what? Good on them, honestly, right? I mean, they are not giving up. They know there's a long way to go. It's unfortunate. It's a setback. And right now they're treating it as a setback, not a race end. So if they can bounce back from this, that would be legendary.
They've had ridiculous pace all night, right? They've been clearly the class of the GTM field, but they haven't come down to actually see how much damage for sure is on that thing. Obviously, Ethan Swan is relaying information to the team, talking about how it's driving fine under caution. I don't necessarily feel any wheel damage. I imagine is probably what he's saying based off of that interview that we just had with Ryan Kaprowski, because if they had wheel damage, I think that Kaprowski would be a little bit more frustrated or a little bit more upset about the scenario. But, he said it seems like they just have to put a front bumper on that thing.
Well, look at that wheel. It's almost perfectly straight. I think the fact that he went head on into that wall is what saved that car from actually getting more damage, as hard of a hit as that was.
They're obviously going to lose their track position on this pit stop, having to sit in here for a long, long time getting that thing fixed. But I just don't think that that's going to be a race ender. And obviously, through the crash, we thought it was done and dusted. The damage you see on that car, you think, well, they've got to be done with this thing. It's got to be over. They're going to lose laps. But obviously, the yellow flag coming out because it happened in the S's saved them. They're able to come down pit road, get the bumper put back on, and then fix the thing up. So to his point, they've got a chance. I see it buffering out. The right front has just completely flexed to normal as if there was no damage. Next up, they're going to be working on the left front and then the front nose, very front of the nose, I should say. So they'll be at the back of the lead lap of the GTM field, but to his point, I think they're still going to be in this thing.
And remember, no fast repairs. They don't have the ability to quick repair this car. All of this is, cost them precious seconds. Honestly, the fact that this is a caution is life-saving for them. If that wasn't a yellow flag or a safety car or full Chris Yell, whatever you want to call it, they would be losing lap after lap, having to sit in the pits and get this damage repaired. This gives them a huge chunk of time to be able to get this damage fixed.
Absolutely. The leaders are just now coming out of the carousel, right? They haven't even gotten into the boot yet. So he still has a minute and a half to get the rest of this damage repaired. And that car looks pretty okay. I mean, I can still see damage on it, but it doesn't look nearly as bad as it did coming down into pit road. I just see a couple more fenders that they need to beat in and look brand new. And I think that they'll be A-okay. That car doesn't look bad.
I'm at a loss. I thought it was over. We both thought it was over. They're still in this thing, man. I mean, and I am glad for them, right? Because they have had such a rough start to the season. I mean, no matter how much pace they had, something would always go wrong to disrupt the pattern. Remember at Daytona, right? They were running up there with the race lead, and was it them or was it Fusion that crashed out in the bus stop chicane? Because I know I know Digital had a couple of incidents, even though they were running pretty close towards the front as well all race.
I'm not 100% certain. It's been so long since we've ran in VSCA. I feel like we've had a good handful of weeks off here. Kind of hard to refresh my memory, but I do know for a fact both digital chicane cars have been on the bad end of the luck spectrum just about every race this year. I mean, I don't know that they've had anything go their way.
This is coming up and over the rise. I want to see the angle that Swan hit the wall here, because this is going to, I think, spell a lot about how this race is panning out. So we're not focusing about cause or falls here. We're just focusing on, how this car hit the wall and how much damage it may have took. So there's the initial hit to the right rear. Gets rebounded back, and yeah, that's an almost straight-on hit into the wall. That, I think, is what saved them a ton of damage, because they didn't rebound back into the wall. Well, they did, but again, nearly head-on and at a much lower speed.
Yeah, I mean, he hit the same part of the car twice. Obviously, he didn't have the bumper to protect him the second time, but I don't think a tire ever touched the fence. A little bit of rear damage there also, but that was a whole lot less of contact than the front end. I'm looking at their front end right now, and it looks it looks brand new. It looks completely fine. Looking at their rear end, still a little bit of damage. I see the rear bumper is flexed up ever so slightly, but the wing looks perfect. The wing looks totally fine. So I think they're going to be a-okay for the rest of this thing. Obviously, they're going to be at the back of the pack as they've got to catch up to the rest of the field. But it looks like they're going to cycle out in about 5th place.
To give an idea of how much height Jordan Erickson at the Trading Paints car caught, you still see the tire bars going into the wall there. The camera that we had there is just on top of the guardrail, and his car cleared that. It was above the guardrail. That is
Good
nuts.
God.
Right now, Orlando Campos is the furthest driver up for Vice Motorsports in terms of class leaders, so it will be Campos here to take us back to the green flag. But Campos, unlike pretty much everybody else in the LMP2 field, he has not come down to pit road under this safety car.
Interesting strategy decision there from the LMP2 leader. And I know we've been talking a lot about the 93, but you know, I got to mention again how lucky they are that that wreck happened in the S's, right? If it happens anywhere else on the racetrack, we don't throw the yellow flag for it. There's plenty of places to go around people at just about anywhere else on this racetrack. But the S's, it's super tight. You're worried about people flying through there over a blind hill, not seeing the accident until it's too late. So the yellow flag has to come out, or else you're really, really, really risking a major accident. So the 93, in all likelihood, honestly, got very lucky out of that. Like we've mentioned, 2 hits to the outside wall with the front end, but crucially, not hitting a tire and then backing it in, but not taking the wing off. I mean, this, obviously you never want to get wrecked, but this is probably the best scenario possible for the 93 to get wrecked in.
Critically, for their class, they're on the lead lap. That is huge for them. They're going to be able to get that thing out of there. Look, that car is fixed. That looks like a brand new car that just came off the hauler.
The back end has the tiniest of damage, and that is it. I'm telling you, there's a little nudge in the back end. But like, I don't think that that's gonna matter. The wing's fine.
We're gonna be talking
the nose
about
is
that
fine.
for a while.
I mean, it's gonna be the story of the race because now they get to come through the field. They were a minute ahead of everybody. Now they have to come through the entire field. They've had the most pace out of anybody, and with the car looking like that, I feel like it's possible for them to do it again. So I really do believe that's the story of the race. The 93 could go from being in the lead to being head onto the outside wall twice to being back into the lead by the end of this thing, and it wouldn't surprise me.
Bruno Carrera leading the way in GT Pro. So the DS Racing Esports team number 992 is going to be leading his class. He sits, well, the Fisher Motorsports machine has an LMP2 between them, so that's not too far away. Sean Hatfield for Scrooge Moose Motorsports has got the second place runner, Will Robertson for MSP, just behind him in GTM. Same story for Garrido and Bernie. We'll start nose to tail.
Well, we've got one less competitor of the GTPs up the front of the field. That's one we're definitely not getting back. That Trading Paints Racing Black number 19. They were absolutely destroyed. And I'm looking at the pits. They've got it all fixed now, but they're 4 laps off the pace. That's how much damage they had. So I don't know if they're going to come back out and try to salvage or a better position or not. Their car looks good, but they're still stuck in pit road right now. So the GTP field, at least the front end of it, does get thinned a little bit because of this yellow. Who's actually going to be leading us back to the green flag? Because I feel like that's kind of what gave us a little bit of an issue coming through the S's on the initial start. Okay. Well, the last time, whenever we had the issue, it was a GT, which he's got a GT behind him. And a couple there as the GTPs are going to have to come through. So I'm really worried about the GTPs coming through the S's on the slower class cars. That's what caused that incident. That's what caused the accident that brought out this yellow flag a moment ago. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another one on the restart.
Lights are out. Safety car will be in this lap, and we are ready to go to war once again, just shy of halfway in the 6 hours of the Glen.
Wonder how much longer Orlando Campos can go. without having to come down pit road. Him not pitting under this yellow flag, little bit different, throwing themselves on a bit of a different strategy than the guys they were racing. So that's a very contentious point. When do they come down pit road? How does their strategy play out? How the heck does the 93 recover from their issue, now running 5th in the GTM field? There's a good couple of storylines throughout the field, and we're getting ready to go back racing. Green flag coming out this time by, and we're getting down to the halfway point. I mean, this race has kind of been flying by.
We'll get set to see how this is all going to pan on out. Is everything going to come to a head here as we get set to go back to green flag racing in the 6 hours of the Glen? The iRacing safety car going to make that duck down and into pit road. In the hands now of Orlando Campos into the restart zone. Green flags out. We are back to it. Vincent Labian immediately pits from 5th in your GT Pro field off the restart, possibly with a penalty to serve. Everyone else side by side as they work their way back to the S's.
This is where I'm kind of puckering up a little bit, just a little nervy watching the faster class cars pick through the GTs, through the S's. Looking a little bit better this time compared to the last restart. Everybody getting through their A-OK, not seeing anything on my track map, not seeing anybody pop up crashing. And we've got a 3-wide battle down into the bus stop chicane. You want to get that figured out before you get down there. Tight moment. One goes off into the outside wall. That's going to be huge damage.
No, not quite. I think they got it stopped.
Did they?
It looks like they did, yeah. Look, there's no damage on that nose. They got that thing slowed down. That was Molina, one of the Tri-State cars.
Oh, my word. I thought he was on a collision course for the outside wall. What a job from Molina to get that thing stopped, kick it sideways, and the thing just completely breaks down through the bus stop. So lucky for him that he was not into the outside fence. That could have been a race ender.
Take a look. Yeah, locked that thing down beautifully. Didn't hit a thing.
Probably should have been a race ender. That could have been huge.
Everyone else still making the way around. 3 wide, Swan to the inside of Baker, and Digital Chicane is on the move. And the car that was just in the race lead, we thought was out of the race, is back up to 4th.
What in the world, man? Immediately, he's making moves. It's not even like he's having to get back accustomed to the car. The car must be completely fine. If he's making moves already on lap 1 of the restart, picking up a position, I gotta think that car is A-OK.
Huge drive for him, and we're going to check back in on the GTP leaders. We got a battle for the lead. Rossman up the back end of Garrido. No move from Hardcore, though. DS Racing Esports team hangs on for the race lead in GTP for the time being. Everyone else looking to see if they can't go back at it.
A lot of the field coming back up to the S's for the second time since the restart. Still very bunched up. Still some faster cars trying to get through the slower cars. And every moment coming out, one car just about into the grass coming out of the S's. It's just tight racing all throughout the field. I mean, they're racing up hard for the overall race lead with Rossman trying to run down Garrido and even further in the back. I mean, this restart, it is very chaotic all throughout the field as Ethan Swan in the Digital Chicane number 93 is still trying to make up time. He's not even too far back from his GTM competitors. Only 5 seconds off of the race lead.
Right now, a lot of the field still tucked up line of stern, but a lot of the battles are already starting to die out as a lot of the faster traffic ducking around some of these slower class drivers here in this one. So everything right now is panning out exactly how you would expect. So for a lot of the drivers, I think they're in good standing. With all of that said, right now, the 016 driver, Josh Rodig for Vulture Motorsports, is on a tear. He is trying to close out the Sean Hatfield for Screech Moose Motorsports. They sit separated by only 2 seconds. We got one of their drivers as well, Errol Vercier, standing by. Austin, what do you feel about giving a chit chat here with the other driver of the 016?
Oh yeah, let's do that. Hey, Errol, how you doing, man? How's your race going so far? Pulling you up to the broadcast booth to give you a little bit of a chat. Just walk us through your race so far and kind of what you expect going forward.
Hey guys, our race was going pretty well. We pit psychically right before that third caution came out, did a driver swap, and everybody else pitted on the caution. We're kind of confused as to why we are not in the net lead of this race. We're kind of wondering where the sort went. But other than that, race has been pretty good. Car feels great. It's got good long pace, especially as the tires heat up. Tires are easy to manage and get them back under you if you heat them up a little bit. GTPs are being pretty respectful today. So all in all, though, really excellent day of racing.
Yeah, y'all have been sitting up towards the top of the field in the GTM for most of the race, and like you said, strategy kind of working out for you. Honestly, I'm not completely sure about the strategy myself. It's so difficult to keep track with the caution flags and different people pitting at different times. But regardless, y'all cycled out to the second place spot currently. What are your thoughts about the digital chicane number 93? You know, y'all saw him, obviously, you saw him going hard into the barrier on that last incident. And we in the broadcast booth thought their race was over, but they've all of a sudden found themselves back into the third place spot, about 4 seconds off your back bumper with a little bit of damage still. Do you think that y'all can hold them off now that they've kind of been through the ringer a little bit? And do you think that this is a race where the race win is on for you guys?
Well, like I said, I think the race win was on with us. I think digital chicane should be about 8 seconds behind us after the full course yellow, considering they went in and we did not. So kind of confused on that. I think he actually just, or no, that was the 80 that just pushed past us. But we'll see where we go. They got some fast drivers over there. I let them go earlier after the end of the second caution, just because I knew the condition of my tires. I knew I couldn't bring it to him, so I just let him go going up the S's. I didn't want to get into any scraps going into the bus stop with him. So we'll see. We'll see where we're at. But we feel pretty good about the car, and so we got another 3 hours and 15 minutes in this race. We're pretty confident with the car, the tires and everything, so we feel pretty good.
Well, Josh is doing a heck of a job right now, running about even lap times as the race leader, the Screeching Moose Motorsports guys. Well, Errol, through the beginning portion of this race, we've seen a lot of, obviously, lap traffic come into play, or, the multi-class shenanigans come into play. How has that been so far for the 016? Have you found yourself in any nervy moments that just about, could have ended your day, or have y'all been pretty clean and green the entire time, not really worrying about it?
Actually, sorry, because my Discord name says 016, but I'm driving the 017 today. But I can also speak for the 016, being the team principal. I know they had a little bit of shenanigans earlier, but they're on a good recovery drive right now. They got a solid strategy in place to play the long game on this race and try to come up towards the front as we wind down. For the 017, we've had pretty good traffic. We practiced traffic management a lot before these races, and the GTPs have been pretty respectful around us today so far. Nobody's shoved it in real rude like. So I think the traffic management part of it is working as designed, and it's how well can you manage traffic and take advantage of those holdups and squeeze bys.
My apology on getting the car incorrect there, but yeah, the
No, that's
016
my fault.
definitely threw me off.
That's my fault. I apologize.
No, you're good. But either way, it's been a heck of a race for y'all so far. Either way, both the Vulture Motorsports cars finding themselves in the top 5 right now with really good pace. Through the rest of this race, right, you got just about half of it done, and we've got about halfway to go. How many more pit stops are we looking at from y'all if we run green? And, for the strategy to work out perfect for y'all, are you looking for a caution at any particular time, or are you hopeful that this thing runs green to the end?
We will need a caution to avoid splash and dash at the end because of we chose not to pit at the early full course yellow, and then that second full course yellow and the restart really worked to our advantage. That really made the staying out on the first full course yellow pay off. It's just a shame that on this last full course yellow we kind of cycled further back than we anticipated. So we need at least, we're hoping, I think, for one more caution to make it on our strategy.
Well, and from what we've seen so far tonight, obviously the wrecks in the S's kind of force the admin's hands sometimes
Yep,
to throw
yep.
yellow. So I imagine if we see a big crash in the S's again, which is not out of the realm of possibility, we'll be seeing that yellow that y'all so desperately need come out. But then obviously you still got the random yellows that could kind of help y'all. Is there a time that you really don't want that yellow to come out though, like right after a pit stop or right before you're gonna make a pit stop? Like when would a yellow actually hurt the 017 if it would?
Right before a pit stop, like a lap before a pit stop, that would probably hurt us. We wouldn't want to have to come down the pit and take the penalty, and that's definitely happened to us in races past where we've been about to pit, yellow comes out, and we can't make it around for a 4 or 5 lap caution. So I'm hoping it doesn't hit us right as we're about to pit.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing how the strategy plays out for the 017 going forward. It sounds like, y'all are just about right there to be able to pick up some spots just off of strategy alone. So hopefully for you guys, that caution flag does fly at an opportune moment for you. And we appreciate you coming up to the booth and giving us a little bit of a chat here for the last couple minutes. So thank you for coming up and talking to us, and looking forward to seeing what that 017 can do the rest of the day. And maybe we'll get to talk to you a little bit later if y'all come home with a race win.
Yeah, let's hope so. Thanks, guys. Great broadcast.
We appreciate it, Errol. That's Errol Vercier of the 017. I really hope I said your last name right, Errol. Man, the European names, they get me, Nolan. They really do.
I think you got it all right. I mean, we haven't been corrected yet, so that's the general rule of thumb, right? If there's no corrections, assume it's the right way. So right now, they're still running strong in 2nd and 5th. There was a pass for the 3rd place spot in GTM. This is how that one came about, as the digital chicane number 93 got overtaken by Ethan Swan from Mary Sims Performance. And after that, just seconds later, Corey Hasselow had an off, and this is the Full Send Racing number 94. And they got tipped by one of the MSP cars and spun it off and into the S's.
I think that was some net code. I felt like they were okay there through the center of the corner. I don't know. I didn't think that they were all that close. I might have to go back and watch that on my own just to get another look at it, because it didn't. Well, there was definitely a little bit, but it looked like they were going to come together after the net code would have happened. So basically a wash, but still unfortunate for them that they kind of got spin off. But they had a weird entry angle with the 33 kind of having his entry screwed up by getting passed by a faster class car, as we see a big gaggle of cars coming down to the bus stop again, which is typically not what you want to see.
And Team Hardcore and Jason Burney both struggling to try and work their way past a bunch of lap traffic while being slowed down as little as possible. This is the battle for the number 2 spot in GTP. Garrido for DS Racing is very much out there and pulling away. So seeing how this is all going to pan out. But right now we are, 7 minutes shy of halfway. And we've got another off. Oh, it's the Full Send Racing car again. That time by going out and in towards the carousel.
And that's on the exit of the bus stop.
Oh boy.
Whoa!
Whoa!
You know what that has the makings of, or the looks of? That's must have hit the second left-hand turtle a little bit too hard here. I gotta imagine if he's sliding all the way through the bus stop, he must have been sliding through the carousel. It must have started there, and yep,
perfect
the little
call.
jump.
And then look at MSP, just avoiding that.
Yeah.
That is unbelievably close. Let's take a ride.
And you were talking. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, let's take a ride on board with that MSP car. Trying to figure out which car that was. That was Thomas Baker that just had that near miss.
All seems fine and dandy going down into the bus stop. Big gap in front of you. You don't really think that you're going to have to be dodging anybody coming out of the bus stop whenever you've got this much room in front. You just see him hop over that curve, get a little squirrely, just about impossible to save. I mean, that's incredible reactions to get on the brakes and slide to the left like that. Great job from that MSP number 33 to get by. That could have been a race ender. And we were talking about the second place battle in GTP. How about the second place battle in GTM? That's Ethan Swan in that number 93 that we thought was destroyed about 20 minutes ago. Looking to the outside of the Vulture Motorsports. Second place runner, that's the 0-16 of Josh Rodig, getting done around the outside by Ethan Swan for second.
And look at this, the sister car going to get around there as well. So the other digital chicane machine of Matthew Oravec going to pull clear, and now Oravec can play rear gunner support for the sister car up the road.
He very well could. He's 9 laps down, so he's not really fighting for position himself. But like you said, his teammate needs a little bit of help in front of him. They got a little bit of damage. Looked like the faster car in the race, or the fastest car in the race for the GT-AMs. But now, it still looks really, really quick, but the pace has been even with Hatfield up in the race lead, but they're 7 seconds back. So he really needs, just to be able to pull a gap over his teammate and over that Vulture Motorsports car now that he's gotten clear. And with his teammate being right behind him 9 laps down, you got to think that 93 is going to start pulling away a little bit from the other GT-AMs as they go down into the penultimate corner. Ethan just trying to hang on as a faster class car comes through, trying to make time. Excuse me. I'm trying to make time on Screeching Moose Motorsports, but so far not really making any inroads. He's just going to have to hope that he can find some clean tracks soon and be able to put down some good lap times consistently to be able to catch up to that number 5.
Kind of checking in on some of the other classes that we haven't got the chance to touch on much this race. Right now in GT Pro, there's not a lot of battles going on. The closest one is right now between Benjamin Fisher and Victor Irulia Garrido for the 151 BMW. As that BMW machine actually trying to pull around the outside there and make that move for the World of Sim Racing machine, but stuck behind the Screeching Moose Motorsports car. So right now, about a second and a half back from Fisher up the road. And then LMP2 has really broken apart. I mean, only 3 cars on the lead lap. Right now, Orlando Campos leads the way by just over a second from Cody Richardson and HC Racing just behind. But it is a good 5 second gap back to Christopher Seftel for GSE Racing Esports. And that is a lap car behind him.
Our race leader, Bikes Online DS Racing, has absolutely pulled out a big gap over these guys, though. I mean, we're talking about the LMP2, but just to switch over to the GTPs for a moment, Garrido, ever since he took the race lead after the 19 got put out, has consistently been the fastest car lap after lap. I mean, just pulling away from the 830, leaving him in the dust, stretching out a 4-second lead over Rossman in the 830, and a little bit more to Bernie in the 3. That 0-1, sorry, not 0-1. Every time I look at the dadgum ticker on the side, I think it's their car number, but the 88, absolutely.
Oh!
The 8, that's Wolf going spinning.
Joshua Wolf takes the Traded Paints number 8 for a slide, looking like he managed to save that car for the most part. As Wolf dropped this one right in the middle of the bus stop.
I just did it again, by the way. I said number 8. That's his daggum position. He's the number 1 car.
Oh, the humor. But yeah, you
look, man, I need the big NASCAR door numbers for me to be able to.
This is on board with the back of Joshua Wolf here. We don't usually take a look at these rear view cameras. I cannot underestimate how close he was to slamming into the wall. Watch this. Oh, boy. Didn't hit a thing. That is legendary. Good save from Joshua Wolf.
That wing is thinking it's lucky stars. That could have been, he's got some lucky stars on the back of that thing, too. Look at that.
Good flick spin to get it out. I'll give that a solid 7 out of 10 for the flick spin.
He had the grass to help him out, though. So does that count off because you weren't on the asphalt? You know, there's more grip on the asphalt. So it's okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll give you that. Bang average.
That'd be a 5.
Most people consider 7 average.
Really?
Yeah. Because, well, okay. Look, if you're in school, what's average? C's. C's and B's.
Yeah.
So, like, at least in America, I don't know about the rest of the world. You know, you Canadians, I don't know if y'all do it a little different, or if everybody in this race does it a little different. But most people I talk to, you know, you're like, yeah, 7's pretty average. Even though that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You would think 5 would be if you're grading on the 1 to 10 scale, but...
Well, I actually did get graded on a 1 to 4 scale. 4 was bad, 1 was good.
What?
Don't ask me. It was a public school system. Don't look at me for that.
What? Do y'all grade 1 through 4 in public schools?
For
In
element.
Canada?
Oh, boy. Fisher Motorsports making an aggressive jump to the outside. Thought for a moment he had gotten into the back of Screeching Moose Motorsports. But to your point, I was in elementary school, but I was pulled out of that to do homeschooling from grade 5 onwards. So I can't speak to, middle and high school or anything like that. I did get grade on an average grading scale of like actual letters in middle and high school for homeschooling. So I don't know where the difference lies, but I'm not an expert in that front.
Yeah, in the States, we get, smiley face and frowny faces in kindergarten, and then everywhere after that, it's A, B, C's, and B's.
That sounds about right.
I don't know about this 1 through 4 scale we're talking about. That's a little different. They like judging us down here a little bit too quickly, I suppose. They're judging us in elementary school. They let y'all get to middle school at least before they really start putting you under a microscope, I suppose.
There's a lot of cars in this mix here. These are all, now this is right now all, I'm gonna pull something up here. Take a look at this battle box. This is all for on-track overall position. Look at how many classes you've got in one rung here. You got 3 in a row. You got an LMP2 car cutting its way through. You've got poor Screech Moose Motorsports trying to hang on because they've got Ethan Swan 3.4 seconds back. There's a lot of GT pros in the mix here. It's a lot that's kind of disrupting the battles for the GT Pro guys over here right now.
It's a mixture of the LMP2s that have been, involved in incidents coming back through the field, and well, the GT Pros and the GTMs are not very far off of each other at this racetrack. They're not typically at most, but I feel like Watkins Glen with the long straightaway after the first corner, and then the bus stop and carousel. I just feel like those are corners that you don't necessarily see the difference between the cars, so there's not a lot of lap time difference. It's why the digital chicane number 93 is able to qualify 3rd in the GT Pro field, even though he was in a GT-AM. This racetrack just seems, it doesn't have a lot of what you would typically consider normal, like road course style corners until you get down into the bus stop. Everything from the last corner until the bus stop is pretty straightforward, and it's just about top speed as we see the 6 dragging himself through the grass still. Is this another hardware failure?
Is that car number 6 or position number 6?
I see a 6 on the hood, so it better not be position number 6.
You're correct. It's 6 on the car. He's running 8th GT Pro. John Goodwin, the Torque Racing, he was the last car that was on the racetrack running for the GT Pro field. Let's take a look at what happened to him. This is coming up and over the S's. I'm willing to bet he got loose, snapped in. Oh, he's already into the wall here. So this started ways.
He got ran over. It's going to be a replay of of the 19 and the number 80, or sorry, number 93 from earlier. He got ran over. I mean, it's literally a replay from the Trading Paints Racing Black and Digital Chicane 93 from earlier.
So this is a little ways back. This was the next closest mark back to him going off track. So we're going to have to wait a little bit here as we watch for this to close around. Just minding his own business. Is it the Team Hardcore machine just behind him? Looking like it,
yes,
yeah.
Yes. It's the exact same incident, except Hardcore didn't crash with him.
No, ouch. That is a very hard hit into the wall. That's a lot harder than I thought. I'm going to back this up. We'll have to scuff this a little bit here with how far back that replay was. But taking a better look, this is a bit more panned up in the air. And I mean, that is literally a carbon copy incident, save for the fact that the Team Hardcore machine didn't go barrel rolling down the back straightaway.
Exactly. He got lucky that he hadn't like squeezed by and gotten clipped in the left rear there. But, I mean, it looks the exact same, but
well,
dude, it's just such a bad portion of the racetrack to catch somebody.
In all fairness to Rossman, he was catching him a little bit earlier in the corner, and when he did start to go to the right, that Porsche was still all the way on the left side of the racetrack. So I will give him some slack. There's that slight difference in the fact that the Porsche wasn't in the middle of the track. So that is a shame. And actually, speaking of which, in the YouTube chat, one of their drivers just said, yep, that's on us, our bad.
It's just so tough. You know, both incidents, I kind of put it more into a racing deal just because you're going from a quick left-hander to a quick right-hander where you're full speed, but you really, to make the best time, you want to hug the curb, obviously. You're full throttle, so make the racetrack as tiny as possible by, that's going to be tight getting down to turn 1 right in front of them.
Yeah.
But both incidents, it's just, we talked to Ryan Kaprowski after the first one from the digital chicane number 93. The closing rate through there from a GTP to a GT car is just immense. I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of speed the GTPs are carrying through that portion of the racetrack, and it's just hard to get out of the way. I feel like it's another damned if you do, damned if you don't situation where if you don't absolutely telegraph what you're gonna do coming up that area, if you're the car in front, you're just risking getting run over, which it's hard to put fault on you for it because you're still running the normal racing line. But I don't know,
Yeah.
coming across the crest, I'm going to tell you right now what the difference in speed is. At the moment of contact, the GT is running 144 miles an hour. The GTP is running 22 miles an hour faster. That is just a ridiculous amount of closing rate speed. And that was after the GTP actually checked up a little bit to try to not run into it.
It's tough, and that's, again, it's a casualty of multi-class racing. You're going to get these speed differences, and sometimes it is very difficult to judge where you need to go. And in particular, where the racing line isn't so clear all the time, it makes a very subtle shift like that. Those are the most hazardous points on the racetrack. And it's how it goes sometimes. It's tough, but that's the nature of the game. And I feel like what Kaprowski said as well, if that does end up being reviewed by stewards post-race, it might come down to a racing incident. We'll have to see how that could pan out. It's obviously, of course, situational. Christoph Grigeli-Bakos, the LMP2 machine for FRS Sim Sports, has suddenly taken the toe to the pits. What's happened here?
Oh, no. It's got to be huge. Is this going to be the second curb of the bus stop again? Second inner curb, I should say?
Yep.
I mean,
Ouch.
it's just obvious every time I see somebody entering the bus stop and we know they've crashed. It's just, that's the trouble spot, man. It's that second curb on the inside. It's just terrible. If you hit it with the nose rather than the tire,
Jump that thing forward.
then you're screwed. And you see he hit it with the nose rather than the tire, and it skips the entire car up off the racetrack. And once you get to bouncing all 4 tires, you're not fixing the car. You can bounce the 2 left side tires off that thing and bounce them on the racetrack and be fine. You see him do it through the first curb, but as soon as you go over there with the nose and all 4 tires get lifted off, it's impossible. You're not saving that thing.
Just over halfway home in the 6 hours of the Glen. VSCA Sports Car Championship, 2 hours and 52.5 minutes left on the docket here this afternoon. If you want to find out more about who we are, what we can offer you, can check us out today at www.greenflightv.com. And if you're not satisfied with the race in action here this afternoon, there's more coming on up this same day tonight. Less than 2 hours after this broadcast concludes, we're going to be right back at it with the TNGG IL Truck Series for the Moonshiner 200 at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Their penultimate race, Aaron Raymond trying to see if he can lock out the championship 1 week early. And then tomorrow, Austin, you and I, we're back at it again. The Classic IndyCar Series swings out to Pocono for their first Triple Crown race. 500 miles around the Tricky Triangle. Going to be a fun one. And then we kick off the next week on Monday with the High Tide Racing League MF Racing Designs Cup Series, making their run to Kansas. 2 races to go in the regular series season before playoff season. It is getting tight for a lot of championships, starting to run down. And that's going to mean we're going to be in for a pretty quiet summer, which is not usual. Usually that's the busy part of the year.
Been doing so much broadcasting, sometimes you got to take a little bit of a break, right? And you've got the real life broadcasting that you've got on Friday and Saturdays normally to
when it's not
keep you
raining
busy.
like today.
Yeah, well, fair enough. But you got plenty to keep you busy. I'm looking forward to a little bit of off time, though, I got to say. I think that's going to be pretty nice. Obviously, we still got the VSCA Sports Car Championship running just about the entire year long, right? So we still got 4 more races that are, separated by 2 or 3 weeks apiece each time. So we still got a lot of racing action coming up for you guys on Green Flag TV. If you look at the logo up there, it really looks like, transparent Flag TV with a green background. But I didn't make the theme.
You're being too picky.
I will harp on the transparent Flag TV thing until that logo gets changed. Which sucks because I like the logo, but it's just like the flag's not green.
You know what I really wish I could do? I wish I could like seamlessly make that so when there's a yellow flag, that could turn yellow.
Ooh,
I
that would be pretty
really-
cool.
It would. I've been thinking about doing that for a lot of our Oval broadcasts. Who knows? Maybe down the road, but we'll see. There's options. So we'll see how that would all turn out. But I mean, kind of looking back to events as a whole, right? I mean, this the VSCA Sports Car Championship, you mentioned rightly, running all year long. Their last race is at Petit Le Mans all the way out in October. So there's still a good bit of racing left. There's actually 2 races coming on up in June. The only one of 2 months where that happens. Obviously, you have January where you have the Roar before the 24, the qualifying race with the Daytona 24. But the next race coming up for these guys, as I totally did not close, and the VSCA website is down. Whoopsie daisy. But I can tell you right now, it is coming up in 2 weeks. It is the summer sprint at Road America that's going to be coming on up next, the next sprint race. That is going to be a fun one, and that is going to be the JRT summer sprint.
Wait, we've only got 4 races left in the season after today, right?
Yeah, there's a pretty big. I don't believe they're back in July. I think they're taking a break through July into August.
Okay. I was about to say, how the hell are we doing 3 races until October?
There's
From July to October.
Well, there's also the Miami Sunrise 6-hour race. That's at the Homestead Miami Speedway Road Pool. That uses the oval layout as well. That is going to be a wild race. We still have a 2-hour, 40-minute sprint race to go at the Virginia International Raceway, and then of course the 10-hour sprint Petit Le Mans, finishing it all off at the Road Atlanta. Is it Michelin Raceway now? I think it's just Road Atlanta now, but there's a lot to be excited about coming up for this series, and I am so excited to see where this championship is going to take us. I mean, it's been fantastic. The race of the day has been phenomenal as well, and it's not looking like it's going to be backing off anytime soon.
I'm excited we still have 2 more sprint races to go. I really, really love the sprint race format for these guys. And
Long Beach.
You said we should go? Or
You
I should have been there?
at Long Beach. Yeah.
I think I was in Talladega, and watching real life race cars going around in circles is a little bit better than virtual for me.
We don't have to pay an arm and a leg to broadcast virtual races, though.
Well,
I say
that's
not
fair.
knowing the price of NASCAR tickets.
Well, whenever you use your virtual broadcasting money to be able to go and watch real life racing, that's the way to do it. That is the way to do it. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
See, I get to watch real world racing and get paid.
Congratulations. I get to do that. I get to do that with every sport except for racing, unfortunately.
That's a shame.
So I get my the race leader. Oh, huge crash over the S's. It's
Oh
happening.
boy.
It could be huge. It's just gonna be 2 cars, I think, but it could have been much
No
bigger.
yellow
That was
yet.
It was the GTP race leader. It was once again another replay of the Selena Ward Swan incident from earlier. The exact same thing again. We've seen it 3 times now in the last hour and a half.
Oh boy, hard hits for Daniel Avery and for Ronald Gross. They both see themselves slamming in. And Daniel Avery has brought it to a stop, it looks like, on the racetrack. Yeah, this is coming down into the bus stop chicane just a little bit later. He straight lined it and did bring it to a stop. So he took the toe to the pits from there. But yeah, that was a tremendous hit into the wall.
And it all started with the GTP leader. He's the one that kicked it off with Gross.
So that's already in. Oh boy, I am surprised that wasn't a yellow flag.
To be fair, the admins weren't anywhere close to it, so it's probably difficult to see it.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And it did only collect the 2 cars, and it looked like everybody got through, and then there was a big gap. So I definitely get why there wasn't in that scenario. But there you go.
That's a lot tougher though to call. I feel we're gonna back that up a bit more and take another look, because this I feel is a lot more difficult to call. We're gonna back up a little bit more.
Honestly, I think this one might be a little bit easier. I think this one's more on Gross.
I have to agree. I mean, the GTP is there.
Yeah.
I mean, he was there for a while, and man, that's a tough hit.
They didn't make contact
everyone.
until the GTP's left rear tire was even with the right front of the 312. So I got to put that more on the 312. I think that one's a little bit more straightforward than the last two.
And then poor Daniel Avery just had nowhere to go. He tried. I mean, there was nothing he could have done to avoid it. That's a hard hit. That's a hard hit. That's a hard hit. And that's going to be forcing the car down and out of this race. Take a ride aboard with Avery.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for Avery. Obviously, just an innocent bystander in the whole situation. I mean, he didn't have anything to do with it. Just riding his own, or racing his own race, looking for a top 5. He's running just about there, and well, Gross bounces off that outside wall. Nowhere to go, man. I mean,
he tried to gas it up to get through. I mean, he never lifted, and you know why? He recognized he wasn't going to be able to make that no matter what way he pulled. So he tried his darndest to try and pull one the other way around, and it just didn't work. Brad Crouch now around.
And he's been, that 911's been quick most of the day, I believe. And but I mean, they're sitting 4th in GT Pro right now. But they were running good, but obviously this is a terrible moment for him, having to wait. They might have to keep waiting for a little while. It's gonna, I'm trying to look at the track map. Maybe they find a gap after the next 2 that are gonna go by right here. But another LMP2's coming around. They're gonna have to wait for this LMP2 to come by, and this is the moment where he's gotta back it up.
Yeah, do it quick. You got more coming.
He's got to.
There you go. Good job.
Okay.
Good job.
He did that as well as you could possibly hope somebody would. Tight racetrack, very difficult to get it turned around once you've already looped it. And this is a corner we thought we were going to see more incidents in. I think this is only the second one we've seen.
He had help.
Oh. I think he got held way too narrow. I mean, they're coming off that corner, and he's still on the curb.
So who was this one that was the Tri-State Race LMP2 that he got into? Well, they're both kind of tracking out. I think that's a racing incident.
Yeah.
They were both tracking out, and that's just a case of the GT Pro likes to take the GT cars like to take a wider berth than prototypes do. That's all that is.
I think that's a fair assessment. Just tough situation. I mean, if you're really trying to look at it a race preservation situation, then if you're Crouch, you really just need to hold that curb and let the faster car go. But you know, you're trying to get as much speed as you can out of the corner to keep yourself in that battle. He was in a fight for a podium position in the GT Pro class, so you're racing for everything you can. Hindsight's 2020.
Well, the BMW that was in front of them, that they were side by side at 3 wide with, that's the car he was battling with. See, you can't blame him at all for that when that car's right there.
I agree with you. It's definitely just a racing incident at the end of the day. It's so tough. Like, I always, whenever I see a wreck like that, I always want to assign fault or try to assign fault, like try to figure it out. Very analytical. But this type of racing is alien to me. Yeah, exactly. This is alien to me. It's just, a lot of it is race preservation, though. But you get suckered into that battle. You're fighting for 3rd. 2nd place is only 3 seconds up the road, so you're like, man, I really want to get this position so I can go run down 2nd. Unfortunately, the bad end of that is you might open yourself up to little minor contact that could rip you around, and like you saw, that was barely contact, right? I mean, they barely touch doors, but whenever you're on the inside and the camber falls away from you like that and you make contact as soon as the camber falls away, there's just not much you can do. Looking on board with Ethan Swan, he's run down Hackfield. He was 7 seconds back about 30 minutes ago. He's run him down to less than a second. What a recovery drive from the 93.
This could very well prove to be the story of the race, seeing that 93 car drop out of the lead after an absolutely monstrous crash at the top of the S's, having luck go his way on the nature of how he got that damage, getting it fixed under caution, and fighting his way back to the field to retake the lead and run away with it, giving Digital Chicane that silver line that they desperately need after the number 80 entry found itself down and out. This would be massive for them. And look at how much he closes in, too. This car has got so much pace underneath it.
Yeah, they've got this Ferrari figured out around Watkins Glen. I mean, their pace is just way better than the rest of the fields. I mean, we saw it before the damage. He had pulled out a full minute gap over the field, right? And we had some cautions. So the field got bunched up, and they still pulled out a minute gap over the course of about an hour. That's ridiculous. You're gaining a second a lap at that pace. And, well, it's not quite that fast right now. You know, he's still fighting a little bit of damage on the back end, but it's fast enough for him to get up towards the back bumper of the 5. He's fallen off just a little bit now to a second back, but still just within the slipstream range. And, well, as the lap cars go by, or sorry, the faster class cars go by, the opportunities will come for the 93 to make the move for the race lead.
I love you had to check yourself there on that one as the as the faster cars go by, not as the slower cars come up on them.
Yeah. That didn't really make too much sense coming out of my mouth, did it?
Doesn't quite work when you're running on the slowest. Well, is it really the slowest class? I mean, the next driver in front of Hatfield is 3rd place at GT Pro. He's 21st out of 48 overall. Is he really the slowest class out here tonight?
Well, technically it's supposed to be, right? But the GTAMs around Watkins Glen seem to have some good pace. I was talking about it earlier, though. It's because I feel like this track is half of a road course and half full throttle, right? I mean, everywhere out of the last corner until you get to the carousel, I mean, the GTMs just aren't going to lose any time on the GT Pros. It's all about just having a good exit out of turn number 1, and if you're in the draft, staying in the draft. And so I feel like this track just kind of lends itself to allowing a slower class, as long as they're close, to stay relative to the GT Pros like the GTMs are right now. But obviously through the boot and through those sections, I think that's where the GT Pros are actually quicker, like the actual cars are quicker. But I think the drivers in the 5 and the 93 are kind of making up the difference in terms of car capability. I just think that Hatfield, Screechy Moose Motorsports, obviously they've won 4 of the 5 races so far this season for GTM, and then obviously the 93 with Swan and Kafrowski, they've just been stupid quick today. And whenever you have that perfect combination where the drivers can bring the car's performance up a little ways, you can see the GTMs be a little bit quicker, and here it is, the AM of Hatfield going to the outside of the 3rd place runner in the GT Pros.
Well, and part of the reason why these two classes, GTM and GT Pro, are constantly so intermingled with one another, it's not like the usual run, right? As we got your race leader into pit road, but usually the way these GT class works, you have one class that is GTE cars and one class that is GTD or GT3 cars. And that's usually how it's always been. Here, the GT Pro and GTM are both technically GTD/GT3 cars. So that is what makes it rather difficult to try and discern the two in terms of overall pace, because technically, in terms of like, if this was like, for example, the World Sports Car Championship, this would be all one class. It wouldn't be separated into different classes. But even then, you know, the 25 hours of Spa, they have GT3 Pro, GT3 Pro M, GT3 M. It could differ throughout. If there was a GTE class and not GT Pro and GTM, there would be a much bigger speed discrepancy between the two, because the GTE cars do have a bit more power, but the GTE class, as we know it, has ceased to exist on iRacing because not a lot of people use it anymore. And part of the reason why they went for this option is to get more class representation. Oftentimes, people tend to flock to one particular car. In GTD, it is the Mercedes. The Mercedes is such a versatile, well-rounded car. A lot of people like it and would flock to it. They did this to get more brand variety on the racetrack of different cars, and it's worked out to perfection. There's a huge spread of car manufacturers out there right now.
Yeah, I'd have to say you've hit the nail on the head. The GT Pro is mostly Porsche, but the GTM is relatively well spread, I'd say. And you have a fair amount of Mercedes, fair amount of Ferraris, and everybody just kind of branching off to what they're comfortable with, I'd say. And, you know, certain racetracks, you mentioned the Mercedes is kind of a good all-arounder. I kind of feel that, like, that leads itself to be weak on certain racetracks to specific cars. Like, okay, it's well-rounded everywhere, so it's, you know, it's probably a solid B+ everywhere you go. But that means that maybe certain racetracks, like today at Watkins Glen, the Ferrari is just a little bit quicker. Maybe the Ferrari's an A at Watkins Glen, but a B- at Daytona. And so there are just certain races where that Ferrari can find the pace, and that's what we've seen today with the digital chicane entries.
The funny thing about the Ferrari for me is the fact that the old Ferrari was terrible. Nobody liked running it except for a very few people. Like, there was one series I used to commentate on RaceSpot TV. They would have, like, you know, 40 car grids. Maybe one of them would be a Ferrari. that's how few people wanted to. Oh boy, the Fisher Motorsports LMP2 getting squeezed in there by Ethan Swan. But very few people wanted to run the Ferrari. This new Ferrari is a much more popular car, and it is a different model, right? The last Ferrari that we ran was a 488 or a 458? I can't quite remember. It was a 488. So this new car is, I'm going to try to look up what this, it's a 296. It is a different car altogether, completely different make and model. And I think that's part of it is why a lot of people have liked this car a lot more. It's overall, a lot of people have perceived it and have so far driven it to be better than the 488.
Unfortunately, I don't have too much expertise in driving either one, so I don't really know too much about the difference between the two Ferraris. I can tell you right now that 93 is looking stout in this particular one. Man, I wish I had a bigger background in sports car racing. I've just bought a road course racing wheel so that I can actually get into it. Ran the 6 hours last night myself, and look, this racing is phenomenal. Actually being behind the wheel of these things, it is so fun. I have underrated it my entire life. Getting in here to broadcast these races has really opened my eyes, man. I'm absolutely loving what I'm seeing week in and week out on the racetrack from these guys, and it's brought me into racing IMSA myself, and I've absolutely enjoyed the heck out of the couple of races that I've gotten to run. So big thank you to VSCA for putting me on the sports car stuff, because this racing has just been phenomenal. Whether you're watching it or whether you're driving it, it is some of the most fun racing that you can find on the iRacing service.
Two of the Vulture Motorsports cars, well, the sister cars, are running right now 4th and 5th, nose to tail. Not looking to fight each other out too hard, it looks like right now. They're just kind of, they're chilling out. They're minding their own business. They're minding their P's and Q's. They do have Will Robertson for MSP about 3 seconds up the road. So seeing if maybe we could see them start to close that gap in, but, well, I don't know. They do look like they're starting to close in a little bit behind, but looking like the sister cars might. They've gone for a position swap. They just put Jason Ahrensberg above Josh Roden.
Interesting. Don't really see too many team orders through on VSCA. I'm surprised to see it here, but hey, if that 017 is looking just a little bit quicker, send them on through. Let them see what they can do. See if they can fight themselves up into the podium. Still only a 3-second gap between them and Robertson up front for the 3rd place spot. So I like the move. Going up towards the front of the GT Amfield. Hatfield has been flashing his light at the 2nd place GT Pro Runner about 3 times a lap. I mean, he is not happy whatsoever with Victor Garrido up here in front of him. It just seems like Hatfield's a little bit quicker through certain section of the racetracks, and then through the exit of the boot, the GT Pro gets just a little bit better run out of the corners than the Mercedes. But coming down the front straightaway and then down towards the bus stop, Hatfield's starting to get pretty frustrated, I believe, with the driver of the 151 in front of him.
Two and a half hours remain. Let's take another swing down through this field, and well, we'll see how everything is going to be looking to line on up as this race is going to continue to develop as things run. Currently on the in the race lead, it is Pedro Espadina with Jacob Lehman running in 2nd. MSP sits 3rd with World of Sim Racing in 4th. Composite Performances in the 5th. HAC Racing runs 6th. And then, of course, you got Bravo Shad and Grissom Motorsports and D's Racing Esports 7th, 8th, and 9th. Fisher Motorsports rounds out the top 10. They are the second last GTP runners on the racetrack. You still have NGC trying to make up some more runs as drivers, one by one, drop out of this race potentially for future incidents.
Switching over to the LMP2 field, race leader currently is going to be the Vice Motorsport LMP entry, the number 91. On a little bit of a different fuel strategy, they have run 16 laps without pitting. The 2nd place runner, GSE Esports Racing, the number 86, they have ran 7. So different strategies at the front of the LMP2 field to keep track of later. And they're also stuck in a tight battle, just 0.5 of a second separating the front two. 3rd place is going to be Tri-State Racing's number 321 with Rising Panda Racing Racing in the 4th place position. Tri-State Racing's got the 5th and 6th place positions locked up currently with the 123 and 333, with Vision 1 Motorsports right behind them in their number 11 entry. 8th place is going to be Glen Racing. Sorry, your points leader. A little bit of problem earlier in the race, just trying to recover. And then Fisher Motorsports right behind them, with FRS Simsport a couple laps behind, and Scours GT 048 is 31 laps off the pace in 11th place in the LMP2 field.
Benjamin Fisher currently leads the way in GT Pro for Fisher Motorsports, while the Sim Racing's other GT Pro entry runs in 2nd place. He'll try to keep Sean Hatfield. In fact, even defended against Sean Hatfield now in the run down to turn number 1. DS Racing runs in 3rd, with RPM Racing back in 4th. Kinetic rounds out the top 5 with Fisher Motorsports in 6th. Vulture Motorsports' lone GT Pro entry is in that number 7 spot, with TFR down in 8th. GSC Racing Esports is in 9th. And then, of course, you got Delta and North Sim Racing not starting this race. That takes us to GTM.
And here it is again, Hatfield, your race leader in GTM, trying to get past the 2nd place GT Pro. Once again, a little frustrated from Hatfield, flashing those headlights. 2nd place is the Digital Chicane number 93. They've actually fallen off the back bumper of Hatfield ever so slightly, back to 1.3 seconds back. They're still running in the 2nd place spot even after that huge crash earlier. 3rd place is the MSP number 34, going through the bus stop chicane right now. A good chunk of time behind your 2 race leaders. And then 4th place is the MSP number 33. 5th and 6th is Vulture Motorsports Plus, who has just found themselves down pit road. And Vulture Motorsports also down pit road. So both those guys taking a pit stop. And they've actually slid a little bit further down the field. Full Send Racing was running in the 7th place position in their number 94. 8th is going to be the 29 of Firestone Motorsports. 9th is the Digital Chicane number 80. 10th, Dogs on Web, DS Racing 555. Real Picture Motorsports running in 11th, with Often the S's Racing in 12th. Trading Paints Racing Red in 13th, off the racetrack. And Dangler Performance also off the racetrack in 14th.
A couple of incidents there as we were taking a rundown through your field, top to bottom. Sean Hatfield has just bailed out into pit road. Take a look on what just happened to John Jones and Stephen Selby coming down through. Oh boy, okay, wow. So Firestar Motorsports went off, and Tri-State went off with target fixation, and the Luca Harmony, the 2nd place runner in your LMP2 field, right behind Vice Motorsports in the battle for the lead, went down the inside, and that is not the line, and found himself nosing it into the fence.
All right, I'm not going to hate on Luca Harmoning too much, but to be honest with you, that's some karma for the headlight flash down the straightaway. You don't headlight flash the guy that you're racing for the lead, right? I mean, I'm not normally an endurance runner, right, or a multi-class runner, but I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to use the headlights as a advantage to try to pass somebody. But I mean, I don't know. Just it's instant karma in my mind.
We've got ourselves, it's still a good bit of racing action. It's still yet to run in racing action here this afternoon. So we're going to take ourselves another step back, and we will go side by side on Green Flag TV as drivers settle into a rhythm. We're in it for the long haul. Just under 2.5 hours to go in the 6 hours of the Glen.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Still under green flag conditions, 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. And not too many battles picking up yet on the racetrack, as everybody has been doing a good job on just keeping themselves sorted. So we'll take a chance to give another shout out to the folks that keep the lights on here for the Speed Tires Plus Cup Series. Tonight's race is brought to you by Twin Bush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment. Located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twin Bush, quality that convinces. So still out on the racetrack, and a couple of cars have binned it. We've got them going around at the edge of pit road, and there is some confusion as who's going to go where. Full Send Racing and Fisher Motorsports come together, and right as I say that, Joshua Wolf has binned it hard into the wall. So two different wrecks at the same time.
Yeah, the first one, the 94 just kind of cut down on the Fisher Motorsport number 14 in the last corner. The 14 was always going for the move down here and just kind of chopped him. I mean, he's on the curb on the inside, faster class car coming through, maybe just a little bit too tight there for the 94. Not quite sure about the second one.
He's on that run to the bus stop. How much you wanted to bet he lost it on the exit, took too much curb?
Yeah, second curb, second inside curb.
No!
Oh, wow,
the first curb.
wow. Oh, and that's way worse.
Oh, boy.
Holy cow.
Yeah, talk about a high-speed slide. He lost that one early. So that was lost right at the entry there.
And he's parked it.
He just pushed that car out too much. And that's a pretty sizable hit into the wall. It doesn't look hard from the outside, but that was. And then this was. Did he have another incident, or did he just decide to tow it?
No, he just stopped. Yeah, he just stopped and towed.
You look at that right front. That thing is demolished.
I'm happy that the one time that you jumped on the calling that, oh, it must be the second curve in the bus stop. I like the one time that you did it, you were wrong.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
I can get the list of the other competence curses you've got.
hey! Look, we don't need to bring up the past.
I know you are on a couple of drivers' lists for commentators cursing them.
Can you name any? I need to have a little bit of a refresher. I've definitely heard some people
I
with
know
my
at least two
curse.
of them are from the beer league.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, the beer league Wednesday night with the caution call was pretty great, wasn't it?
It really was.
I never got my $10.
You never did. Well,
because
I was determined it was null and void because it turns out you got the heads up that the pits were closing.
Yeah. I'm still waiting on my $10. I'm just kidding. I definitely don't deserve it. A little bit of cheating goes a long way sometimes. You just got to know how to do it right.
Breaking news, Austin Edstrom banned from casinos.
Hey, I didn't say I was a card counter.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
I mean, to be fair,
the roads are closing. You're counting
I
the
should
seconds.
be.
You're
That's a
counting
great way to
seconds.
make money. I need to learn how to count cards. That's a great way to make money, as long as you don't get caught.
There's a rule against that, isn't there? I mean,
There is.
you're
You're
just good at
absolutely
math.
not allowed. They will kick you out.
I know they
if you
will,
can
but
count
you're just
cards.
being good at math. Like, it's not a crime.
Yeah, but they'll kick you out and ban you, so you never come back. So what
no, you're
the
good at
trick
math.
is, you go in there. The trick is you go in there, you win a couple hands, and then you lose a little bit,
Yeah.
maybe win just a little bit more, and then you leave. That's it.
There you go. Yeah,
You just can't
take
make it
what
too
you can
obvious.
get.
Exactly. You
I'm
can't
not
go
a-
in there and win 10 grand off of 1,000. You go in there with 1,000, you win
We should probably
2,500,
stop this before
and then
we
you
get
back
in
out.
trouble.
Gambling is not legal in my state.
Is it not really?
No, it is not.
Oh boy, we should definitely stop.
We don't even have a lottery down here. I have to drive up to Tennessee to set my my NASCAR bets.
We still got Pedro Espadina for DS Racing Esports team running out there in the race lead. 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. The current class leaders are, of course, Espadina, Luca Harmony, running 7th overall. He still leads the way by 29 seconds in your LMP2 category. João Pedro Teixeira is in the DS Racing Esports team number 992 Porsche for GT Pro. We still got McKenna Dean running in the lead in GTM for Screech and Boost Motorsports. If this car wins again, I swear.
It's a little ridiculous at this point, right? And this is one that they probably didn't deserve. No hate to them. I mean, they've ran a great race, so I mean, they deserve it because they've kept their car clean and have been the second fastest straight up on pace throughout the entire course of the race. They've actually stretched that gap out over the 93, who has undergone another driver change. Lowe is behind the wheel of that number 93 now.
So here we go. Battles on for third. Will Robertson and Justin Delano started to go at it. Vulture Motorsports in the 017 closing in for a podium spot here for their Vulture Motorsports 017 machine. Meanwhile, Robertson's doing a good job on hanging on for the MSP machine. But these guys, they have been kind of fluctuating in terms of times here a little bit. But look at lap 112. They lost about almost 4/10 of a second. These guys are closing in behind them.
It's so tough to get an accurate reading though on who's faster, who's not faster, because you never know. I mean, on that lap that they were 3/10 slower, did they just get caught in a bad portion of the racetrack and they had to lose a couple tenths? On the other laps, was it just the other way around? The other car had to lose a couple tenths because they got caught in a bad spot. You know, it's just so difficult to look at those lap times on a endurance style race on a racetrack like this that's relatively short in terms of lap time, where you're getting caught so frequently by faster cars. It's just difficult to get a good read on it and really get an accurate say on whether or not you're faster than somebody. You just really got to wait for those laps where you both got clean air, where you both get passed by somebody on the same straightaway so that it really doesn't alter the lap time, and then maybe you get a decent clean reading, but it's just so few and far between at a place like the Glen.
Right now, the only battle for position out on the racetrack that's under a second. It is a pretty big one as well. Well, it was about to be a big one. Delano just got overtaken by, that's the NGC Acura that we saw kicked up into the air. That car still running on the racetrack really shows that they have not given up. If you remember, Nelson Clemente is the car that spun out to give us our first really big accident. And he got hit by one car that nearly cleared the guardrail on the inside in the outer loop. They are now running all the way back into 11, 33 laps down, but they haven't given in. I think their hope still stands. I know the drivers will find themselves getting down and out of the race.
That's definitely what they're hoping for, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. I mean, there's not a lot going on the racetrack currently. Like the last few laps, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes, a lot of the crashing is kind of stopped. I mean, there's definitely still been some incidents, don't get me wrong, but it hasn't been that major style of accident like we saw coming up the S's that can take out a load of cars. Now, what could go good for him is if we get that yellow flag flying one more time and we get another one of those, then he's got a chance. But outside of that, it's going to be tough for those guys to find 20 laps on the car in front of them.
So we still got a good bit of time to go in this race, about 2 hours left on the docket. So About 1/3 of this race left. Once again, coming on up tonight, the TNGG IL Truck Series runs down to the North Wilkesboro Speedway for their final race, well, second to last race of the season. Could be the final race, though, in the overall championship if Aaron Raymond can pull out another win out of his hat. Among with others, ASRL is, of course, off until July, so we have no Sunday night running, but we will have the Classic IndyCar Series back for the final race before the summer break, I believe, for them. Oh, there might be one more race left, I think, for CIS before the summer break. It'll be at the Pocono Raceway, 500 miles in length. And, of course, that'll take us to Monday, the new week, where the High Tide Race League Ember Racing Designs Cup Series goes out to the Kansas Speedway. But other than that, everything is A-OK. I'm running out of conversation topics because my stomach wants pizza, and I'm eyeing the 2-day-old room temperature pizza that is sitting beside me, and it wants to microwave it.
I think you need to give Papa John's a call. I got some Domino's sitting in my fridge right now that I'm probably about to go grab myself.
So you're not wrong, but that costs money, and I have 2-day-old free pizza right beside me.
You did just hear where you said 2-day-old.
Yes, right? Yes, I did. At room temperature.
And it's not been in a fridge?
No.
What the?
Take careful.
Don't eat that. Yeah, I had to catch myself. Don't eat that. Well, I mean, that cheese, man. Unless you ordered a pizza with no daggone cheese, you better not eat that pizza.
I'm gonna eat this pizza.
You better not. You're gonna be sick. You have another race tonight.
I've done it before.
You have another race tonight and a race tomorrow.
I've done it. Okay, do you remember the 24 Hours of Daytona? I did that at the 24 Hours of Daytona.
You're a mad lad. You're insane. Look, was it 2-day-old, though, or was it room temp for like 4 hours?
The first 2 slices were. Everything else was the same day.
It was the same day that you ate it? That's totally different than it sitting in your room for two days. If you need money, go eat some ramen instead. At least that won't get you sick. Yeah, I can't call 500 miles of Pocono tomorrow by myself, buddy.
There are options. There are options. This battle for third, excuse me, is closing. And I think Delano could very well think about making that move this time by up into the S's. He has really closed in the distance right up to the gearbox now of that number 34 Mercedes. He's going to make that look to the left or right. Oh, he can't get there. The World of Sim Racing GTP got in there first. Makes the look, lets him know he's in there. And did he try to stuff that one down to the inside? He better not have. That was never going to work.
Racing kicking off a little bit here through the pack as a couple of the GTPs flying around the outside of the slower cars through the carousel. And it's a pretty tight battle for the 5th place spot with Hack Racing and Composite Performance entering the boot. Coming through there pretty tight. Got another GTP right behind them. Not for position, though. As the Vulture Motorsports and MSP entries are going hard at it for the 3rd place spot in the GTM.
Side by side, Tri-State wants to get through. They're going to go down the middle, take Rising Panda with them. And that is a big battle for 3rd place in the LMB2 category. Christian Kemprager down the inside of Christian Sherrard. Can't get there. Sherrard hanging on to that 321 machine. But that got intense there for a bit.
Hey, that's the thing about endurance racing, man. We could be talking about 2-day-old pizza, and then the next moment they're racing hard on track, and we've got to switch over. I mean, it's just, it can find the little lulls and moments, but it always kicks off at some point. I mean, the cars come together, whether it be through incident, through the draft, one guy just being faster than another and running them down. I mean, it's just, you can never go too long in one of these endurance races without finding a battle for position somewhere, and it's always going to be feisty around a place like Watkins Glen.
I mean, when is it not? There's a reason why you and I both love this track. It invites good racing. I'm still struggling to ever find a race here that I didn't think was genuinely good for the cars that was being run there.
At least on the iRacing service. Obviously, real-life NASCAR next-gen cars, booty cheeks is what I would consider that race. But on iRacing, like you said, it's just, this track invites good racing. It's one of those road courses where you're going balls to the wall the entire time. There's not really much saving or mitigating. You're just trying to run the best lap time every single time you're out there. And it's at such a fast racetrack I mean, it just lends itself to such amazing racing. The draft down the back straightaway to the tight bus stop where you've got to hit it absolutely perfect or else you go spinning through the wall. It's a racetrack that penalizes mistakes, and there's not enough racetracks like that in the real world nowadays. F1, you have to have 1 million miles of runoff room to be able to make it work. NASCAR, I mean, they utilize the entire runoff room out of turn number 1 here now, which is just stupid. I mean, it's fantastic on iRacing because you got track limits, and where you don't have the iRacing program track limits, you got a dang wall or you got some grass. And I just love racetracks that punish mistakes.
Luke Harmon comes down into pit road for GSC Racing Esports, so your LMP2 leader bails out and goes down to the pits. Still got a few drivers that are nose to tail, and among those is, of course, that battle for 5th place in the LMP2 GTP category. Here we go, down the inside, and how about that? Patrick Fogel takes over the spot from Cody Richardson. Really made that move stick down into the bus stop.
It's a tough move to make, but he got it done. He got his nose down in there on the inside. Just flowed that composite performance number 15 through the bus stop. Late pullout, honestly, doesn't have a lot of overlap, but just more committed on the brakes. Had the line, took it, and that move takes 2 to tango, right? Hack Racing could have easily gone in there and tried to go side by side and hang on to that position. But with 2 hours left, he thought, you know what? This is a race ender right here. If it goes wrong, I'm just going to back out and hold on to the 6th place spot for now. And I think that was a very smart move.
So right now, everybody is running line astern, and Cody Richardson flashed the headlights just a touch there for the HAC Racing Machine. I think a bit too far back. May have been just saying, yeah, thanks for that. I don't know. Might not be too happy about an aggressive plunge like that, but hey, it's part of the game. Right now, battle for 3rd still on as well in GTM. Justin Delano and Will Robertson still looking to duke it out. Vulture Motorsports did make that pass on MSP for 3rd. They are now looking to see if they're going to be able to hang on for the time being. Meanwhile, Bacos got around Daniel Gruber. Now, this is a battle for position that was up on the racetrack. This is for further down the grid right now, and that was on a GT Pro car. I thought that was an LMP2 on an LMP2. Quite mistaken on that one. But hey, you saw a pass for the overall position there.
That's all that matters, right?
That's my saving grace on that plunger.
I like that. I like making excuses for myself, too. I feel you.
It's that time of the race where everybody's settled into a rhythm. We start to lose our minds a bit. It's a good race, though. It really has been. I mean, I know there's a lot of concern about racing standards following the run at WeatherTech Race for Laguna Seca, a race that so many drivers want to forget. COTA was great. It was a lot better in terms of driving standards. There were a few isolated incidents, but not too much. Of course, it sucked that a few drivers did end up hitting that incident limit, most notably Composite Performance, who find themselves down and out now. But all of that said, the racing standards tonight, again, a few isolated incidents, but not too much to complain about otherwise.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Whenever you've got cars that are going 25 miles an hour faster than the slower cars, it's gonna happen, right? Somewhere it is gonna happen, especially at a high-speed racetrack like this, where there are limits to the racetrack. Like I mentioned, I like racetracks that punish you. Well, whenever it's multi-class racing at a racetrack like that, it becomes a whole lot tougher. That was Laguna Seca to a T, right? I was talking about how there's not much runoff room here. There is still some. At Laguna Seca, there's none. You ain't got anywhere to go if you have a mistake or run off. There is nothing you can do about it. So it's just a tougher place. I think that Watkins Glen kind of hits the right balance, where it's got the punishment, but it's also got a little bit of leniency in certain areas of the racetrack to where you can get out of the way. You can find some space. The counter to that is the S's. There's no space, nowhere to go through there.
Well, what about Road America then, coming on up? Road America is a very long racetrack, right? 4 miles in length. It's a long track. A lot of very long straights, hard braking zones, very much almost right angle turns. But at a lot of those higher speed, a lot of the right angle turns and all that, there's a lot of runoff, but it's not asphalt. It's grass, it's sand. Then you get to the opposite end of the racetrack, the kink. Oh boy, the kink. Joseph Newgarden, of course, crashed very heavily there in the NTT IndyCar Series qualifying run just about a week ago. That could be a big trouble spot for a few drivers and lapping traffic, much like how the S's has been today.
I think that's a fair shout. Road America will be interesting because of, like you said, coming out of the carousel to the kink, through the kink, very difficult, and then down to Canada Corner. I feel like that area of the racetrack is where you're going to see some problems. However, you also mentioned that is a very long racetrack with a lot of long straightaways, and I think that that's going to lend itself to seeing less multi-class carnage. Down the straightaways, they're just going to blow the doors off the GTs, right? And so as long as you're catching them on the straightaways or somewhere close to the straightaways, you're going to be fine.
We got a car
that's
around.
NGC Esports.
Yeah, that's Nelson Clemente again. A little bit of a whoopsie-daisy, it looks like, for Clemente.
Yeah, nothing really too much to that. Just kind of cuts the corner a little bit too narrow. Well, it's not even that he cut it narrow. He lost it under braking, actually, right as he turned in.
Did it hit anything?
Already 33 laps off the pace. So it's not like this is going to hurt them any worse than they've already been hurt today. So not too bad. But going back to Road America, I think that's going to be a heck of a race. I don't think we're going to see nearly as much carnage at Road America as we saw at Laguna Seca. I mean, it's not even going to come close, and it's not going to come close to what we've seen today. And I don't even think today's been a lot of carnage. It's just, we've had a couple come-togethers in the S's, and then obviously the restart wreck. And you could say the restart wreck is a black eye or a blemish, but it was one car getting turned through the S's for 5th place overall on the racetrack with 40 others flying up behind them. I mean, what do you expect in that situation, right? It's just kind of a lose-lose situation. And I don't think that there's anywhere on Road America other than the kink that could be similar to that, but you're not going to see them that close to each other in the kink on restarts because it's on the other side of the racetrack. They're going to have plenty of time to get everything sorted out before they even get there.
I mean, that big wreck was quite literally the worst case scenario. One car getting turned sideways at the biggest bottleneck on the entire circuit on a restart on the first lap when the entire field is packed up, and this is at the front of that field. That is the worst possible case scenario for that.
I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. Like,
exactly.
It's just that the walls cave in together right there. I mean, I know we're doing an endurance race, but from all my years of watching the NASCAR races here, it's, on the entry to turn 2 up the S's, like you see some incidents there as the walls close in together. Coming up the S's, if you see an incident, it's going to be huge, always. And then coming out of the carousel where they do the little short shoot instead of the boot, if you get an incident there, the walls are just kind of closed in together and there's not really much place to go. So it's just one of those racetracks, like I said, it punishes you. You don't have anywhere to go if there's something that goes wrong in a lot of parts of the racetrack. And whenever, you're going up the S's into that little narrowing section of the racetrack where that left side wall comes from way out into the dirt to the racetrack, and the right side is just super tucked up next to the curb like you see right here. I mean, there's no room. If one car is sideways, you're stuck.
No kidding. And a lot of drivers, they found that out firsthand this afternoon. But the battle for second is on. Vincent Libier is into the pits from 5th place. Kinetic Racing, they're going to put Evan Campbell back in the car. GT Pro, meanwhile, this battle for second started to pick up a little bit here in GTP, and it's going to break apart. The second I say that, it goes from being 0.3 of a second to, holy cow, almost 2 seconds. My goodness, that was a huge break apart in the battle. I mean, this is a situation of Alvaro Martinez being caught in exactly the wrong point of the racetrack for lap traffic. If you think right on board here with this, well, we'll jump a little bit further forward, but take a look here, coming through the chicane. That's Nicholas Pedersen just in front of him. Look at where he catches up to all of this lap traffic here. Right at the apex, and as he says that, there goes the composite performance around the outside. He immediately gets the doors slammed on him, and that costs him 2 seconds. And Justin Delano has gone around. One of the drivers that was just battling in your GTM field for 3rd has gone around.
Oh, man. coming around the slow left-hander at the top of the crest. We mentioned it. We expected to see more incidents here. It hasn't happened. Just the back end stepping around, a little unstable. We were talking to one of them earlier.
Good job on the field for missing that.
Oh, he sat here for a long time, too. That's so frustrating if you're a part of the Vulture Motorsports Plus team. Dropping back to 5th. Way back from that battle for the podium. Tough break.
Delano now into pit road. Looking to get into another pit stop. This will be the second to last scheduled pit stop he's got to make tonight. Bit of a battle for 22nd overall. Here's Vila, third place runner in GT Pro, trying to fend off McKenna Dean. The Screeching Moose Motorsports driver running in the lead in GTM. This is a battle for overall position.
That's crazy. I mean, the top of the GTM guys have really found some pace this week. Kaprowski and the Digital K93 team, and then the 5 team who's, like we mentioned, won 4 of the 5 races, have just been really quick. But I got to point out Lowe in the 93, whenever he got behind the wheel, after the driver change, he was 7 seconds back coming out of the pit road. And, well, he's cut that lead all the way down to 1.2. Second time that 93 has cut the lead down from 7 to 1 over the course of the last hour and a half or so. So that number 5 team's got to be shaking in their boots a little bit because that 93 is coming.
So this could end up actually being a pretty lengthy, and unfortunately for them, a very lengthy repair for the Vulture Motorsports crew. Just got a message from Eric Soy. They actually were hit by a GTP, which broke the rear toe. They have 3 minutes of repairs on that car. That's
what we saw entering the boot. Whenever
was that
World Sim Racing team? Yes, coming out of the first corner of the boot. Whenever the 017, they were widening out the corner, like you mentioned earlier in the race. The GTs really like to widen out the corner. You got to use all the racetrack to keep your momentum. He was doing that, and the GTP got impatient behind him and tried to dip out to the outside, and they made contact. And that's what hurt the right rear. I saw it bend in on the replay, but I didn't think it was going to be that bad. But obviously they had the spin right after, and there's clearly damage to the right rear tire of that car, and that's more than likely why they went around a couple corners later.
Hey, that was the same car, wasn't it? Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. I didn't even track that those are the same car. Good spot on you for that one.
Thanks.
That's a good
try.
I thought they were hit when they spun around.
Nope, they never got touched. They were stuck there sideways for a long time. Never got touched. I thought maybe net code con if one of the cars was trying to get by. Fair. That has happened. But no, there was clear damage on that right rear right after they made contact. But I thought it was just bodywork damage, so I didn't even bring it up whenever I saw the replay. But with them spinning and then messaging you like that, that's very, and obviously being stuck in pit road, it's very obvious what went down for the 017. Heartbreak for them as they were fighting for the podium, and now they're going to fall outside of the top 5.
And now that takes us to the battle for the race lead in GTM. Digital Chicane on a huge recovery drive. Kyle Lowe now in the car, trying to run down McKenna Dean, making the look to the right-hand side. Couldn't make that lunge into the bus stop. Dean hangs on for now. But right now, Lowe is all over the back end, and he's gonna, oh boy, there's trouble in front. The World of Sim Racing BMW having a near miss.
Yeah, that's the GT Pro that the old Screeching Moose Motorsports car was getting frustrated behind not too long ago. They've now gotten themselves out of the way from the GTM leaders. They'd actually pulled out a little bit of a gap. Coming through the bus stop, once again, second curb. Oh, and that's a lot bigger than what we've seen so far.
Oh, yeah. Good miss there on the Digital Chicane car. Kyle Lowe making a beautiful move to get around the outside of this. I mean, look at this. Had no idea that was there.
Yeah, that was fantastic. He just saw the brake lights in front, knew something had to be wrong. Great evasive action from the 93. That could have been the second race ender for the 93 today. But instead he keeps that thing clean and able to keep going. I say second race ender. Obviously the first one wasn't a race ender, but man, it really should have been.
I mean, heck, that was a good job, even not to run to the back of Dean, who, like you said, jammed the brakes out of the bus stop to anticipate that wreck.
Lowe is looking so quick right now. He's got the draft, he's got the run coming down towards turn 1. He's peeking out to the inside. He's going to go for it. Coming down into turn number 1, deeper on the brakes goes the Ferrari. The Mercedes just has nothing to do with it. Can't get on the throttle. And Kyle Lowe in that digital chicane number 93 after that huge incident and going way back on the restart, well back from the Screeching Moose Motorsports number 5. Makes up all the time, makes the pass, and they're back up to the race lead. What a job by that 93 team.
Big shades of the 24 hours of Daytona when all of this ended up going wrong for them. It was the same situation. They had a crash early on in the middle of the night. They slammed into the wall. They lost a 1-2 finish. They fought their way back from being 5 laps down, finished on the podium. Except this time they have even less time to do it. The last time that happened, they had about 12 hours to get to this point. Here, they did it in less than 3. That is legendary stuff from Kyle Lowe. Now, granted, the fact that there was a yellow flag for their incident really saved their skin. They didn't have that at Daytona, which is part of why it took them so long. But here, that caution saved their race entirely, and now they can start focusing on trying to put that hammer down and running away with the lead.
Sometimes it just takes a little bit of luck, and that's what they found here today. It's hard to believe that just under 2 hours ago, they were hard nose first into the outside wall coming out of the S's, the fastest portion of the racetrack, taking the most speed possible into the barrier, and here they are at the front of the field once again, less than 2 hours later. Yeah, they got lucky with the caution, but who cares, man? I mean, their car was destroyed. They've had the pace. They deserve to be up here, and they have found the front once again.
Just under 2 hours to go. And already, even with the draft, you can see how much Lowe has really started to drive out that gap. It's up to half a second. They continuing to expand on the exit of turn 1. It's going to close in a bit here in that run up towards the bus stop chicane, but I would not be surprised if we saw Lowe 6/10 or more out with that lead by the end of this lap.
It all depends right here. How much can McKenna Dean reel him back in with the draft? Honestly, not too much down the straightaway up to the bus stop. Not really gaining too much time on the 93. He has a little bit better bus stop than the 93, I believe. Getting passed now on the outside by, I believe, the GTP leader, or who would be the leader after the pit stop cycle through. But I think that digital chicane number 93 is firmly in the race lead now. They have been the quickest. Now they've got the clean air. They've got the clean racetrack, and they are driving away. Like you said a little bit earlier, he's already pulled out 2/10 on this lap, even with the detriment of giving the number 5 the draft. But here through the boot, that's not really too much of a problem. And that Ferrari's starting to pull away.
And then all of this while you've got drivers coming down into pit road, the GTP leader coming on down for another run of pit stops here. This one should be able to take them to within an hour to go. And a driver swap for a few drivers. Danny Fonte going into the car for World of Sim Racing. Jason Burney hopping back into the car for Mayor SimSpeed Performance. Drivers making sure they meet those minimum drive time requirements. Daniel Keene is into the car for HAC.
A lot of guys taking their pit stops right now. This is right on the edge of whether you can make it in one more stop, I believe. I really don't know about these GTP runners coming down pit road right now. Obviously ran it as far as they could. But that 88 of Espadina, they came down a couple laps earlier. I'm less confident that they can make it on one more stop. I feel like that's very, very close for the 88. We'll just have to wait and see, though. On other racetracks, I think these GTPs make it about 50 minutes. So you would think, okay, well, they're 50 to 55. So you would think, they're right on the edge of that fuel limit. But at Watkins Glen, you're burning a lot more fuel per minute than you are at other tracks, I believe. Daytona at the beginning of the year, you probably use more there per minute just because of the long straightaways. But here at Watkins Glen, from the end of the last corner until the bus stop, you are full throttle for 95% of that time. So you're using a lot of gas here. So I'm a little bit worried for these GTPs. Just gonna have to wait and see when that final pit stop comes into play to see whether they can make it or not.
Recent action continuing on in this field. We've been talking a lot about the GTP and the GTM fields. We haven't touched on too much about the GT Pro or the LMP2 runners. We could take a few laps right aboard with one of them. What do you think, Austin? Should we go with the LMP2 or the GT Pro leaders?
Go with the GT Pro. I think we need to, or sorry, the LMP2. I want to catch out Campos and see what the 91's been working with.
All right, sounds like a plan. We're going to ride on board with Orlando Campos as he'll take you for a few trips around the Watkins Glen International Circuit. realize that I never switched the audio back over, so Austin, you have not been audible this entire time. I am so sorry.
Have you?
Now you're good. Yeah, you're good now.
Oh no! So they've been able to hear you and not me.
Yeah, for the last few minutes. I do apologize for that.
Interesting. I think that I'm being set up to fail here.
I don't often switch audio back and forth mid-race, but well, there you go. Now you're all good. But I mean, you called it right. I mean, a huge save for Rain DeBoer. You said you wanted to give your huge props to them. I have to agree.
Yeah.
It was legendary. And there's Mark DeBoer to the inside. And that's the spot for overall position.
It's weird. That's a name I had never heard in my life until a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of months ago, with college football. Being a big Alabama fan, we got a DeBoer as our head coach, and now I'm calling races with a bunch of DeBoers in it. Like, where's this last name from? I don't even know the place of origin. I gotta know who to thank for the new head coach. Appreciate you, boys.
You say that like I know what you're talking about.
Well, I know that you don't. I know you don't know the lick about college football. And to be fair, probably most of the people in this race don't know too much. Maybe a few of the Americans that are in the field. But I think that's, I mean, what's the percentage of Americans in this? Probably like 30?
Mark DeBoer's one of them.
Well, there you go. Maybe I'll be all right then. Maybe I'll touch a couple people with it. Roll Tide.
The current Americans on the racetrack. You got Jason Burney out there, Anthony Dring, Christian Sherrard, Daniel Keene, Travis Linscomb, Hatfield, Joshua Wolf, Nicholas Goen, Kyle Allen, and more.
Okay, there's a bigger chunk.
There's a healthy bunch out
Okay.
there.
That's not too bad then. I thought I might be talking to absolutely nobody there. But to be fair, obviously this is more of a this is an IMSA series, not a WEC series. So, you know, it makes more sense that there would be a good chunk of Americans in here.
Well, as it turns out, they weren't hearing me speak either, Austin. So you're not alone. We were talking to ourselves for a good chunk of time there.
What in the world?
Oh dear.
So the last couple minutes, since you said the thing to me about
no. Like from when I told you they could hear you. Before that, they couldn't hear me either. So there we go.
Well,
there we go.
Professional broadcasting.
Professional broadcasting.
We've got you, boys. I'm just kidding. Hey, 4.5 hours into a 6-hour race, I say that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's not bad for an audio mix-up, but we're all good now. About an hour and a half still left to go in this race. If you're just joining us, welcome to Green Flight TV. My name is Little Rebel alongside Austin Edson.
Yeah, we're not normally like this.
No, we really aren't. It's that time of day. It's that time of day. It's late in the race.
Yeah.
We're
Dude,
enjoying
especially
ourselves.
the endurance races. It's like you get into like one like little period of a lull, like 4 hours in, as we got another pit stop coming in. That's the current GTM leader. I think he'll fall back to the third place spot, the MSP at number 34. But yeah, you know, you get to these endurance races, and there's going to be a couple little moments where you don't really know what to talk about. But then all of a sudden it kicks off out of nowhere, so you can just never really leave your seat because you never know whenever it's just all going to kick off.
Aaron Beaver hopping into the car, and he will most likely be taking that car through to the checkered flag. You know what, let's get our audience involved here. Shout us out for where you're watching this race at. I know we've got a pretty big international audience. Of course, the 24 Hours of Le Mans this weekend. Yeah, Jan-Philippe Weed is greeting us from trackside over in the French countryside. So he's going to be, you know, I hope he's having a good time over there. I know that's a pretty intense race in its own right, but you know, for us, it's right from the comfort of home. Mark DeBoer, McKenna Dean still going at it. Oh, this is not for in-class position. This is for overall position. They're fighting for 24th. This is one of the last battles on the racetrack. The only battle in class right now that's under a second is between Ryan Steinhofer and Mayor Simpson Performance and Shreyas Venkataraju for Vulture Motorsports. We haven't talked about the 016 entry too much lately. We talked about them quite a bit early on in the race, but they've been having a pretty quiet race ever since, and now they're battling for fourth.
Yeah, they've had a good night so far. We thought we were interviewing one of them earlier, but it was actually the 017.
Team principal, it's close enough.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, true. That's a good point. Well, that's all right. But the 016s just had a consistent day. They've been a little bit slower than the 017 through the middle portion of this race. We saw them switch positions at one point to give the 017 an opportunity to fight for the top 3. Maybe certain drivers in the car just happened to fall that way to where the 017 was faster at that point. But we saw that their teammate got in a little bit of an issue earlier, and it's set them back just a little bit of contact to their right rear coming into the boot. Ended up derailing their day. They had to sit in pit road for laps, repairing damage from that. And that has given the 016 the opportunity to jump into the top 5 and challenge for the 4th place spot. They peeked to the inside of the MSP number 33 there for a moment, not willing to take the gap down to the bus stop. But now they cycle into the carousel, and I think we might see going forward, the next couple seasons. Well, I'm gonna hold that thought. I thought he was going to get to his outside. Next couple of seasons at the Glen, I think we're going to see a lot more dive bombs into the bus stop because they have absolutely destroyed the curbing in real life. So as soon as that new scan of Watkins Glen comes out on iRacing, I think I might cry a little bit.
Mark DeBoer in the pit road for RPM Racing. Benjamin Fisher also pitting in for Fisher Motorsports. So your GT Pro leader and 3rd place runners have both come down and into the pits for their second to last pit stops of the afternoon. DeBoer staying in the car. We'll see if Benjamin Fisher will hop out or if he's going to be staying in the machine as well. But looking like he will be jumping out. So Simon Ball going to be jumping into the car. Christian Kemprager for Rising Panda Racing is in just a little ways behind them as well. So the number 46 entry will be pitting in from 3rd in the LMP2 standings, and he will now be into the pits, up on the jacks. And driver change? Yes, no, maybe so. Yes, it is. It'll be Remy Loche, the Frenchman, hopping in to the number 46.
Lots of pit stops kicking off. Nolan, have you seen what they've done to the Glen bus stop?
I have not. I have seen that
man.
we've gotten a pass. Vulture Motorsports and Victor Taraju got around Steinhoff.
Got a little 016 showing some pace here at the end of this thing, really picking it up. But that MSP number 34's got the draft all the way down the straightaway. Out of the S's, does he try to make the move on him? Vulture Motorsports covers to the inside, not willing to give up the spot, and that's going to be enough of a defense for him through the bus stop. He takes it. He's going to hang on to that 4th place spot.
Just got a good drive coming off the final corner and made a very easy look down the inside towards turn number 1. A pretty nondescript pass, textbook overtake, you could say, from Vulture Motorsports there. That puts them up to 4th. Still on the lead lap, but the next target, Aaron Beaver, well, it's about 50 seconds up the road. So best of luck. I can't say I'm too optimistic.
He's saying, where's my yellow? Where's my yellow at?
That is true. There is a yellow flag that could still come on out and upset the whole nature of this race. There's a lot of time for that yet, and I mean, we've seen quite a few races at this point come out with yellow flags at like the last hour and a half of this race. So it's a pretty good bet we're going to get one, especially since it has been a little while since we've seen our last yellow flag. By the way, Ryan Kaprowski saying hello from Charleston, South Carolina.
And we've got to say, it's a little bit more likely we get a yellow flag at this racetrack than others too, because there's a chance that we get a natural yellow at this racetrack. Not many racetracks that we go to here in VSCA do we have that opportunity for those natural yellows to come out, right? I say natural, it's somebody throwing them, but from a crash on the racetrack. Through the S's here, if we see somebody getting turned into one of those walls and sitting sideways, we're very likely to see a natural yellow flag, and you don't have to rely on the whether the code spits out a certain probability or whatever, or a certain number for the probability to bring out a yellow flag. So we got the chance here through the S's, like we're watching right here. If somebody makes a little bit of contact, and we've seen it over and over and over through the S's today, we could very well see a yellow flag and everything get turned on its head.
Battle for fourth, started to break apart, it looks like, over here. For the most part, a lot of drivers are having themselves with a bit of a more relaxing time. We got an hour and 24 minutes to go. Our last safety car came on out here from, it's a good while ago at this point. It had to have been like over 2 hours, right? I mean, we're talking way out yonder, but probably close to about that halfway mark in this race. 4 Vercier.
Well, and we
saying hello
haven't
from
seen
Ohio.
we have not seen a random yellow since the very first yellow flag of the race, right? We've only had 3 yellow flags, and 2 of them have been thrown yellows because of wrecks in the S's. So the algorithm's not really hitting yet, which makes me think we could be having a higher chance of it coming out at the end just because it just hasn't happened.
We have gotten a few random yellow flags. I believe it was the first, and have we gotten a 4th yet, or has it only been the first one?
I
It's only
think
been
we've
the
only
first
had
one,
3
yeah.
yellows.
We've
only had 3 yellows.
We've only had that first one about half an hour in. Otherwise, all the other yellow flags, they've been admin thrown.
Yeah, exactly. So we've had 3 yellows, and the second 2 were all admin thrown. Obviously, the first one on the restart, and the second one whenever we saw the huge accident between the GTP and the GTP leader and the GTAM leader. But yeah, I'm looking back through. I'm thinking I'm seeing 3 yellows on here.
Matthew Vercier saying his greetings from Cleveland, Ohio. Both of those 2 drivers just currently watching on from the sidelines as it stands with other drivers in their respective digital chicane machinery. GT Pro runners have been having a bit of a quiet race, an hour, 23 minutes to go. It has turned into a bit of a quiet race, right? I mean, everybody is really spread out around the entirety of this racetrack. At this point, a lot of the game plan left is all up to strategy. Right now, Espadina is he's about 20 laps deep onto his skid, so Espadina still has to come down to pit road at least once, possibly twice for fuel only. We'll see. Meanwhile, LMP2, I think LMP2 would definitely have to come down for a 2-stopper, but we'll have to see. 1 stopper for sure for all the classes, possibly 2 for LMP2 and GTP.
I think you're right about LMP2 for sure. They, excuse me, a couple of them pitted only 2 laps ago. I think that the guys that pit 2 laps ago can make it on 1 stop.
There is a good bunch of strategy going on over here right now. I mean, right now, Kyle Allen from Vision One Motorsports, he's one of those drivers that pitted only 2 laps ago, running in that 7th place right now. So Allen could very well have cut out a pit stop. It's just a shame that he's 8 laps down. So a bit off cycle with the rest of the leaders.
Well, the 3rd place runner is somebody that's also pit 2 laps ago. You know, that's a very possible 1 stop for Seftel.
Yes, Seftel having a bit of a nervy moment there with the Torque Freak Racing number 6. That could have been a nasty incident there.
Yeah, it would have been funny. I really was just randomly talking about him about the pit stop cycle, and you immediately switched to him. If he would have wrecked off of that, that would have been a big fat broadcast curse, as I was saying, that he might win the race because he's only got 1 more pit stop. That would have hurt. I would have felt so bad about that one. But luckily, he's still A-okay. Okay, well, that would have been a bad one too, but he's still good.
There's a lot. You're really trying, aren't you?
I'm not. I really was not is the problem, and that's why I'm a little afraid.
You see the track map distinguishing where a good bunch of the drivers on the racetrack are currently situated at. Got a pretty big train of them coming down the back straightaway and in towards that inner loop. It does make it for a bit of an interesting drive, right? But you can see from above a good number of folks are still running line of stern all the way throughout. Not too much of the way of side-by-side battles, but still doing a good job on trying to keep things sorted.
You want to do the bet again, but this time I really don't have anything to cheat off of?
I don't want to take my chances, to be frank.
Oh, come on now. $10 for a caution coming out before 1:17:30.
You think 2.5 minutes?
Yeah. I think I get a little bit more time because, like, you know, obviously the beer league one was like 15 minutes left. This is a whole hour 20. Like, I'm really pinpointing on this one.
I accept your wager.
Hey, we got $10 on it, baby. I got 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and I'm sitting here praying for a caution. The commentator curse. I'm trying. Oh, the race leader, the LMP2, has destroyed his car into the outside wall through the bus stop.
Oh no!
Oh, the right rear is destroyed.
Yeah, he can't move. That drive shaft is demolished.
Oh my word, what a change of events!
Christian Sherrard takes up the lead for Tri-State Racing. But Anthony Dring, the former race leader for LMP2, with a hard hit into the fence.
Oh, he tagged the inside wall entering the bus stop. He cut it too tight, and he's got no one around him. He doesn't have to make that good of lap time, and he just cut the heck out of it.
Ouch. That is a wild wreck. One of the wildest wrecks you can see at that section of racetrack.
I mean, that's how you make the lap time. It's how you get the speed. But man, he missed it by a foot. And that's just the difference of turning in 1 foot later, and he is okay. I mean, that is how tight it is going into that corner, lap after lap, time after time. Oh, heartbreak for the LMP2 leader.
Dring and Vice Motorsports down and out. There's not enough time for them to be able to recover that car. That ends their bid to go for a race win this afternoon. It's tough because, I mean, you have to now question yourself, did I have to push that hard? Did I really have to try to cut that much out of the corner? I think the answer was no. There was nobody around them. They weren't racing with anybody.
So I'm going to counter you, okay?
Okay.
I was saying, just a moment ago that Seftel in the 86 could maybe make it on one stop. If that's true, if Seftel makes it to the end of this race on one stop, then I do believe our race leader needed to do that. He had about 48 seconds, I believe, over Seftel. 40, I think it was maybe 40 seconds over Seftel. And after the pit stop, that would have been, what? Let's see, the extra pit stop, he would have been behind him. So I think that he would still have been second place behind Seftel. So I really think that he was pushing for everything that he's got because he knew he had one more pit stop.
I can see it. You owe me $10, by the way.
Ah, man!
Yeah, we're an hour 17 left. There was no full course yellow.
That's coming out of my pay.
It actually would, you're right.
That's right, Nolan. Just PayPal me less money.
Joshua Wolf making his way through the some of the LMP2 traffic. He is 13 laps down. He just got by Nicholas Glen, who did not look like he was terribly happy about how Wolf made that pass happen. This is the look on board with Glen. There it goes down to the inside. It's a bold move down to the bottom. I mean, that's all well and good. I mean, an aggressive lunge, a bit more aggressive than I think I would have gone for, considering it's lap traffic, but it was a clean move.
Yeah, I don't know if there was necessarily anything too crazy. I mean, I get where he's coming from because he had his nose out in front coming down to the bus stop. You're just like, why are we even trying to go too wide to the bus stop? So I understand to an extent. You're just like, come on, man, I'm not trying to race anybody too hard, and you're not either because you're 13 laps down also. So maybe he's just thinking it was needless to go, or for him to make the move there. But either way, it is what it is. And maybe it was needless because Joshua Wolf's coming down pit road right now. So I don't know if he'd have necessarily needed to do it, but oh well.
It is what it is. You know what they say. It's just how racing goes.
Sometimes you come together and you disagree. I mean, you disagree with everybody on the racetrack at some point, right? Everybody in this season is going to disagree with every single team out here or feel a little hard done by every single team. I mean, it's just something you cannot avoid, especially in these long races. I mean, there's just so much time that you're out there on the racetrack, you're bound to get a little frustrated with just about everybody.
Once again, the next time we see the VSCA Sports Car Championship out to party, it'll be at the Joel's Real Timing Summer Sprint, the JRT Summer Sprint, 2 hours and 40 minutes at Road America. That'll be 2 weeks from now. Same start time as always, noon Eastern time. Will be green flag. And we'll be running all the way through into what should be a pretty crazy series of events. And I cannot wait for that. I think in terms of North American racetracks, Road America is one of only about 2 or 3 that I would put above Watkins Glen. There's just something about that place that I adore.
I disagree, but hey, we're different people. You can
To each their own.
you can have your opinion if you like. I don't hate Road America. I think it's a good track. It's just there's something special about Watkins Glen to me. It's just got the feeling to it. Maybe it's just my NASCAR roots and they've always gone here since I was a kid. But there's something about this track that is just so fantastic. It's just so free flowing. I feel like there's never a point on the racetrack where you're slowing down so much that you feel like you're just crawling and waiting. There's not a lot of breakup in the flow of the racetrack, and that's what I think makes it so fun. I feel like Road America has a little bit more breaking up the flow, like the 90-degree right-hand corners, not really just letting the car fly. I don't know. There's a soft spot in my heart for Watkins Glen.
Could it be the NASCAR roots talking as well?
Definitely could, but I mean,
you aren't wrong though. It is a
free-flowing,
fantastic facility. Jason Burney looking like he's actually had a problem before he came down and into pit road.
Uh-oh.
This is with HAC Racing here. This is the lap he came down to the pits on. And hot curb. Oh boy, that's a hard one.
And that one, he's given the spot up, so he's going into the corner a little bit slower. And I think, and obviously he's, getting behind somebody in the middle of the bus stop, so you missed your turn-in point, but you're going a little bit slower than you normally do, so maybe you just cut it a little bit more. The same amount of wheel turn, turns the car just a little bit more as you're going a little bit slower, and just cut it a little bit too much and hit the nose right against that big bulge in the middle of the curb.
Yeah, it's a tough break, and that is why we see Bernie now in the pits for extended repairs. He's going to lose the podium because of this. And that gives it up to Team Hardcore for Jacob Lehman. Take another look at this one and watch this car right there hop. And the second that back end hit the ground, it kicked out.
And did you see how much difference there was in line between him and Team Hardcore in front of him?
Well, let's back this up again.
Fair enough. Hardcore, look, to be fair, Team Hardcore could use more curb and be okay. But you see, the left side tire is still lifting. He's hitting the curb. He's using it. The problem is Bernie used it with the middle of the car. Cannot use it with the middle of the nose. As soon as you do that, well, that's the end result. We've seen it a handful of times tonight, right? Every time we see him go down the back straightaway after a crash, we're like, oh, I bet you he's hitting the second curb. And every time but one, it has been the second curb.
Chris Cardiz just about got into this mess as well, right on board with him.
Second inside curb.
Ew.
That's tight.
Good reactions.
Excuse me. A lot of near misses tonight that have been honestly really fantastic. That's a thing about Watkins Glen too. You're tight up on somebody, just pushing all out, very high speed racetrack the entire time. So the near misses are a little bit more impressive most of the time too, because you're already at breakneck speeds.
Haven't talked about GT Pro runners in a while. Right now, Gio Pedro Teixeira leads the way for DS Race Esports Team. And again, I do apologize if I have butchered the pronunciation of that name. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Simon Ball runs in second, looking to take that car to the end. Mark DeBoer still runs for RPM Racing in third. And only 2 cars remain on the lead lap in GT Pro. I feel like right now, the GTP guys have definitely had the most attrition-filled race. Right now, the GT Pro guys are scattered all over the place. For example, third place runner is actually tucked between third and fourth in GTM. Second place is tucked between first and second. Fifth, sixth, and seventh are all tucked between sixth and seventh in GTM. I find it interesting, though, the fact that a lot of these drivers, despite the GT Pro guys being broken apart, they're still tucked right about around where their GTM counterparts are in the same spots. That's almost eerie.
The GT Pro race has just been weird tonight. Like,
It really has.
it's been the hardest one to kind of follow. I feel like, the other ones, GTM, obviously, the battle with the 93. It was very easy to follow at the beginning whenever the 93 was just blitzing through by everybody and winning by a minute. But even after that, you're just waiting to see if he can make up the race lead. The GTP has been pretty close until just recently, where a couple of those guys have separated themselves. Espadina has completely separated himself from Fonzie, and obviously Bernie just crashed in the bus stop. The LMP2 has been weird too. I feel like the LMP2 and the GT Pro, I feel like have been the harder ones to kind of get a good grip on. And then obviously a couple laps ago, one of the LMP2s, the race leader, just been it in the bus stop as well. So we're starting to see the attrition ramp up from like solo car incidents at the back end of this race, not really incidents between other vehicles. And I find that to be pretty interesting at this point too, as our overall race leaders coming down pit road.
Pedro Espadina for DS Racing Esports team is down and into the pits. Now, whether this is the final stop or not remains to be seen. I'm kind of with you. I don't think it is. They've been seeing him in one more for Splash and Dash.
I don't think that GTPs can make an hour and 10 minutes anywhere, can they?
No, I don't think they can. And they're going to put Garrido back into the car.
Interesting. I did not expect a driver change at this point. But let's see.
You gotta go. Well, he is. Oh dear. Okay, no, he is back in. He hopped. They may have just gone for a setup change there a little bit, because you notice how the car blinked out a second time. That means the driver hopped back out of the car, so they probably had to change the setup around.
Okay. Well, fair enough. I was a little confused there myself, but looks like they got it figured out, whatever it may be. But looking at how many laps have been since people have come down pit road, the leader that you just saw pit. That's 28 laps. They made it 28 laps on a run.
Second curve. Second curve.
Second place.
Oh, it's the first
curve.
curve.
First curve.
That's a new one. Don't see that often. And oh boy, Digital Chicane with a bit of a heart stopper there as Full Send Racing and David Slider fired back across the racetrack. Was that was Digital Chicane, wasn't it?
That's Vulture, isn't it? Wait.
Well, no, the one that comes up second
sorry.
here. It is, yeah.
Oh,
that's the.
Man.
Is that the 80 car? It is. That's Quinn Mitchell.
Good dodge. Go back to what I was saying, though. The second place GTP was not taking the lead. They can make it another 2 or so laps, 3 laps further than the 88 made it. So they're getting closer to maybe being able to make it on one stop. I still don't know about that. The one that I'm really looking at is Composite. They are 2 laps better on tires than World of Sim Racing up in the lead currently. So I think Composite can make it on one more stop potentially. At least they're the closest. But the problem is they're a whole lap behind the race lead, so I don't think that that's going to get them too much. Maybe it could put them on the podium. But we'll just have to wait and see. I could be completely underestimating or overestimating how much fuel. These things might only make it 50 laps or 50 minutes.
And looking like a lot of the GTP runners may be coming down to the pit road here before too long. It seems like the pit window has very much opened up to the GTP field. Danny Fontaine currently leads the way, but he is his last pit stop was on lap 144. He has turned to lap 170, so expect him to be in here within the next lap or two.
Let's see. I'm going to figure out exactly how many minutes they can go.
Ooh, good call.
I've got, the math brain. We're gonna put it to work.
We're breaking out the academics. You should all be very afraid because we're so seldom right.
I think they can only make it about 43 minutes. I'm gonna say that could go up to maybe 47, depending on how they drive. Maybe they can make it another lap or 2, but I'm looking at 47 minutes. All the GTPs are gonna have to come down one more time. So that strategy talk, that mumbo jumbo that I was just hitting you with, disregard all that. That was coming from an idiot.
And Fontaine stays out on the racetrack. So, tell you what, we are continuing to march our way steady on through this race here this afternoon. And Francisco Santos Pereira off the track and way off the track. Where is this? Well, that's down at the heel.
I don't know if I've seen somebody go out that wide on that corner all night. I mean, what in the world happened? Oh, he got wrecked.
Oh, no kidding. Kinetic Racing just turned him. I'm not sure what happened there. Let's ride on board with that Kinetic driver. I believe that would have been Eddie Cambo, would it not have?
It would have been.
It would have been. All right.
Yeah. Francisco was like hitting the apex, and as he hit the apex, he got hit in the right rear. So I don't really know what to say about that.
Just pitched him in, it looked like.
He did. He absolutely did. I mean, that was a tight one. I mean, don't get me wrong. Francisco dove him but he's going to get by very easily. I don't know if that warranted a right rear through the corner. I also don't know if it was intentional, but maybe it was a little bit of frustration from the dive bomb into the corner, I guess. I'm gonna err on the side of caution and say it was an accident.
I mean,
and he just misjudged it. But man,
yeah, no kidding. There's not a lot of room he could go in that instance.
Yeah, well, I don't know where you would expect the 42 to go. And after the first contact, the 42 is just along for the ride. He's turning right after the contact, I promise you. But he can't get it turned with a car in his left rear.
Well, he did a good job to keep it off the wall at least. He didn't hit the tire barriers.
True.
It
didn't
could have been worse.
Ruin his race.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
He hasn't lost a position yet either. They were 4 laps down in 6. I think they probably lost a lap. Let's see. No, I guess they haven't lost a lap yet. But I don't know. They might be okay. I don't think they're going to lose any positions out of that. Excuse me, they actually did lose 1 to Toldo. Gotta take that back.
Ah, okay. Well, we got just over an hour left, so let's take ourselves with a quick chance here to take another rundown through this field. Right now, leading the way of this race, it is Danny Fonte with Garrido down at second. Stefan Rossman is third for Team Hardcore. Composite Performance is fourth. HAC Racing fifth. Provisto Shatton in sixth. DS Racing Esports team is in seventh. Bayer Sims Performance running in eighth. Fisher Motorsports and Grizzly Motorsports round out the top 10 for GTP, with NGC Esports and Trading Paints Racing bringing up the rear, both marked as DNFs for the afternoon.
Going over to the LMP2, guys. The Tri-State Racing number 321 is leading the way currently with Christian Sherrard behind the wheel. Second place, the GSE Esports Racing VSCA LMP, driven by Christopher Seftel. A little bit different tire strategies. 3 laps later on pit road for the 86. We'll have to see if he can maybe run down our race leader at some point. Rising Panda Racing in the 3rd place position. 4th is Tri-State Racing's number 123, and 5th is Tri-State Racing's number 333. So they got 3 cars in the top 5. Vision 1 Motorsports is running in 6th with Go In Racing in 7th. Vice Motorsport LMP in 8th after that huge crash from the race lead not too long ago. Fisher Motorsports Delara's number 14 entry and the 9th place position. 621 FRS Sim Sports in 10th, and the Scours GT 048 is bringing up the rear in the LMP2 field.
GT Pro headed up by DS Racing Esports team with the likes of Fisher Motorsports down in 2nd. RPM Racing is in 3rd with Kinetic Racing in 4th. Fisher's sister car is in 5th with Vulture Motorsports running in 6th with their Porsche. Motor Sim Racing's BMW is all the way down in 7th. Torque Freak Racing is currently in the pits, marked as DNFs, along with GSE Racing Esports' number 21 Audi, and then of course North Sim Racing and Delta Racing both did not start this race tonight.
Down to the GT AMs, the digital chicane number 93. I mean, what can we say about the 93 all day long? Has just been absolutely rapid. Got taken out from the race lead, a little bit of a racing incident coming over the S's. Huge damage, got the caution, stayed, or got their damage fixed and ended up getting back up to the race lead. So the 93 having a hell of a day. Screechy Moose Motorsports, though, not letting them gain too many points, back in the 2nd place spot. Continuing their run of consistency. The MSP number 34 running in 3rd with the Vulture Motorsports number 016 running in 4th. MSP number 33 runs in the 5th place spot with Vulture Motorsports Plus in 6th. Fulson Racing currently riding in the 7th place position with Firestone Motorsports number 29 in 8th. 9th is going to be the Digital Chicane number 80 with Dogs on Web DS Racing in 10th. The 312 Real Pixel Motorsport entry is going to be lining up, or is running in 11th, excuse me. And Off in the Rest Racing is in 12th with Trading Paints Racing Red in 13th, and Angler Performance rounding out the GT-AM field.
Tonight's race is brought to you by Twin Bush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment, located in the north of Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twin Bush, quality that convinces. just under 1 hour to go. We'll go side by side when we return. It's the remainder of the 6 hours of the Glen on Green Flag TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Still under green flag conditions in the 6 hours of the Glen. We now have just 51 minutes left to go. DS Racing Esports team still leads the way in GTP. GSE heads the way in LMP2. DS again to the point in GT Pro with Screechy Boost Motorsports just now coming down and into pit road in GTM. And all of this with not a lot of time left on the boards at all for these drivers. So this is going to be, it could be a wild final 50 minutes of this race. Sean Hatfield back in the car.
Yeah, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. 50 minutes to go. The GTs making their final pit stop of the evening. It's been a fun one so far. A little bit of crashy crashes to start out the race, and a lot of good racing through the middle part of it. Field's starting to spread out, starting to figure out who our main contenders are, who's looking like they're going to win this race today. The couple guys that we've been watching up front for the most part, especially the last half. Obviously, the 88 and the GTP has been stupid quick. Garrido behind the wheel right now. We're looking at the 15 to Johnson, who's a lap behind. And then Seftel, still waiting to see on the LMP2 strategy exactly how everything is going to cycle out for the LMP2s. Down to the GT Pros, Carrera looks really, really quick. Has been quick all day long. They've just recently made a pit stop, and they're looking to win this thing as long as a caution flag does not fly and they don't get caught up in anything. And then down to the GTM, I mean, Kaprowski in that number 93 has just been ridiculous all day long. Every single one of their drivers has done a fantastic job, even after that huge accident that should have taken him out. And they found a way to be back up into the GTM lead once the pit stop cycle finishes up. So big credit to that Digital Chicane team, because it's been a heck of a drive from all those guys.
Nicholas Johnston in composite performance, setting the fastest lap of the race last time by. Meanwhile, Christian Kemprager jumping back into the car for Rising Panda Racing. And the Austrian going to take that machine back out and onto the racetrack. So Kemprager going to look to take that car through to the finish.
Can they make it 49 minutes? Can the LMP2s make it that long? So we got all the GTP pit stops to go through. We got one more for all those guys, I do believe. But the LMP2s coming down with anywhere from 48 to 52 or 53 minutes to go was the time frame that the LMP2 leaders have come down. So we'll just have to wait and see. I don't know if this is... I imagine if they're pitting right now, they could probably make it to the end, right? I mean, 48 minutes to go. I feel like the LMP2s should be able to make it that far.
A couple cars going off track.
Oh, no.
Roy Vermeer for Firestorm Motorsports facing the wrong direction. Oh, that's a bad place to be stopped. Oh, careful. You get that car right, and now that he's in a safer spot-ish. No. Okay. All right.
That was closer than you wanted it to be.
Yeah, now we can breathe. Oh, boy.
Butt pucker moment for the 29.
Definitely. Oh, boy. And along with others coming down the track. And oh, he got turned.
Oh, he got turned.
That's the GT Pro leader that turned him.
Man. Was there anything before that set him off?
So.
I mean, he just kind of drove through him.
I think it might have been a case of just not realizing how much faster he was going to be on corner exit.
Maybe. You could be right. Just a little misjudgment there.
Yeah, I mean, he did kind of feather the throttle, so I don't think he intended to do that. I just think he didn't think he realized just how fast the closing rate was going to be.
Yeah, he just had a really good run on the exit. I don't think that was intentional. He definitely hit the brake just a little bit too late. But that's just something you got to avoid too. You know, you got to think about potential penalties. You want to make sure you don't run anybody over. Don't have to worry about a protest after the race, right? If you're the 992, that's kind of a needless move in that scenario, right? They got a 30-second lead. I'm not saying he's definitely going to get a penalty for that. I don't know if that's quite penalty worthy. I don't know exactly how they'll rule that, or if there will be even be a protest for it. But you just don't want to risk it. Yeah, you just don't want to risk it, right?
Half a second separate the top two. HJC Racing blitzing by the both of them as they try to get things sorted up there at the head of this field. And right now, Ryan Kaprowski all over the back of Aaron Beaver wants to go. But remember, Beaver is not yet pitted. He has to make one more pit stop yet. So if I'm Aaron Beaver, I'm wanting to kind of let this go. And it looks like he's trying to do that. Kaprowski doesn't realize until he cuts back over to the other side of the racetrack after letting by a GTP.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird scenario with the faster car coming through. Kaprowski going to the inside, kind of letting him go at the same time, maybe trying to pass the 34. Just kind of a weird scenario. Everybody gets through it A-okay, though. Everybody on the racetrack taking care of each other a little bit, coming down at the end of this thing. No needless crashes, right?
Hopefully. There is still time.
Commentator jinx. I'm trying.
Kyle Allen is into the car for Kyle Allen is into the pits for Vision 1 Motorsports. Looking like he will be staying in the car, though, and this should be the final pit stop for this Dallara P217. So we could expect Kyle Allen to be driving this car to the end of the race. Meanwhile, Garrido continues to lead the way in your GTP category. There is only 3 cars on the lead lap in GTP and LMP2, 2 on the lead lap in GT Pro, 4 on the lead lap in GTM. And still with 45 minutes to go, there is still time for a yellow flag to come out and really shake up this race in the late game.
Still a little bit of time left on the clock for some potential mayhem. But it's mostly, single filed out, settled down, nothing too crazy. Every now and again, you'll get a little bit of a argy-bargy as a faster class car is coming through slower. But it's, like I said, it's settled down pretty heavily here. And there's nothing like too crazy going out on the racetrack. Nobody really fighting too close for position. Everybody really just focusing to get to the end of this thing. Well, of course I say that, and Going Racing picks up a spot. Credit to them, because remember, they were 6 laps down right off the beginning of this race. They're the leader of the points in LMP2. Their race was over before it even started. And well, they've done a good job managing and getting themselves back up into 6, which is only, 3 places behind their closest competitor in the points. So they've done a great job mitigating damage to the points tonight, working themselves back up into the 6th place spot, and Rising Panda Racing not having the greatest race in the world, back in 3rd.
Eduardo Tualdo has also had a problem. So the Bravo Snow Shatter Machine having a slight off of the racetrack, and too wide, finds the barriers. Wow. Could have been worse.
I don't think we've seen a single case of that all night. That's the first time I've seen somebody do something like that running wide on that corner.
Yeah,
that's a weird one.
That is a first.
That is a weird one. But hey, if you give them enough time on a racetrack, they'll find a way to crash into every single barrier out here. That is rule number 1 of racing. I can tell you that. For sure.
Awesome, let's talk upcoming schedule. Road America, Homestead Miami Speedway with the combined Roval and Oval layout. Virginia International Raceway, Road Atlanta. Which one are you marking on your calendar?
VIR, because I've never seen a race there, ever, in my life. So I really want to see that. Yeah, really. But I'm probably most excited for Road Atlanta. I think Road Atlanta's a hell of a racetrack. It's just so fun. You did say that was the last race of the season, right? Road Atlanta?
Yes, 10 hours.
Okay. Yeah, I'm excited for that. I think that's going to be a hell of a one, a hell of a race. That racetrack is fun. It's a very free-flowing racetrack, kind of like the Glen is, in my opinion. Not a lot of slow corners. You're really just flying through everywhere, everywhere that you can. The S's going up the hill is really, really cool. Something about Road Atlanta is really, really special. So I'm looking forward to that race probably the most. But I'm I'm excited for VIR. Just never seen it before. Can't wait to see what it's all about. And I know it's grass on both sides of the racetrack, a lot like Watkins Glen, and I say that I like racetracks that punish you. So it sounds like that's a punishing place.
My bet would be Homestead, Miami Speed.
Really?
Yes. We know what the Roval layout looks like with the beer league in their late model stock season, but this is not the layout that they were using. It's, for the most part, it's the same, but instead of cutting back into the infield for a second time to cut across NASCAR 3 and 4, you're using NASCAR 3 and 4. Can you imagine the drafting battles from the backstretch in NASCAR 2 all the way around to NASCAR 1 into a tight one-lane kink for turn 1? That is going to be mental.
That's what I was about to mention. I'm very worried about turn 1 at Homestead. That is going to be frightening, to say the least. I mean, you look at it and you're like, okay, well, you're just turning off the oval down into the apron just like you are at Daytona. But the transition at Homestead and like the corner that you're going into is way crazier. And whenever you're coming off of Homestead 3 and 4 with all that speed in the draft, fighting people, that's going to be a recipe for disaster.
There are worse tracks that we could have gone to. Lime Rock Park being one of them.
Yeah, I'm glad we're not doing that.
The IMSA Series used to run at Lime Rock Park quite regularly, but they didn't run the prototype divisions there. They only ran the GTs because it was too dangerous to run the prototypes on such a tight racetrack.
Yeah, could you imagine these fast prototypes getting past the GTs at Lime Rock into that chicane?
I don't have to imagine it. I've simulated it with AI on iRacing.
Oh boy!
Yes,
well, you really
it is
like
mental.
getting the AI. You really like putting the AI in very compromising situations.
Yes, I do. What else would they be there for?
How many cars did you put on the LA Coliseum?
60. The fact that that is possible on a quarter mile, not even a quarter mile, a 2/10 of a mile short track is legendary. And yet we can't do it on the Legends Oval, and I hate it.
Get good. Find a way. You need to. If you learn hacking, maybe you could recode it to let you do it.
There's not enough pit stalls.
Or programming. I don't know why I said hacking. Either way. No, you can program it to bypass that. Go get your computer science degree, buddy.
Nicholas Pedersen is back into pit road for the MSP machine.
Yeah, all the GTP cars having to make one more pit stop.
Yeah, splash and go on that one. That was a short stop, only 30 seconds. Most of the pit stops have been about 49 or 50. So that was very short, no tires taken.
Obviously the number 3 a little ways off the pace because of the incident earlier. But if I'm the rest of the GTPs, I'm thinking about coming down pit road earlier rather than later. Because if that caution flag does fly, wouldn't that kind of trap you? If you hadn't pitted yet, you still got to come down pit road. You'd have to obviously start behind the whoever stays out, whoever pitted beforehand. So if I'm Garrido or Martinez, I'd probably pit as soon as I possibly can to get to the end of this race. I think Rossman would follow that behind, and then you're putting yourself in a situation where you got to take the wave around and you'd be behind him anyway. So that one might not work out for Rossman, but if you're at the top 2, I feel like you just got to pit as soon as the pit window opens.
I mean, we heard when we were talking to one of the digital chicane drivers earlier today, and they were talking about just how much. They were talking to one of the Vulture Motorsports drivers earlier today, and they were really concerned about the possibility of a yellow flag coming out. When we had a yellow flag. When they were aiming to come down to pit road, because you do have to putter around for a couple of laps before you're allowed to come down to pit road. Now, physically, yes, you can come down to pit road, but you're going to be sent to the back of the field, which is horrible if you're already running in a good position pretty far up the road. So that's why I kind of agree. I would come down sooner rather than later, and that way as well, if you do make a mistake somewhere, you have more time to try and rectify it with pace on the track.
Yeah, I just feel like there's no downside to pitting early unless it puts you a lap down. Like if it makes you get lapped, then I don't think you do it. But like looking at the LMP2 field, if they have to pit one more time, which I don't believe that they do, but if they did, the top 3, they could all come down pit road, not lose a lap, and I feel like you would want to do that as early as possible. There's just no scenario where it really turns around the other way for me, unless that, if the caution flag flies, then you can save enough gas to make it at the end. That would be a reason not to. But other than that, I don't think there would be a reason to hold out. So I do expect the GTPs to start coming in sometime here pretty soon.
There you just seen one of the Rising Panda machines coming down into pit road. That is Bart Matija. That is currently working his way back out onto the racetrack. Matija hopping back into the car for the final stint. And taking off from this field now. It gets by a couple. And we've got Firestone Motorsports going in way hot into the penultimate corner, nearly going around. And right there, you had seen Matija get around a battle for overall position on the racetrack. It's a battle for 30th. Justin Delano trying to hang on against Stefan Knowles, Vulture, and Fisher Motorsports, GTM and the GT Pro car. The reason why this is significant right now is because it is allowing the other Vulture Motorsports car in GT Pro to catch Fisher Motorsports. So right now, Justin Delano is helping out his teammates.
Yeah, but the 44 is looking to get by here. Battle for the top 5 with the Vulture Motorsports car behind him, but he's trying to get past that slower GTM in front of him. Not able to do it there. Now he's under fire from LMP2. Has to make way on the inside. Might get cut off a little bit on the entry. Not be able to get the perfect run.
That is genius. Did you see what Delano just did there?
No.
That's the Fisher Motorsports LMP2. So he cut across to cut off the run for the LMP2, which trapped Nobe side by side for another corner. In a corner that's critical to be able to track out wide, which he couldn't do because his own sister car's on the outside.
He's making it hard for him, that's for
yeah.
sure. I mean, and this is just for 5th in the GT Pro. I mean, my word, the defensive driving here between these two.
I mean, look, it's working. I mean, Jeremy Littleton up to the back of Stefan Knowles now. They're less than half a second separated.
What hurts him here is now the 44 gets to draft all the way down the straightaway to the bus stop. So any bit of draft that his teammate has behind, the Littleton back there in the 116, it kind of gets nullified because Nobes also has the draft from the Vulture Motorsports machine in front of him. But this is where it could potentially come into play. Into the boot, after the carousel. That's where he can really make up the ground. I mean, even through the carousel, if the 44 is going to run that wide, that's going to give Littleton a chance to to catch up a little bit in terms of ground.
Oh, Littleton's line got compromised, though. So the Vice Motorsports LMP2 getting through into the chute there. And unfortunately was able to make it, well, unfortunately for Littleton, that LMP2 was able to get the pass on Stefan Knowles for Fisher Motorsports up in that 5th spot as they came off of the toe. And now driving down to the heel. I don't know. I feel like the 44 car, if he can just get a little bit of clean air, he might be able to drive away from that 116. Except he's got the other Vulture Motorsports car to get around now. He really is in a sandwich that he cannot get through.
Yeah, there's just nothing he can really do about it at this point other than go up there and pass him. I mean, and obviously he's trying. He just can't reel him in. I mean, the GT cars are just about the same around here, to be honest with you. They're identical, man. There's just nothing in between them. So it's just impossible for the 44 to get up there and really challenge to try to give himself a little bit of breathing room. But he's still starting to stretch that gap over Littleton a little bit.
Yeah, Littleton got caught out by that LMP2 that was trying to get around. He's going to get caught out by another one here. That's going to really damage his gusto to try and go after that position. So he's going to be dropping back now. Meanwhile, Christian Kemprager back into the pits for Rising Panda Racing. Weren't they just in pit road a couple laps ago? Or am I thinking of somebody I'm thinking of somebody completely different. I'm thinking of Tri-State here.
They were in pit road with like 50-something minutes to go. About 50. I think it was anywhere between 48 and 52. So this is their last pit stop, but they're just doing what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, they're pitting.
You come down as soon as you can. Yeah. Because if that caution flag flies, they'll be passing everybody.
That's fair. That's fair. Yep, splash
But
and
I
go.
thought that they could make it. So
It was
I
right
don't
on
know.
the fringe, I think, of being able to make it. Because usually, I mean, remember at Daytona, right? We saw the LMP2 started to come in about 35 minutes into the race.
True. That's a good point. Man, they're still battling for this 5th place spot, though. Littleton's not letting them get away enough. But the 44 is about to have to let 2 faster cars go, so that's going to slow him down a little bit. Bring Littleton back up to his bumper, perhaps, around the outside here of this corner. Not really somewhere you want to be. Going to slow you down a little bit, but he cuts it back down to the apex. Actually, the Vulture Motorsports car got his run cut off by a GTP going through. So, just, we've said it a million times, but it's just the ebbs and flows of these endurance races, man. You lose a little bit of time, you gain a little bit of time as people go by, as you go by others. I mean, it's just, that gap is never constant in these things.
It's a good bunch of cars still tucked up in this little battle pack here, this bit of a cluster. And right now, again, Justin Delano looking to try to hold up Fisher Motorsports, try to give his teammate a chance to reel the gap in. Right now, it's just not happening, and that is the unfortunate thing, is I think Fisher Motorsports is going to get around this GTM car before Littleton can catch up.
He's putting them under pressure, not letting them get away. 44 is trying everything he can to peel away from that 116. But like you mentioned, he's got to get by the Vulture Motorsports teammate in a whole different category. But he's just not going to pull over and let him by. You know, they're running the same pace. It's not like you have to pull over for another driver. And, well, he's well within his right to continue to run his race. Especially as the, excuse me, that Vulture Motorsports GTM right there. I mean, he's running really good, right? He's running in what, 5th place position? Yeah, the 5th place spot right now. So he's got a lot that he's racing for too. He doesn't want to give up any time.
Got to go in LMB2. He'll go around the outside of Vulture Motorsports' Porsche entry. That should be fine. I think that, yeah, that puts him in good standing here for this other corner here. So when you sweep through, he doesn't lose too much ground. Oh, could Fisher set up a move here as... Oh, no, Vulture Motorsports chops right back across the nose of Go. He is really desperate to keep that Porsche behind to let his teammate reel him in. Oh, and he's into the wall.
Oh!
That'll do it, and that will put an end to a good defense.
You say that. Watch him just rip it around his outside down to the turn number 1. Oh, my gosh, he outbroke him.
Oh, he's trying. Oh, he hits him.
Oh, he's fighting him. I didn't think he'd actually do it. What in the world? He's fighting him around the outside. Justin Delano's not willing to give up the spot.
Oh, boy. Now we're really treading that fine line between if this is okay or not. I think since they're in different classes, it's fine. But once you start making physical contact like that, that's when you really have to start looking at if you're pushing that line a bit too far.
Is this for position on the racetrack?
It is. They are battling for overall position, 30th. But that doesn't mean anything in the team's championships at all. Because they're in different classes.
I get that. How would that be ruled? Like, can you fight for position like this? Because look, I mean, he definitely turned into him into turn 1. It wasn't like egregious or anything, but safe to say the Ferrari on the outside was the one that kind of initiated the contact. So, like, how do you judge that?
Difficultly. That's how.
They're racing for position, but they're not racing for position. Like,
oh boy. And these two GGPs going through it again. It throws that wrench in the mix. Looks like they're all going to get through just fine. And the Fisher Motorsports Porsche is going to be kept in check. This is a great battle that started to develop for that 5th place spot in GT Pro. This is a good race.
And the 44 is doing everything he can to get by. Now, Littleton probably should have gotten a little bit closer through what happened last lap. I can't believe Littleton didn't get a better run out of turn 1 with both of them side by side coming out of the same corner. That's a corner where you got to have a lot of momentum, but he just couldn't make up any ground. I'm very surprised he didn't make up more and potentially put these guys under challenge.
Stephen Nobles has still got a chance to get around Justin Delano here. The problem right now is that Jeremy Littleton keeps on having like lap traffic come through at the worst points. It prevents him from really closing that gap in enough that he can try and go at it and defend it.
Yeah, we sound like a broken record with that tonight, right? I mean, they're getting lapped so frequently that, I mean, you don't have time to set up a move, because every single time that you think you're about to mount a challenge, oh, I'm getting dove by an LMP2. Oh, there's a GTP coming up my inside. Like, you just don't have time to get it done.
And of course, you know, the way the rules work out, I mean, they are technically on the same lap, so same lap, same class or not, technically they don't have to let them by, but it's one of those things where, are we going for the team order like, are we talking about like self-preservation for the Ferrari, or are we talking about really looking to help out to the Porsche? And it looks like they are taking that route of trying to help out their GT Pro teammate. I mean, that Vulture Motorsports GTM runner, the next closest car to that one is on a different lap altogether. So that GTM car is as far up as it can get without a caution. So right now, at least they can help out their own teammate.
And I get why they're doing it. I mean, who knows? Every little point matters, right? You know, you want to finish as high as you can at the championship at the end of the year, but you also don't want to go a little bit too far and rub somebody in a different class the wrong way and make any enemies for the rest of the season. So if you're the GTM, I don't know, maybe not. I wouldn't say let him go, but the next time he gets side by side with you, maybe be a little bit gentler.
Well, we'll see. I mean, this is still, they are on the same lap, so there can't be a protest for blue flag violations. So
yeah.
It's a complicated web to untangle. But I mean, again, they're trying to back up Nobes into Littleton, and so long as like lap traffic doesn't mix things up, it is working, and that cannot be disputed.
To be fair, at this point, I don't even know if it's them backing up him to Littleton or if him just holding on to 30th. I don't. I feel like he just wants to finish as high up as he possibly can. If he was trying to back him up, I feel like he'd run a little bit slower on the apex and really slow him down in the middle of the corner to give his teammate a chance. I'm not really seeing him do that. He's just racing as if he was actually racing the 44 for points, which is, like we said, he's racing him for a spot on the racetrack, but they don't share the points like that. So you're racing them, but you're not. I don't necessarily think I'm seeing him back him up into his teammate, though.
Down the front straightaway, only 23 minutes to go. So if Littleton is going to go for the move here on Stefan Nobes, he has got to do it soon. There's not a lot of time left, so these guys have got to really start considering when do you want to make those moves. And right now, Littleton just not able to really close up too much to the back of that Porsche 911. Alvaro Martinez, World of Sim Racing, is into pit road. In the GTV, this is for his final stop of the afternoon.
GTP's finishing up their final little pit cycle. 22 minutes left on the clock. It's looking like Garrido and that 88 team are going to come through and win this thing. They've been dominant over the last 3 hours. After the Trading Paints team got involved in that wreck over the S's, it has just been all 88 all day. They drove to the front right after that. They've just been the class of the field ever since the incidents. So big credit to Garrido and that 88 team. They've been absolutely fantastic tonight. Still looking at the LMP2s though, waiting to see whenever the last couple of them start to make their pit stops, how much gas do they have to take? Can they potentially come out in front of Kempreger in that 46 and third place? Where will Spence and Harmoning come out whenever they do? So really paying attention to the LMP2 fight for the lead, I believe. I think that might be where our biggest fight will be coming to the last 20. Just gotta wait for those pit stops.
Again, Littleton checked up in the wrong place by an LMP2 trying to get around. That was one of the tri-state cars, but they're going to close that one in. Gap down to 0.3 of a second. That's about as close as it's been so far all race long. To the 116. Oh, careful. GTP going around the long way, and that is going to force Fisher Motorsports way out wide as Bravo still shot that gets through. This is Littleton's chance.
All over the back bumper coming up the S's. Huge draft after the 44 had a bad turn one. Can't he get anything coming down to the bus stop? It doesn't look like he has the momentum. How does he not have the momentum coming over the S's? You thought he'd have a chance, but it's not looking good for the 116.
Darting out to the left, trying to see if he can set up a run. Oh, and no, Vulture Motorsports botches the inner loop, and that will give Fisher Motorsports some much-needed breathing room up the road. So Stefan Knowles is out for that.
Oh, LMP2 lead. The LMP2 lead is just about changing hands. They're side by side coming down to the bus stop.
Oh boy, and nearly coming together. Where has this battle come from? We were so focused on 5th and GT Pro, we didn't even realize that Harmony was closing in on Spence.
Oh, the 86 had a great run through the bus stop, but couldn't get to the inside, into the carousel. Had to check up for the 321. Now getting the dirty air around there. Losing just a little bit more time, coming back down to the bus stop. Yeah, Harmony has drove up to the back bumper as Spence over the last couple laps.
20 minutes exactly left on the docket. And once again, if these drivers want to make a move, they have really got to make a run here going on. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. The 321 and the 86 are absolutely on a tear as they fire through the heel and back up onto the main portion of the racetrack.
It all depends, too, on where they come out. They just lost a second to Comprager that lap. I don't know if they can come down pit road, take a splash of gas, and come out in front of them. It's gonna be relatively close, I believe, between those three. Whenever they come out, they can't fight each other too hard, or else they're gonna give up too much time and come out behind the 46 for sure. So you still gotta wait on those pit stops for the 321 and 86. I just don't know if this is actually for the net race lead.
Well, right now they pitted about 10 laps later than Christian Comprager, who did come down the pit road again for that last pit stop about 7-10 minutes ago. And that battle is going to quickly be broken up by the Kinetic Racing GT Pro. That right there is using lap traffic as a pick. Garrett Spence chose that pass perfectly and built himself up a 1.8 second margin.
That destroyed Harmoning through the bus stop. I mean, huge time loss, 2 seconds. He's pulled a little bit of it back in, but whoa, that is just, it hurts, man. That happens to you and you feel the pain in your chest.
Still time. It's a lot of time still left to go. A good number of laps still on the boards. 18 minutes to go. That's... talking about the leaders lapping at about, what, a minute and a half thereabouts, just over a minute and a half. That's going to be less than 15 laps here of racing left, so there's not a lot of time left.
I feel like this race has kind of flown by. I don't feel like I've been sitting in my chair for 5 hours and 45 minutes.
No kidding, right? I mean, this race has been great. It so often is, right? I mean, it's the same way. Like, I mean, the 24 hours of Daytona, I mean, I was in there in the producer's chair for 24 hours. It felt like it was taking a minute, but all of a sudden, it's sunrise the next day. And it's like, oh my gosh, there's an hour left. It's like, where is the time gone? I mean, look at how much time...
You say that, but I'm still glad I didn't do that.
I mean, look at how much time flew by for us in the second half of the 12 hours of Sebring earlier in the year.
That's true. That's a good point. I guess I didn't think about that. Man, that race was great too, though. Sebring was a fun racetrack to watch a race around. I'm telling you, man, this series has really put me on the road courses. I've been enjoying every little bit of this.
First ever drops of rain, and not just the VSCA Sports Car Championship, but on Green Flight TV as a whole as well. At Sebring as well. Oh boy, one of the LMP2s just got a little close and onto the... they had dipped 2 wheels into the grass there to get around one of the GT Pro cars, and that was Luca Harmony, the second place runner in LMP2. Garrett Spence is now trying to work his way through this battle for 5th.
You know, these LMP2 leaders are having a hard time through all this lap traffic, and once again, they still have that pit stop that you got to think about. And you got to be thinking it is coming within the next couple of laps. It's been 21 laps since the 321 came down pit road. I've been seeing them pit after 22, 23, staying out this time, but you got to think that 321 is going to be coming any lap now. Finishing up lap number 22 on his stint. The GSE Esports Racing Team just finished up lap number 20 on his. So both these guys are going to be coming down really soon. We think.
Oh, trouble. Joshua Wolf is towed to the pits after apparently coming to a stop somewhere on the racetrack. Oh, no. Oh, that's a hit. Glances off the wall, and I think that broke the car. He pulled it off in the infield section. So the Grizzly Motorsports driver, this is going to be on board, and second bump every time.
Second bump, baby, second bump. Second bump on the left, second bump on the left. Please avoid the bump on the left. Okay, maybe I've gone into
well.
maybe I have gone into crazy mode. I don't know. I don't really know where that one came from.
I mean, that sounds about right.
Make a Imsa Watkins Glen song about the second bump on the left. We can play it before the next VSCA race.
Got a battle on as well further down the field. This is 7th place in GTP, and in fact, Tualdo actually went around on this lap, and looking like Thomas Martin got in there as well. Take a look back at this one.
LMP2 leader in pit road also as we go into replay to pick this out.
Oh
no!
Oh, that's not going to work. Yep.
That was a very hopeful dive.
And that's a car that is 8 laps down compared to the car that wiped out.
Why?
I think outbraked himself. Just target fixation. It's not the first time it's happened this race.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to go for it. He was still in line whenever they were coming to the braking zone. He waited until the last second to pull out just to try to dodge. You're absolutely correct on that one. That's tough for the 50 though, because they were run 6. Now they're running 8th. It's a couple positions that I mean, he kind of deserves to have back. I mean, he didn't do anything wrong, and he just gets wiped out down into turn 1. Now he's having to come down pit road.
Is that for a final fuel stop, though, or is that for damage?
Oh, no, man. That's for damage. He pitted 10 laps ago. So he's, they're having to come down. So that's going to relegate them to 8th for the night. Probably not going to lose any more after that. Still 8 laps on the 9th place driver, but frustrating for that Bravo Snow Shatton team. Really should have had a 6th place finish here tonight. Wait. Oh, we got an incident limit point. Penalty, I guess.
Oh. There you go. You have iRace control, I believe, do you not?
iRacing control?
You had something that you usually use to track that sort of thing. You use it often in the beer league. I don't know if you have it open in this one.
Oh, no, I don't. No. I can't see the incidents. Not even in the beer league.
Okay.
No.
I'm misunderstanding what. Contact! Tri-State Racing getting around one of the MSP Mercedes. And that is Garrett Spence that got clocked in the door.
Well, and look, the 46 has just come out of pit road. Or, sorry, the 321 has just come out of pit road. And he has come out just in front of Comprager. Right? That's how important it was for him to be a leader whenever he came down pit road. He's just got the lead over Comprager. Harmoning still has to pit. And you got to think Harmoning's going to come out just a couple seconds behind these guys. So this is going to be the battle for the race lead of the LMP2 class.
We're ready to turn up the heat.
I told you never know whenever these things are going to kick off. Just out of nowhere, they find each other after the pit cycles. It happens just about week in and week out in these endurance races. I mean, you never know. And just coming to 12 minutes to go, out of nowhere, here we are. LMP2 battle for the race win.
Only 11.5 minutes on the clock. Not a lot of time. It is go time. There's going to be no saving from Comprager here. He is going to be pushing hard to try to get around Garrett Spence to these closing laps. Harmony's into the pits.
So this is very important too. Does he come out behind these guys? Does he have to take less fuel? The 94 Full Send Racing has found the inside barrier after the bus stop. Second bump on the lift. Like we just said a minute ago, you got to stay away from that thing. And it looks like the 94 has found it once again, but they're side by side for the LMP2 race win.
Oh, no!
Contact! The Tri-State Racing Machine goes into the outside wall from his competitor racing for the race win in the LMP2 class. And that slowed down. That slowed Comprager down so much that Harmoning might be able to come out of pit road in front of him.
Luca Harmoning making his way out of pit road. He's going to try to see if he can beat Comprager out of the pits. And just by 3.5 seconds, Harmoning's into the race lead because of that.
I'm telling you, I think that contact cost Comprager.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Oh my.
Comprager has been running 134s to 135, 134.1 to 134.5s. That lap was over 2 seconds slower, and he comes out of the pit road by 3 seconds behind.
That is tough. I mean, that is a classic case of drivers that are not willing to yield. One driver stuffed it down to the inside, going for a move, and he just got loose. I mean, there's room for him there. He just bobbled though, and then turned. It hooked him into. The good news is it's not a race-ending wreck. I mean, I don't think Spence is going to have to come down to pit road to fix anything, but that's got to be hurting. We've got now Adrian Sobila going around. The World Series in BMW has just found the barrier.
These things always kick off at the end, don't they?
Oh, they do. Do they ever?
They always find a way. And it's not. It's tight still between the two LMP2s. That's enough time.
Lost it.
There's enough time for Comprager to run him down as long as he didn't get too much damage. It's just, is he fast enough?
All the while, Stefan Nobes has managed to break around Justin Delano, and I think that is going to pretty effectively end the battle for 5th place at GT Pro. Littleton way behind, started to drop back with a lot of lap traffic getting through. And a lot of that is, of course, because of all of this like LMP and GTP traffic. I mean, look at all those cars that just went up the hill and that are still yet to come.
I cannot believe that these two are still so close for this. Well, I guess they're not terribly close for the 5th place spot in GTAM. But the 44's done a good job hanging on to it so far. Littleton has fallen back a little ways. That 116, the GT Pros, I should say. Littleton just fallen off about 5 or so seconds. So the 44's done a good job finally finding some clean air and putting himself up towards the front. Man, a little bit before, or further back behind the 44. That Vulture Motorsports GTM that he was fighting with almost got taken out by an LMP2.
GTP? Oh, it was LMP2. Yeah, you can see it right there.
Hey, man, I'm learning.
I'm a fool.
Well, I do make that mistakes sometimes, but I'm learning.
You are. Good for you. Justin Delano hanging on to 6th place quite comfortably. I don't see him changing that position around at all. The next car is a lap ahead of him. The next car behind is 4 laps. So Delano in a very secure 6th place. I think that's pretty safe to say. I'm still curious to see if Christian Comprager can try to run down Luca Harmoning. When you take a look at the lap times over the last several laps, he closed in by 0.6 of a second on lap 201, but of course this is a bit of an asterisk because
you can look at 97 and 98
yeah.
and 201 and tell that he's quicker.
Yeah, a lot of the other stuff here, this is all as a result of pit stops.
Yeah, but there are 3 laps on there that we can pay attention to, and Comprager looks to be quicker. So if he gets a little luck with the lap traffic, he very well could be on the back bumper of Harmoning, and he's caught him by about a second over the course of the last lap and a half.
In fact, just half a second in the last sector alone. He is right there and ready to pounce. This battle for the LMP2 lead is on.
Oh, he is flying, man. He is coming. Lost a little bit of time on exit. They're not able to use all the racetrack, but you got to think that Harmoning's going to be fighting, or both of these guys are going to be fighting lap traffic about the same, but it just depends on who gets through it ever so slightly better. They are within breathing distance of each other, just 2 seconds down the road.
There's also a battle in LMP2 as well. This one is between Vision 1 Motorsports and Glen Racing. It is for 6th place. Glen trying to see if they can recover just one more spot. Division 1 is the one that stands in the way. So Nicholas Glen trying to go for one more crusade against Kyle Allen.
Still some battles out on the racetrack, whether it's for the race lead for the LMP2s or back in 6th place. Glen Racing trying to get one more position after the heartbreak halfway through where they got involved in an accident, trying to mitigate the damage by getting themselves back up into 6. Looking to the inside of Allen down into 1, not able to do it though, not quite on.
Here we go though, trying to go side by side into the S's, and he gets the door slammed shut in his face. I mean, that wasn't even slammed the door shut in his face. He had his toe in the door and got it crushed in the door frame with that one. Nicholas Glen, that is going to be something that he is going to be remembering the next time he gets to that gearbox. We are going to have to see if he's going to go for that extra lunge. He's only got 5 minutes to get back up there.
And Prager just lost a good chunk of time through the bus stop behind a couple slower cars. He just lost a second to Harmoning through the bus stop that last time, through the carousel. So he's back down to 3 seconds. He's going to have to get a little bit of help from the lap traffic.
What a wild race this has been, as there we see the pass for that 6th spot. Nicholas Glen finally sets up the run, gets it in the toe, and then completes it in the heel. So Glen Racing up to that 6th spot. Kyle Allen's Vision 1 Motorsports Dallara P217 will drop down to the number 7 spot.
Great recovery from Glen, being the points leader, getting everything back that they can tonight. I know I've already touched on it, but driving up into the 6th place position whenever they're, their main competitors are running up in 2nd and trying to run down the race leader for the win. At least they've gotten everything back that they can out of the day. Oh, the 86 Harmoning getting held up in the bus stop from the GTM leader. It's going to help Prager reel in that gap just a little bit, but it didn't seem to do too much of a difference, about half a second in it.
So still tracking to see where can Prager try to reel this gap in. There is, again, not a lot of time left in the slightest, and it is extremely tight up here in this battle for the LMP2 race lead. The problem is Luca Harmony. Well, Harmony's in a bunch of lap traffic as well. He's got cars going around him. He's trying to get around other cars. This could check him up and back him up to Prager if things go Prager's way.
Yeah, the GTPs getting by him is hurting him a little bit, ever so slightly. Just trying to do all he can to just give it up on the straightaways, not make it a late dive in the corner that one of these guys get him on. Daniel Keene's going to be the next one to try to make a move on him to get by. Keene should have a good run down the front straightaway and be able to completely clear him, so that's not going to cost Prager any time down into turn number 1, you got to think. Or sorry, Harmoning any time down into turn 1. And Prager's now 3.5 seconds back.
So DS Racing Esports team is going to see if he can go out there and try to put down some flying laps. Right now, Garrido leads the way. 2 laps to go in the 6 hours of the Glen. Kyle Allen is into pit road. He couldn't make it to the end. So Glen is going to be able to maintain that run, and he is now guaranteed a 6th place finish if he keeps that car on the racetrack. Anthony Drink from Vice Motorsports will leave pit road. He is down in 8th and is 9 laps down. Well,
and I got to point out,
that was the last battle on the racetrack, I believe.
I think you're right, and that's why I'm about to. I'm coming into the boot.
Yeah, there is this
got held
still.
up big time. He got held up big time out of there. Still not going to be enough unless there's another bit of lap traffic in front of him that he's going to have to deal with, and I don't believe that there is. Prager's looking like he's going to have to settle for 2nd, but got to point out the digital chicane number 93. They were a little over a minute ahead of 2nd place whenever they got involved in that incident where they had to fix a whole hell of a lot of damage. And they've stretched that gap back out to almost a minute. I mean, that is how absolutely rapid that 93 has been all night long. I mean, hats off to that entire team. What a recovery from what very well could have been a race ender.
No kidding. I mean, I think quite a few teams, oh boy, probably would have, backed out of that. They would have, called it quits. If that wasn't the official 6 hours at the Glen, that would have been a race ender. But they stuck with it, as they so often do. They got that damage repaired. They're back out on the racetrack and getting set to begin some of their final trips around. And in fact, there is Garrido starting the last lap.
Yep, we've touched on the 88. They've been just absolutely stout through the back half of this race. Kept the car clean through all the mayhem through the early portions. And after everything settled down, they have just been the quickest on the racetrack, bar none, stretching out a 20-second lead over the 51 of Martinez. Looking like he's going to get the job done here today.
He's going to lap your GTM leader one more time. Now the big question is, will Luca Harmony? Well, Luca Harmony will be able to go for one more lap. Bruno Carrera, I think, should be able to get around there as well. So it looks like the GT Pro and LMP2 leaders will have one more lap to go. But for Garrido, this pass is effectively complete. And at this point, Sean Hadfield's going to be effectively finishing this race almost one lap down from. He might even be a lap down from Kaprowski if this goes the way I think it might, because your race leader, I don't think, has overtaken him yet.
Well, I mean, he'll technically be a lap off of him on terms of the overall sheet, but he won't be a lap down, to just his leader.
We know what you mean.
Fair, but yeah, still, fair enough. Garrido, though, coming out of the boot for the final time. I mean, just been absolutely stout. The LMP2 leaders are taking their last lap, and that fight's gotten down to 1.3 seconds, so we might have a battle for the LMP2 lead here momentarily.
We sure might, but for now, Joao Garrido will run his way through the final couple of corners, through 11, through 12, and for the first time in 2024, the DS Racing Esports number 88 takes that car to victory lane. They win the 6 hours of the Glen. And right behind them, Ryan Kaprowski. It'll be a back-to-back win for the number 93 Digital Chicane Ferrari. What a drive as they take that car back to victory lane. The battle for the LMP2 lead, though, is on.
Yeah, here comes the GTP coming through. He just got by Kemprager. Now the 86 is just trying to hang on. The GTP is trying to get through both of these guys. He's stuck in a battle he really shouldn't be in. He might be holding up Kemprager now.
Oh, boy. Fisher Motorsports' GTP entry is trying to see if he can get his way through. 0.6 of a second. Kemprager could still get Harmony if it goes his way here. Luca Harmony going to be put offline here in towards the. Oh boy, he slammed that door shut. And how about that? The GTP letting Rising Panda Esports through 0.3, a quarter of a second. He sends it for the Hail Mary as they work their way out of the boot. Back onto the racetrack, going to lap Kinetic. Does he have what it takes to take it to the final corner?
Runs way wide, gonna get the 1X, but he doesn't care at this point. Can he get the run out of the final corner in the draft? The 86 doesn't find the pin.
Drag race!
It's gonna be time. The 86 is gonna come through and win it by just a car length.
Wow! What a battle at the closing stages for the LMP2 win. Kemprager gave it everything. You've got to give him a round of applause for such a magnificent offensive, but Harmony hangs on for the win.
Whoa.
And Bruno Carrera will come home to win in GT Pro. Holy cow.
What a battle at the end. I hate the GTP interjects itself in the middle of it whenever he's not racing anybody, but luckily we still got a good finish after he overcooked the one corner. But I mean, wow. Kemprager found all the pace at the end of that. I don't know where the hell that speed came from. I think he might have had him if he didn't have to go narrow into that corner right there for the for the GT. I think he very well could have gotten him with that run that he got out of the last corner.
Look at this. I mean, just 0.07 of a second netted him that win. That is absolutely incredible. But a lot of these drivers now across the line. What an exciting end to an exciting race. The 6 hours of the Glen will be at its official close. And well, with that, we can now go through and take a rundown through all of the official post-race results here at the end of the night. That was a wild one. And here's how everything lines up at race's end. Taking the win in GTP, it is going to be none other than DS Racing Esports team with World of Sim Racing in second. Team Hardcore finishes in third with Composite Performance, one lap down in fourth. HAC Racing is in fifth with DS Racing Esports all the way down in that 6th place. Then it is, of course, going to be Bravo Shattered in 8th, Fisher Motorsports 9th, Grizzly in 10th, Trading Paints 11th, and NGC Esports is in 12th. Those points on the right are not accurate. Please do not listen to those. Those are not the actual points total for this afternoon. We're going to have your LMP2 standings coming on up here.
Yep, the LMP2 closest battle to the finish. The GSE Racing Esports team gets it done by less than a tenth of a second over Rising Panda Racing, who picks up points on Go-Win Racing, who finishes back in 6th. But Tri-State Racing picking up the 3, 4, 5 with the 321, 123, and 333. And like I mentioned, Go-Win Racing 6th place, losing a little bit of points, but doing a good job mitigating the damage. Vision 1 Motorsports in 7th, Vice Motorsports in 8th, Fisher Motorsports number 14 in 9th. The FRS Sim Sports 621 brings it home in 10th, with Scours S's Racing finishing in 11th.
For GT Pro, it is going to be DS Racing Esports team taking a very solid drive in the race win. Fisher Motorsports was in 2nd, RPM Racing 3rd, Kinetic Racing was 4th, Fisher Motorsports was in 5th for the sister car. Vulture Motorsports finishes that race down in 6th. World of Sim Racing was 7th, with Torque Crew Racing 55 laps down in 8th. GSC Racing did not finish this race. North Sim Racing and Delta Racing did not start the race tonight.
Going over to the GT-AM, guys, that digital chicane number 93. Oh my word, what speed that thing had all night long. Screeching Moose Motorsports, the points leader, bringing it home 2nd, not letting the 93 catch him up too much. Mayor Sim Speed Performance is number 34, finishing in 3rd. Vulture Motorsports is 016 in 4th. Mayor Sim Speed Performance is 33 in 5th, and Vulture Motorsports is 017 in 6th. 7th was Full Sin Racing's number 94, with Digital Chicane's number 80 finishing right behind in 8th. DS Racing Esports team, the 555 finishing in 9th, with Real Pixel Motorsports number 312 in 10th. Firestone Motorsports finishing in 11th, with Off in the S's Racing, Trading Paints Racing, and Dangler Performance rounding out the field.
So with that all said and done, we have got ourselves with your results. We're going to step back while we wait for the drivers to give ourselves a bit of a chit-chat here this afternoon. Post-race coverage coming on up in just a moment from the Glen.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to the VSCA Sports Car Championship and to post-race coverage of the 6 hours at the Glen. We are just about ready to give a chat with some of the drivers that finished this race in the leads of their classes. We have nobody so far from GTP or from GT Pro. We'll start it off then with one of the drivers that finishes this race taking the win in LMP2. It is Luca Harmoning bringing it home, and what a magnificent drive. What a battle you guys had there in the closing stages. Walk us through it.
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, it was very hard and very great to drive like this today. We managed the last stints, fortunately very good, and yeah, can be proud of it to be P1 at the end. I think P2 in my back, the last corner had new tires, so they had much more pace than we had, but it goes good and I'm happy.
Overall, the race was a wild one for sure. I mean, you guys started relatively around the mid-pack, initially at least, in this field. You had that absolutely monumental pile-up. And you're able to fight through all of that. You had a solid drive on the offensive to take that race win this afternoon. What were some of the challenges after that massive wreck to overcome that see you up in the victory lane today?
Oh, it was some of concentrate on ourselves and don't talk that much. So only drive, don't talk, and we need to manage the tires because we had temperature differences on the track today, and it was really hard when it goes up with the temperatures to some like 70, 75 degrees, and then the tires was gone after I think 12, 13 laps, and then you can't overpace, and it's so much you have to focus on, but it's good.
And of course, that takes us now to the next race coming up in just a couple of weeks. It's the JRT Summer Sprint at Road Atlanta. What's going to be the game plan, and are you guys planning on seeing if you could go back-to-back in Wisconsin?
Yeah, we plan starting first, ending first, something like that, and we have to concentrate on the prep for this race. Very nice track and very fast track also. So we are expecting good things there.
Luca Harmoning able to come on home and join us here up on the podium for the LMP2 category. Congratulations, Luca, on an absolutely phenomenal drive, and we will wish you all the best of luck when we return in a couple of weeks.
Thank you. Made good.
GSC Racing Esports takes it home with the LMP2 win this afternoon. That'll take us on down to GTM. We've got a trio lined up for you here in this one. We're going to bring up Ethan Swan, Kyle Lowe, and Ryan Kaprowski. And Austin, you're standing by with the whole group of them from the Digital Chicane crew.
Yeah, I don't really know which one to talk to first, to be honest with you. There's a whole hell of a lot that happened for the 93 today, to say the absolute least. Absolutely rapid at the start, getting out to a minute lead. Crashing out to where we thought, I mean, if you watch back the broadcast, you're going to hear us saying that y'all were done for. There was no way in hell y'all were coming back. And yet, anyway, you got the caution flag, got all the damage fixed, and came back and still won the thing by almost a whole minute. So, talk us through your race, and how the hell did y'all make up all that time and then still win by almost a minute?
Well, I mean, I genuinely am like lost for words right now. Once we got hit with that incident in the S's, it could have very well been race over, done and dusted. But just by the pure grace of the iRacing gods today, we were able to survive a meatball. And we knew we were going to be quick. I think I said that earlier. But being able to pull out a minute gap not once but twice is quite extraordinary. And I mean, I couldn't have done it alone. Kyle and Ethan, you guys did absolutely outstanding today. That just proves like, hey, even though we might be, not necessarily as far along in points, we are still here, right? So.
And I don't know if I've ever heard of anybody winning with a meatball before. It's the first time I've ever heard that in iRacing. I've been on here for 8 years, so that's a hell of a comeback for the '93 squad. Where did y'all find the pace today? I mean, y'all had everybody beat. You qualified what would have been third in the GT Pros. Where was all the pace coming from?
I mean, it's like, like I was kind of saying earlier, the car just felt absolutely hooked up around here, and especially during the hotter track temps, definitely the car stability was there. And Kyle and Ethan, I'm sure will attest to this. The car was pretty easy to drive, and it was pretty quick. So that just combined with I feel like we were also very lucky with traffic. Apart from the one major incident we had, we did have a couple of close calls, but other than that, I think the traffic really, really helped us out today compared to previously.
Yeah, I gotta say, and to build on that, I mean, I gotta say a huge thank you to both Kyle and Ryan. I mean, they've been such a huge help working with me to get my pace to where it needed to be. We were practicing, making sure that we were practicing for the worst of worst conditions, which is what we saw today. So we felt pretty confident going in that we were going to be seeing high temps and we were going to be able to handle those temps. So we felt pretty well prepared, and the two of them really helped me get prepared. And I think one of the big things coming out of the incident and the repairs and being P5 coming out of the pits after the restart was just to not do anything that not to push that limit. Just we know we're quick, we know where we're at. Just let the race come to us, and not force anything that otherwise wouldn't happen. So.
Well, guys, y'all had a hell of a run the entire night. I mean, clearly the quickest in the entire GTAM field. What are your hopes going forward? I know Screeching Moose Motorsports has had a heck of a season so far, having the points lead. Are they still within your sights? Are you still going to be challenging for that championship at the end of the year? Or are y'all kind of settling for the battle for second? With the pace you had tonight, if you can bring it over, I don't think the championship's completely out of grasp.
Yeah, anything can happen with these sorts of races, and that's what I really love about sports car racing, is how unpredictable things can be. We're just gonna approach it race by race. We're gonna do our very best every single round and just keep our heads down, and we'll just see what happens.
Also, to kind of add on to that, we may be down on the points, but all it takes is one bad race, and then that championship is burst wide open. So I think we've got Screeching Moose in a place where I think for the rest of the season they'll have to be driving in their mirrors a little bit, or in front of them, rather.
Well, that's a good way to look at it, and we're looking forward to seeing if y'all can bring the same pace over to Road America in a couple weeks' time, whenever we get the sprint race kicking off over there. So looking forward to seeing y'all in a couple weeks and seeing if you can back up this excellent performance from Watkins Glen.
Yep, thanks guys, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank
Great
you.
stream.
Thank you, guys.
We appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for the kind words there. And that was your winners in the GTAM class. That's the 93 Digital Chicane entry. I mean, we can't really say enough about how well they ran, right? I mean, that was, kind of ridiculous. Beating the field by a minute after gapping them by a minute and getting wrecked. So a hell of a job from the entire 93 team. Can't wait to see what they can do going forward.
It was a very wild run for the Digital Chicane guys, and of course, it's going to be even crazier when we go racing in a couple weeks at the JRT Summer Sprint, right? Road America, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, a 4-mile road course with a bunch of long straights, inviting major drafting battles, especially in the prototypes. And it's only 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's not a long race, less than half of what today's race was. It's going to be wild.
Yeah, half the length, which means probably double the intensity. So I cannot wait for 2 weeks' time whenever we go racing at Road America. It's going to be a fun one, and I'm sure we'll catch all you guys there.
That and a lot of other stuff is still yet to come on Greenfly TV. Don't forget to check us out this Saturday night, where we have got ourselves with the Team GG IEL Truck Series about to kick off for their penultimate race of the season. The Moonshiners 200. Can Aaron Raymond take his championship second in a row? And also, in the second to last race of the season, we'll find out in about an hour and a half here, really, when we go live for that race. In the meantime, we also have got the Classic IndyCar Series. Austin and I will be with you for all of that tomorrow. That'll be at, I believe that'll be at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, and that'll once again be at the Pocono Raceway for 500 miles. If you want to find out more about who we are and what we can offer you, check us out today at www.greenflightTV.com. And of course, another big thanks to not just the VSCA Sports Car Championship for taking us on board, but for Twin Bush for sponsoring them for this season and for allowing us to put on this absolutely fantastic show for you guys and for us to cover the fantastic racecraft that these guys put on week in, week out. We'll see you all next time when we go racing in Wisconsin.